Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Issei awakened the dragon blood curse of eternity? So before we start, check out my Patreon page. For 18 plus exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. As they say, age comes with wisdom, right? Then they say ignorance is bliss, but when is ignorance annoying? When does age become a hindrance? Character is power. All these questions and phrases run through a load of people, and opinions won't always be the same or similar. But it's never the same. Then there is the things that truly decide how a person is judged. Those are things that really determine how someone acts, how their behavior is judged, as well as how people think of their peers. And it shows how people act in public or with friends, as well as relationships are influenced. They also say the past is in the past and it shouldn't matter, but it does no matter what anybody says. Past defines how a person is, how they act. If it's a good past, of bad past is still is a part of everyone, a part that can't be easily forgotten. Issei Hyodo no different in world that is no different for any other people, or so he thought. People also say fate and luck can be a bitch. Issei Hyodo was one of the many people who thinks fate is cruel. And in his case it is. Growing up, Issei always thought he was different and apart from the rest of his peers and friends. He knew there was more to all the things he was told. His past is unknown to him and his foster parents. He was adopted. He didn't know anything about his parents, no name to go off on. The only thing he knew about his past was from his foster parents that adopted him. He was told he was dropped off at a local orphanage. As he grew up early living in Kyoto, he was always the different one. You could say he was an outcast at times, not a shut-in though. He had friends, but his personality could affect things at time. It wasn't weird or creepy, some may say out of place or uncommon. But he didn't really care about it at all, to him useless. Despite what the people said or thought, he always knew that people were bound to be like that. Everyone is different. At times Issei thought fate was the most cruel at times. But he also thought the fate was the way it was for a reason. He believed that karma or fate gives back, and that there must be reason behind his life. And he wasn't far off. There were things about him that would change his world drastically. Scene break: Kyoto. Growing up, Issei was like any other 5-year-old, he was always jumpy. He did learn like any other person, he could be a tad childish. He was also like any other kid wanting to play. Growing up, he did go to the usual park with his foster parents. Truth be told, he was exceedingly normal kid. But time has effects like any other person. Time changes people. People believed destiny decided your fate. Everyone a place in life they were meant to fill. Issei's destiny would change everything he would think and view as. Issei is currently spending his day like any other kid would, watching Saturday morning cartoons. However, this day would have a lasting effect on Issei even if he didn't know it. It would cause quite the stir among the world he would soon live in, and he would have to learn quickly. He was encouraged to go outside quite often, and which he did. His parents helped when he needed it. As today he was asked if he wanted to go to the park. Like any other child, he was excited to go and play and hopefully make a new friend. So the family did their usual routines. Then later they took Issei to the park. They had the normal playgrounds that were around the neighborhood, swings to use, slides to go on. There were some kids there already. But to say the least, Issei wasn't always the nice kid. He made his fair share of trouble, and he wasn't a real bad kid. That being said, he did always stick out. That was one of the reasons why he thought he was different. He always tried to stay in the background, but always found that he was a good point of attention. It was mostly unwanted, so it led to the things that he would do. And currently he was walking along the edge of a trail with woods on the side of it. He was walking idly along the trail, like he did numerous times before. In fact, he usually wandered off when he was brought to the park, even with upsetting his parents. For many reasons he did this. He wasn't antisocial. No, he was your average child that had his own habits and thoughts. But that's what decided who he was and how he would be in the future. Usually nothing ever happened on those days. But today was different. Little did he know of the weight of his situation. It would change him completely, not at first. Not until he fully understood what it entailed and why. He was walking along the path near the woods, thinking about what most children do. He was brought out of his thoughts abruptly when he heard what sounded like a little girl. He looked around in confusion as to who sounded like they were crying. He finally found the source. It was a little girl, but he could tell something was off. Call it a gut feeling. He felt like it was supposed to happen this way. He knew she was lost. So he walked up to her. "Hi, are you alright?" asked Issei, who looked at the girl closely. The girl had peachy blonde hair, she wore a traditional yukata. She looked to be his age. I fell down and hurt my leg, I'm also lost," spoke the girl. "Okay, if you want I can help you, I know the way around the park so I can bring you back with me," spoke Issei. "Okay, thanks," spoke the girl with a smile. "My name is Issei Hyodo. What's yours?" asked Issei. "My name Kuno, nice to meet your Issei," responded Kuno with a smile. "Well, come on, let's head back," spoke Issei as he held his hand out to her. She gladly accepted it. The moment she took his hand, his fate was sealed then and there. "Do you want to be my friend?" asked Kuno shyly. "Of course, I will gladly be your friend Kuno-kun," spoke Issei. She was giggling at that statement. "Then can I call you Eyes-kun?" asked Kuno shyly. "Of course Kuno-chan," responded Issei. She grinned wildly at this. She met a new friend. One that would affect the world a great deal. "Let's find your parents, Kuno-chan," spoke Issei. "Thank you, Eyes," responded Kuno with a smile. And so the two walked back towards the park. This was a start of a long friendship that would test their bonds to see if they were ready for the world. Especially Issei, for what he didn't know was quite a lot actually. And the popol he would soon be with would not expect him to be who he is. "So how long have you lived in Kyoto?" asked Kuno. "I was adopted from the orphanage, since then I've lived here," spoke Issei. "So you don't know anything about your real parents?" asked Kuno. No name, location or anything of that sorts," spoke Issei. Hearing this, Kuno was instantly feeling sorrow, but it was darker and it was coming off of him in droves. She instinctively hugged him to help soothe him. "I'm sorry you don't know anything about your parents," spoke Kuno. "It's okay, I will be fine," spoke Issei. Soon they were already back on the path towards the park. "So what are your parents like?" asked Issei. "My mom is a very busy person, I'm usually alone," spoke Kuno. "That must be tough, I know what it is like to be alone," responded Issei. "What do you mean?" asked Kuno. "All my life, you could say I was an outcast, sometimes people would play with me, other times I was alone by myself. So I did things on my own," spoke Issei. "You aren't that bad, you're my friend," responded Kuno. "Thanks Kuno-chan," spoke Issei. "No problem, Eyes," responded Kuno. They were back in the center of the park. "Let's find my parents, they can help find your mom," spoke Issei as he looked around. "Thanks," responded Kuno. So they both went around the park in search of Issei's parents so they could find Kuno's mom. Soon they found them sitting on a bench near the water. "Issei, where did you go?" asked his foster mom, who looked upset. "Who's this little girl with you, foster dad?" "This is Kuno, and she is lost and can't find her mom. I found her while exploring the park," spoke Issei. "Well Kuno, where does your mother live? I'm sure she is worried about you," spoke his foster mom. "She lives in the main shrine in Kyoto," responded Kuno with a smile. "Okay then, let's get you back to your mother, darling," spoke the foster mom. And so they walked out of the park and headed towards the shrine. The foster parents wanted to know what her family was like, if Issei was friends with them. "So Kuno, what is your family like?" asked the foster mom. "My mom is usually busy with work, so I don't have many friends to play with, so I'm usually alone," spoke Kuno sadly. Issei could feel her sadness roll off of her. It wasn't an unusual feeling to him. He old feel energies and emotions come off of people, like it was in Sixth Sense. He didn't tell anyone this, since they would most likely think he was crazy, but it happened to him more times than he could count. So he naturally comforted Kuno when he felt her sadness. She smiled bright at his gesture. She knew she had someone who would be there for her and vice versa. Soon they arrived at the base of the shrine. To say it was big was an understatement. The steps leading up to it seemed to be a tiring set. But nonetheless the group walked up them. Soon they were in front of a large, ornate shrine. They stood before two huge double doors with intricate designs and patterns along the material. They did the right thing and knocked a couple times instead of barging in. Soon the two doors opened, revealing a long hallway with multiple corridors. "Yes, how can I help you?" asked a male that looked to be a servant of some type. But when his eyes laid upon Kuno, he quickly opened both of the doors wide so they could come in. "Kuno, your mother has been worried sick, where have you been?" asked the man. "I went outside to play, but I got lost and Eyes here found me and helped me get back," spoke Kuno, pointing to Issei. "Thank you, young man, Please follow me, I'm sure Kuno's mother would like to thank you in person. Spoke the man. They all bowed and walked in and followed the man as he walked them towards the main room. The shrine was well built and decorated on the inside, not to mention all the people that were there. Normal people wouldn't think twice of the matter, but Issei had a feeling that something was off with it all. Call it a gut feeling. Little did he know he was right, he would be in for a surprise when the truth was revealed. As they rounded a corner, they were met with another pair of double doors. Soon they were opened to reveal a woman who looked to be in her late 20s with the same features as Kuno. Issei could tell the similarities to know she was her mother. She looked up to them with red puffy eyes. She must have thought her daughter was gone for good. That's when she came rushing to give Kuno a bone-crushing hug. Kuno, thank God you're back, muttered her mother. Mom, I'm fine. Issei here found me and brought me back, spoke Kuno. The mother then pulled away to get a better look at the boy who brought her daughter back. After looking over him for a good minute, she quickly embraced the young boy, surprising many people in the room at her action. The moment she did this, however, she felt a chill go down her spine as she noticed something. A dormant yet dark presence within this young child, maybe a sacred gear. No, it's both, a sacred gear and his blood, whoever his true parents are, he inherited their power, and I doubt if he knows of his power, thought the mother. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to me, Issei, spoke the mother. Issei Hyodo, and these are my foster parents, responded Issei, pointing to the other adults behind him. I'm Yusaka, and once again thank you for bringing my daughter back, spoke Yusaka. She once again looked at Issei. She looked fairly interested in the young boy. She had already decided her next course of action for the boy. Since it seems that Kuno made a new friend, Issei, how would you like to play with her more often? Asked Yusaka. I would love to, shouted Issei with joy. Yusaka looked over to the parents to judge their expressions to see what they were thinking. They had wide smiles, so she assumed they liked the idea. That sounds like a wonderful idea, it will get him out of the house more often, spoke the foster mom with a wide smile. Yes honey, it sure is, spoke the foster dad. Well then, it's settled. Issei, you are welcome anytime you want, just drop by and you will be welcomed, spoke Yusaka with a smile. She did have ulterior motives to the boy, but they weren't harsh or bad. She wasn't trying to manipulate him at all, she actually felt like it was her responsibility that the child knew of who and what he was, and how to control his abilities to his fullest potential. She just wanted to keep an eye on him, and help him grow, so that one day he could be ready to face the world on his own. What she didn't know that fate had already begun to work. He would start to learn about who he is and why, but it wouldn't be disastrous. Soon Issei and his family left. Before saying goodbye to Kuno, Issei would be visiting soon. They decided every few days would be reasonable to fit in their schedules. As they arrived home, Issei was strangely wide awake. Not 1 ounce of tiredness in his bones. The family didn't think nothing of it, but this was the start of a long change that would happen deep within Issei. So Issei just did what he normally did when he couldn't sleep. He took a long hot shower, then went to his room to watch TV until he fell asleep. If anyone was in the room with Issei at night, they could start to see him roll around at night in his sleep. He seemed to be having a nightmare. The nightmares weren't uncommon with Issei, he has had them before, nothing too much, but some were badder than others. But lately he had been having them. Little did he know that all this was only the beginning in this new life he was now forced to live. Issei didn't really think too much of Kuno and her mother, they seemed like normal people in his mind. But he had no clue that something deep and ancient was stirring within him. He felt like he was being watched constantly. It didn't seem right sometimes, but he never questioned it. It's been a few days since the last time he was over at the shrine. He was going to go later. He began to watch TV as he thought about what had happened in his dreams. He had been having nightmares for a couple or more days. And it was the same nightmare. He didn't know why it was happening to him. And it was the same nightmare each damn time. He had been dreaming that he was in an old London neighborhood with a dark creature. Every time he would get cornered by it, he would wake up drenched in sweat. It wasn't the nightmare that annoyed him and bothered him, it was the fact it was the same one over and over again. He knew it was wrong. That a normal person shouldn't have a reoccurring nightmare almost every damn day. It only added more suspicion for him to think about. But he was brought out of his thoughts as his foster mom called him. Honey, aren't you going to Kuno's today? Asked his foster mom with confusion. Yeah, I'm going to head out in a little bit, spoke Issei. Okay then, you behave yourself over there, spoke his foster mom. I will, responded Issei. He did behave himself when he was there. But he thought there was more to it, but he didn't know what or why, but he didn't know it would all be explained to him soon enough. He was already getting ready to go play with Kuno at the shrine. He was getting in the shower. He was already out and sitting down at the counter ting his lunch before he would head out towards the shrine. He didn't know what time it was when he left, but he felt off about 15 minutes into the walk to the shrine from his house. He couldn't put his finger on it exactly, but he knew something was wrong. There was no one around, not a single sound heard from the area he was. It was like ITK away by all ears. He felt like he was being watched, but it wasn't normal. No one was around him. He didn't see anyone as he did a full 360 spin, but the feeling stayed. It felt like 1,000 stares directed all at once from all around him, but it didn't feel menacing or scary. It felt like they were observing him, watching him closely as he moved, almost like a big brother of sorts. He didn't know why he felt this way, but he knew it wasn't just him hallucinating or dreaming. He didn't know why or what it meant. But the one thing he failed to notice was that all the darkness and shadows around him looked like it was going towards him, almost like it was reaching out. Scene break. Yusaka's shrine. Issei finds himself standing at the bottom of the steps that lead to the top where the shrine is. Such a long walk up these steps. Good thing there's still some daylight left, thought Issei as he started his trek up the stairs. Soon before he knew it, he was panting with his hands on his knees in front of the shrine doors, trying to catch his breath. Soon he was already knocking on the door waiting for someone to answer. The door opened to reveal one of the servants of the shrine. Oh, you must be Issei. Kuno talks about you quite a bit. She will be excited to see you. She is currently in her mom's office, spoke the lady at the door. Thanks ma'am, responded Issei as he walked in. He was already walking down the hallway and arrived in front of Yusaka's office. So he knocked on the door like he usually did, trying to be on his best behavior. He heard a muffled reply telling him to come in. So he opened the door. Find Kuno running crazy around the room, while Yusaka was focused on paperwork. They both didn't notice him until they heard a hard cough come from the door. Kuno had a very happy and giddy expression on her face as she ran towards Issei. Eyes-kun, shouted Kuno as she buried her head in his chest. Kuno-chan, I'm happy to see you too, responded Issei as he embraced her back. Yusaka was smiling at this interaction between her daughter and Issei, but something else was on her mind about the unique boy. Something she needed to figure out. But she felt something off. She didn't know what was off with the boy, but she could tell something was bothering him. She decided to ask him later. Little did she know the meaning behind all the things that had transpired in the last few days held grave importance to it. And the fact that it would upset the balance between her world forever if light was shed on just who this little boy was and how powerful he could be in the future. Unfortunately for her, it would be revealed to all around them who he was and just how powerful he truly was, even if she didn't expect it. Have you been getting a good amount of sleep? Asked Kuno while looking at the bags under his eyes. Yusaka perked at this statement. Why wasn't he getting any sleep lately? Is it starting? Thought Yusaka as she gazed intently at the source of her confusion. Kun, is something wrong? Why haven't you been getting any sleep? Asked Yusaka walking over towards the two. Call it a gut feeling once again, but Issei felt suspicion behind her words. He didn't know why though, like all the other unexplained things that happened recently. So he decided to just answer normally than rather question her. I've been having reoccurring string of nightmares lately, spoke Issei as he sighed with sadness. This only pushed Yusaka to wonder even more of the meaning behind it, while Kuno, oblivious to her mother's thoughts on the matter, proceeded to bear hug Issei with tears flowing out of her eyes. That definitely could be a sign of it. I think I should have him stay the night a few times to see how it plays out. If he is awakening his sacred gear, it could shed some light on just what he is. I haven't felt an aura more foreboding than this one for sure, thought Yusaka as she came up with a plan. Issei, why don't you stay the night tonight? It's already getting dark outside. I'll call your parents and tell them you're staying here for the night, spoke Yusaka. Kuno broke into a happy but worrisome expression. Okay then, that's fine, but where will I sleep? Asked Issei. In my room, spoke Kuno. That's fine, you kids, go have fun. I'll call your parents now, Issei, don't worry about it, spoke Yusaka as she went back to her desk. So the two of them went walking hand in hand throughout the halls to her room. So the two of them arrived in Kuno's room. They both sat on the bed and turned on the TV. Kuno was worried for Issei, since it seemed like he had a far-off look in his eyes as the two watched the TV. There was also the fact of his nightmares. She wanted to ask about them, but she didn't want to be rude or inconsiderate, so she just asked normally. Ise-kun, spoke Kuno, snapping Issei out of his trance. Yes, Kuno-chan, responded Issei. Do you mind telling me what your nightmares are about? Asked Kuno. Now this shocked Issei, for a couple of reasons actually. He did want to tell her, but he had a feeling that if he told anyone they would think he was crazy. He didn't want to be any more of an outcast than he was already. Sure, I guess, sighed Issei with his eyes closed. Kuno's only response was embracing him, quickly trying to comfort him into telling him so it would be easy for him. It always starts off in a medieval setting. It's the same thing every few nights the past week. I'm getting chased by some sort of creature. I can't tell what it is due to it being completely covered in darkness. I don't know why either. Every time it corners me in a dead alley, it moves to strike me. That's when I wake up covered in sweat. Explained Issei about his to Kuno, who was listening intently. This only made Kuno tackle into the ground in a rib-crunching hug. While she let her tears fall, he embraced her back, telling her he was fine now. But she knew better. Why don't you lay down and try to get some sleep, Ise? I will be right here the whole night if you need me, spoke Kuno. After a few moments of him thinking about it, he reluctantly agreed to her request. And he did lay down, but he didn't realize what he had just done. Fate was already weaving the strings of his life to the way it needed. He would realize it all sooner than he thought. He was laying down for about 15 minutes before Kuno silently left to talk to her mother about what Issei told her about his nightmares. She had a bad feeling, and for good reason. She knew since the first time she met him he wasn't totally human, and her mother agreed with her. She was walking down the hallway towards her mother's office. She arrived at the door and opened it to see her mother working on some paperwork, most likely for their faction. Kuno walked up to her mother after opening the door. Gaining her undivided attention, she began to speak about what she needed. Mother, I think you should know about Issei's nightmares. He told me, and it doesn't seem right, spoke Kuno. Yusaka widened her eyes at this statement. What about a nightmare wasn't right? Okay, then close the door and tell me what he said to you, responded Yusaka. Scene break. Issei's subconscious. Issei didn't know what to think of his current situation. Not one thought occurred to him. He was dreaming, he was sure of it, but it was too vivid. Almost surreal. All he see. Old sea was in pitch black void stretching out as far as his eyes could see. He still didn't know how or why, but he would soon find out. Indeed, he couldn't see where he was going. He couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. But he kept on walking. It seemed like he was walking on for about 30 minutes, he still didn't understand it at all. While he was trying to come up with a reasonable explanation to why his dream was so surreal and vivid to him, something brought him out of his thoughts to answer just that for him. So you are my host, huh? Spoke a voice that radiated an insanely vast amount of power in every direction. Issei frantically whipped his head around, trying to find the owner of Still Darkness. What the? Thought Issei. You aren't imagining things, Issei Hyodo, spoke the voice again while chuckling. Issei's eyes widened like saucers in a mere second after hearing the voice once again. This can't be real, just a dream. That's right, a dream, thought Issei, trying to calm down himself. While this is kinda a dream, although I assure you I am very much real, spoke the voice again. Show yourself, shouted Issei. Are you sure about that? Chuckled the voice. Yes, responded Issei. Very well, you have some balls, boy. Not that many people who know of my identity wouldn't dare want to see my full form, spoke the voice again. Issei gulped at this. Then all of a sudden the pitch black void he was in turned a violent shade of purple mixed with a mild blue. But that wasn't what shocked him. No, not at all. It was the dragon that was towering above him. It was easily 60 times his size. With eyes that held a gaze that would scare anyone into submission, it stared down at Issei. It didn't make any movements. It stared at him for what seemed an eternity, like it was evaluating him. Dragon, stuttered Issei in awe of the creature before him. You don't seem afraid of me, spoke the dragon. Not really, responded Issei. Why's that? Closing square bracket, asked the dragon, baring his teeth for him to see. I don't really know why. You said it yourself that this is like a dream, but I also have this feeling of similarity to you somehow, explained Issei. The dragon didn't respond just yet. It looked on at Issei in confusion, before its eyes widened. Interesting, what are the chances? Muttered the dragon as it looked at Issei. What do you mean? Asked Issei confused. Question boy, what your parents like? Asked the dragon. They're nice people, but they aren't my real ones. I don't know my true parents, I'm adopted. Responded Issei. The dragon's eyes widened fast. Then it narrowed as fast as well, almost as if it realized something. Listen boy and listen well, you better get comfy, this will take a while to explain. Spoke the dragon. Issei only nodded his head before sitting down. I will be blunt with you boy, listen well, I will not repeat anything I say beyond this point, we frankly don't have the time. Spoke the dragon. Issei only nodded again, wondering just what he got himself into. Issei Hyodo, you are not human. Spoke the dragon. What do you mean? Asked Issei, who was shocked once again. Think of the world you live in as a coin. On one side you have the human world, on the other is the supernatural side. Both exist at the same time, but barely anyone from the human side knows of the supernatural. Spoke the dragon. So myths and gods and stuff like that? Asked Issei. Yes, you have a variety of creatures and gods that roam the world, some are insanely powerful, then you have factions, there are a multitude of factions that coexist with each other. The most known are the three factions, devils, angels and fallen angels, then you have other factions that deal with them, such as the Yukai, as you are currently resting in the capital of the Yukai faction, Yusaka is their leader, the nine-tailed fox. Spoke the dragon. Issei's eyes widened again after that statement. What about dragons? Asked Issei. The dragon only closed its eyes and huffed. Dragons are a special case. Spoke the dragon. What do you mean? Asked Issei. In mostly every culture there is, whether it's fallen angels, devils, angels or the rest of the supernatural world, dragons have always been respected and feared for their power that can lay waste to the biggest cities. Due to this insane amount of power, most of our existence is loathed by some people. Dragons are rare nowadays, most of the were sealed into sacred gears like Didrag and Albion, the heavenly dragons. Explained the dragon. Sacred gears? Asked Issei confused. A sacred gear is a weapon that is given to humans by God. Some sacred gears are vastly powerful, such as yours. Explained the dragon. God gave me my sacred gear. Muttered Issei in awe. There are some beings who conceal themselves in a gear, I was bored. Chuckled the dragon. So who are you? Asked Issei. My name Are you sure? Once you know who I am and who you really are, there is no going back. Spoke the dragon. There was no going back the moment I entered this dream-like state. Responded Issei with a scoff. Ha, I like you boy, you got some guts, very well. Spoke the dragon. Issei just stood there waiting. I am Erebus, the primordial dragon of the darkness, the primal darkness that is in you. Spoke Erebus. Dragon of the darkness. Muttered Issei in awe. Yes, I am the dragon of darkness. But enough about me, let's focus on you now. Spoke Erebus. What about me? Asked Issei confused. A lot actually, for starters about just who you really are. Spoke Erebus. Who am I? Asked Issei confused. There are some parts I cannot explain about you, I'll start off with just what you really are. Spoke Erebus. Okay. Spoke Issei, wanting him to continue. Why? Oh, you have what are called primordial traits or gifts. Explained Erebus. Primordial gifts? Asked Issei confused. Primordials are beings that get their power from a single source, that source is USUA. LLY, a physical manifestation of their power. There are tons of primordial beings that are known throughout the supernatural world. Examples are life, death, space, time, earth, fire, water, wind, darkness, light, chaos, balance. These beings are vastly powerful, but these beings are ancient. Some don't even pop up in public anymore. They are just left to their own devices. Primordial gifts are abilities that are inherited from a parent. Whoever your true parents are, they had connections to a primordial, and such you gained them by being their offspring. You are very powerful, you have quite the arsenal of abilities to use to decimate your enemies. Explained Erebus. So you're a primordial of darkness Asked Issei. I am the primordial of darkness. Spoke Erebus. So what can I do? Asked Issei. Despite your primordial gifts, you have inherited the will of the shadows. Explained Erebus. Will of the shadows? Asked Issei confused. The will of the shadows is in your blood, you feel it right? You said it yourself, you feel a similarity to me. That's because you control the shadows, you can make them bend to your will. That is a very powerful ability that you gained from your bloodline. Spoke Erebus. Issei's eyes widened as remembered his nightmares and the feeling he got at nighttime. The nightmares then, muttered Issei while thinking. Ah, the nightmares, yes, I can see through your memories. They were a sign of your awakening into the supernatural world. They shouldn't happen anymore since I'm now fully awake, and like you thought at nighttime you have a magnetic pull to the darkness, yes. Explained Erebus. Yeah, when I was walking to the shrine at night, I felt like I was being watched, but it was massive but at the same time not threatening. Spoke Issei. The shadows realize who you are. They are bound to your will. If you can master all your abilities you can be insanely powerful, most likely top 5 most powerful beings in existence. Spoke Erebus. What about the sacred gear? Asked Issei. The sacred gear Absolute Darkness is the one you have. It boosts your power and abilities by erasing any trace of light near you and replacing it with darkness, effectively boosting your strength. Explained Erebus. So pretty much a combo type? Asked Issei. Yes, fitting for you, it is a terrifying combo against the unlucky. Spoke Erebus. What about these primordial gifts I have? Asked Issei. You have 5 primordial gifts. Explained Erebus. Well, what are they? Asked Issei. In time you will learn how to use them, but first you need to get stronger. I will help you along the way. It is time to wake up now. Spoke Erebus. Before Issei could tell what was going on, he felt lightheaded and dizzy. He was blinking a few times trying to clear it up. Then he realized something. He was awake and staring at the ceiling fan. He was staring so long trying to process everything he failed to notice someone besides him, specifically Kuno, was using him as a body pillow. You, what the, thought Issei as he looked down to see 2 hands encircle his waist. He quickly blushed up a storm as he saw Kuno sleeping peacefully while hugging him. Soon he was able to wiggle himself out of her grasp, and he stood up and stretched. That's when he remembered his dream. It wasn't real, was it? No, it couldn't, thought Issei, trying to find a valid reason. It was real and everything I told you was true. You are not human, Issei Hyodo. Spoke Erebus in his head. So it's all real, thought Issei awestruck. So what now? Asked Issei. You need to talk to Yusaka, but I warn you. With being who you are, people will try to deceive you for their own personal gain. Your presence is like a beacon for all who are near you to see. You need to be trained. So you can defend yourself when the need arises. I will tell you want to say to Yusaka. It's best that way so we can get what we need without being tricked. She is a tricky woman, she most likely won. TSU on her side since she found you first. Spoke Erebus. Okay then, responded Issei. So he walked down the hallways towards Yusaka's office. He arrived at the door and was ready to knock. What do I ask her when I'm in there? Asked Issei. Ask her how to summon your sacred gear, then I will talk to her after. Explained Erebus. Okay, responded Issei. After a few knocks the door was opened by Yusaka. She looked confused as to why Issei would come to her office this early in the morning. She didn't know exactly what he wanted to talk about, so she just ushered him in the room and closed the door behind him. So Issei-kun, what can I do for you? Asked Yusaka, wondering what he needed. How do I summon my sacred gear? Asked Issei. That was unexpected. She clearly didn't expect that question. Pardon, responded Yusaka. How do I summon my sacred gear? Asked Issei once again. Her eyes widened. How does he know? Thought Yusaka. Where did you hear that? Asked Yusaka carefully and cautious. The being in my subconscious told me of the supernatural world. Spoke Issei. She then took a sigh with a breath of relief. Okay then, to summon your sacred gear, imagine the strongest tea in you can think of and focus it to the place that feels right to you. Explained Yusaka. Let's see what happens, thought Yusaka as she waited. So Issei thought about it for a minute. He had his eyes closed, slowing his breathing trying to focus, when all of a sudden he felt a sharp pain in his shoulders. He heard Yusaka gasp, which caused him to open his eyes and see what startled her. The room was suddenly darkened by a lot. The candles in the room were instantly blown out. What a powerful sacred gear, muttered Yusaka. Issei walked over to the mirror to see what it looked like. Once he saw it he was amazed. Starting from his shoulders downwards to his hands were covered in a pitch-black armor with onyx gems on top of both his hands. Good job, kid, this is it. Spoke Erebus out loud, startling Yusaka even more. Who are you? Asked Yusaka. Leader of the Yukai Yusaka. My name is Erebus, I'm sure you know who I am. Spoke Erebus. Yusaka paled faster than she knew. She almost wanted to throw up. Absolute darkness, muttered Yusaka. Indeed it is, spoke Erebus. That would explain his aura, it seemed to grow now that you have awakened in him, Spoke Yusaka. While that is true, there is more to this boy than you think. He has inherited quite the arsenal of abilities. Explained Erebus. What abilities? Asked Yusaka. Currently I have found 5 primordial gifts, and he has inherited the will of the shadows. Spoke Erebus. Yusaka's eyes widened to saucers. She knew about primordial gifts. Any faction leader knew of the ancient beings that held vast amounts of power. What gifts? Asked Yusaka. Tempest, void, moon, frost, shadows. Explained Erebus. You're kidding, muttered Yusaka. What does all that mean? Asked Issei confused. It means you have these 5 gifts. They are usually manifested in a physical way, though some can be mental. These particular gifts are among the strongest to be known about, and to wield 5 at the same time just adds more power. Explained Erebus. The shadow gift, I thought he had control of them, not a gift. Asked Yusaka confused. It seems he has both. Responded Erebus. Yusaka was silent. You must see the situation now, he needs to be trained. If trained right he could be unstoppable to anyone foolish enough to get in the way of his path, but if this power was to fall into the wrong hands it would be catastrophic. Spoke Erebus. You're right, I will personally overwatch his training so he can master his abilities. Spoke Yusaka. Issei, you will need to learn how to master your newfound abilities. You will attract powerful people, power attracts power. Explained Erebus. Issei, he is right, for now go back to sleep and we will pick this up later. I have stuff I need to do and I need time to think this through. Spoke Yusaka. Very well, responded Issei. So Issei walked back towards Kuno and snuggled back up against her while thinking to himself about his new life he had gotten handed to him. Issei cool. Didn't believe all he was told about the new world he suddenly found himself. He could hardly believe it all, but the dragon was still there and it always is. He is currently walking towards Yusaka's of Vice as she instructed him for his first time training. Issei soon found himself inside her office while waiting for Yusaka to finish her current paperwork she was doing. Prepare yourself boy, today will be a tough one. Yusaka is known to be someone to push hard. Erebus said to Issei in his head. Yusaka turned her head towards Issei and gave him a smile, but this smile hid something under it, he knew it too. Ah Issei, welcome. Today we will start your training, but first I have a few questions for Erebus. Yusaka spoke after seeing Issei. Suddenly 2 pale black lights glowed on the back of Issei's hands. They pulsed with each word Erebus spoke. What do you need? Erebus asked Yusaka in confusion. Firstly, just what is he? I can sense quite the amount of magical energies colliding within him. And it's balanced in such a way that I don't feel any negative effects. Yusaka said, well, he is a 4-way hybrid, dragon, devil, human, and fallen angel, and about his energies, it is me that is regulating him. He will soon find there are a lot of drawbacks to his power. Erebus answered her question. What kind of drawbacks? I'm trying to formulate a training schedule that is best suited for him. Yusaka asked. Well, firstly, since the nature of his power is dark, it will consume more of his strength and energy faster than anyone else. Erebus replied. Okay then, he needs to strengthen his body to be able to handle more of his power. Could he learn senjutsu? Yusaka asked curiously. Yes, he could learn it, but I can't say the effects his power will have on it. Erebus answered. What do you mean? Asked Yusaka confused. Senjutsu is a technique that involves ki or chakra, the natural life force of a person and their surroundings. Since his power is inherently dark, it could have an unforeseen effect on its capabilities, but I say go for it, he could be more powerful because of it. Erebus answered. Okay Issei, can you try and do me a favor? Asked Yusaka, wanting to see something obviously. Sure, what is it? Issei responded confused. Try to release your wings. Yusaka asking with anticipation. Erebus, how do I release my wings? Issei asked in his head. Imagine 2 dragon wings coming out of the center of your spine. You should feel something tearing as if it wants to get out. Erebus explained to Issei. Issei then closed his eyes and started to focus. He though about what Erebus said and imagined the dragons he saw in movies and the one that resided in his sacred gear. He soon felt something start to grow outwards from his back. He finally felt that it was all out and turned his head to look at what it was. His stir black. If someone were to look closer at the appendages where the wings would fold, they would see feathers lined across each appendage, but that wasn't all that shocked Issei. It was the dark blue lightning that was crackling and coursing through his wings. Congrats boy, this is the primordial wings of the Tempest. They can summon powerful winds and storms to decimate entire cities if you so desired. Erebus spoke aloud. Issei smiled like a child at Christmas. Acting on instinct, he flapped his wings a few times to get a feel for them. The result was astounding. Gale force winds powerful enough to uproot a tree came surging from the wings as the lightning on them rattled and sparked in ferocity. Yusaka's office and hair was completely trashed. Issei, Yusaka muttered with a red face. Issei gulped as a predatory grin came across her face, but there was something else underneath it, something that she couldn't let out just yet. I want you to clean up this mess you made, while I go take a shower so I can clean myself up. Yusaka said, instantly getting up and rushing out the door. Scene break. Issei's house. Closing curly bracket. Issei finally sits himself on his bed as he recalls the day's events. After Yusaka told him to clean up his mess, he did, even though it took an hour. Then Yusaka had pushed in his training harder than he thought she would. His body was completely sore, so the moment he got home he laid on his bed to try to help it. It didn't help that he had to go back tomorrow morning for more training. As he lays on his bed, the gears in his head start to turn as he thought back on the day, and started to notice some things that stood out, but Erebus interrupted his thoughts suddenly. Issei. Erebus spoke suddenly. Yes, Issei replied to the dragon in his head. It's time for you to start your training with your shadow abilities. Erebus explained to the boy. Okay then, Issei responded as he got off his bed and walked outside. Since it's nighttime, it is the perfect place to start your training. Erebus spoke. So what do I do? Issei asked, confused. First you need to concentrate and absorb all the darkness around you to go into a form called Shadow's Embrace. Erebus explained. So Issei stood straight and closed his eyes and took deep breaths. He could hear everything around him in the dead of night, the leaves rustling. Everything was silent that he could hear a pin drop a block away. Soon he felt like gravity was zeroing in on just him only, like it was his target. If anyone was near him, they would see his hair start to turn black and wisps of shadows floating off the strands. His arms had been completely covered in shadows. They marked every inch of his body in darkness. It looked surreal, as if each piece of darkness was breathing as it moved around his body. Issei opened his eyes and he was certainly astonished. He suddenly had better vision at night. He looked at his hands to see his normally white skin replaced with sleek dark shadows that looked alive as they curled around his fingers and arms. He looked to the ground to see a pool of shadows all around him. Congrats. This is the form known as Shadow's Embrace. It enhances all your strength, speed and awareness. They look alive due to the fact they are constantly acting as a shield for your body. You can will them to change shape as you see fit. You can make a weapon or any other object if you so desired. Erebus explained. So what do you want me to do? Issei asked. For now just get used to the form. You need to adapt to it so it won't consume so much of your energy at once. Erebus replied. Issei then started walking. As he was walking along the sidewalk, he felt like he wasn't heavy at all, like gravity was gone. He looked around him. He could see all the shadows on him moving with every fiber as he did. He then got a grin as he got an idea. He crouched as if he was getting ready for a sprint. He too came off a split second later, running as fast as he could. It was incredible to him as he flew past at amazing speeds. He looked behind to see the road covered in dirt and trash. Oops, thought Issei with a chuckle. Erebus, you said I can make a weapon with this form? Issei asked the dragon. Yes you can, but be careful, if you overdo it, you will be drained. Erebus explained. Issei acknowledged the dragon's warning. As he closed his eyes he remembered the swords he saw in the movies and games he would play. In his palm the shadows started to respond as they started to swirl and rotate quickly. He felt the pressure increase on his hand. He soon opened his eyes to see the shadows forming into an average-sized sword, but it was extremely sharp. It was a midnight black color with wisps of shadows coming off the blade's edge. He twirled it around a few times to get a feel for it. He then proceeded to do diagonal slash and the result was astonishing. The blade launched a wave of pure dark energy down the path it was swung. That is Shadow's Edge. As you can see, it emits a powerful wave of dark energy when you swing. The blade is also very sharp. Erebus spoke after seeing Issei form it. He was impressed at the progress he came in just one night. Okay then, I think that's enough for tonight then, I'm drained. Issei thought as he took deep breaths. I told you to be careful, your power consumes more strength than normal. You need to get stronger to be able to handle more. Erebus said. So how do I revert out of this form? Issei asked, confused. Just will the shadows to go back, and you will revert back out of it. Erebus explained. And so Issei focused on the shadows going back, and he started to feel like he gained a ton of weight. His hair went back to the normal color. He looked at his arms to see they were normal as well. He grinned to himself knowing he done it right. Soon Issei was already walking upstairs and on his bed passed out from exhaustion. Scene break. Morning. Issei was awake pretty early due to his alarm reminding him he had training with Yusaka. He groaned as he got up and went towards the shower. He did feel exhausted due to last night. He thought he did overdo it a bit. Soon he was feeling a little better as he got out of the shower and was sitting downstairs. He still had a little while before he had to head out, so he got some breakfast and sat down on the couch. He heard his mother come downstairs. He looked to the clock on the wall to see it was still a little earlier than when he would usually be up. "Hun, aren't you supposed to be going to Kuno's today for studying?" asked Issei's foster mom, oblivious to the supernatural. Issei almost laughed at that statement since his foster parents had no knowledge of the supernatural world. So they were told he was studying over there to improve his grades. "I'm going to head out in a little bit," Issei replied to his foster mom. Soon after 30 minutes passed, Issei was ready and go. Tee up and headed out the door and started towards Yusaka's shrine. As soon as he opened the door to the shrine, he was tackled by Kuno in a bear hug. "Ise-kun, how are you?" Kuno asked while hugging him. "Kuno-chan, I'm fine. Could you please get up off of me?" Issei replied, trying to breathe. You're no fun," pouted Kuno. "Don't worry, we will play later," Issei replied to the girl next to him. "Mother also wanted to see you," Kuno told him before headed towards her room. So Issei started towards Yusaka's office. Knowing today would be more training, he sighed to himself knowing today would be rough. As soon as he opened the door, he wasn't surprised to see Yusaka doing paperwork. Once she saw him, she smiled. "Hello Eyes, how are you?" Yusaka asked. "Good. Erebus taught me some new stuff," Issei replied. "Like what?" Yusaka asked, curious. "He taught me how to go into my shadow form and to use some of my abilities, but it drains me like he said it would, so for now I'm gonna focus on building my strength," Issei explained. "Why don't I teach you Senjutsu? It has healing properties that will help you last longer," Yusaka commented. "Should I?" Issei asked Erebus. "Senjutsu is fine to learn, Issei. As Yusaku last longer with its healing properties, also its defensive capabilities as well will help you too, but there is also some cons to it. When you absorb the natural energy around you, you are also taking all the malice it has, so you could go power crazy and go uncontrolled." Erebus spoke. What Erebus said is true. Senjutsu is the manipulation of one's ki or chakra and their surrounding natural energies. If it is used properly, it can be a big advantage in battle. Not just healing either, it can have both offensive capabilities as well as defensive, like Erebus said. If it is not done properly, you will go crazy and be uncontrolled, Yusaka explained. Issei thought about this for quite the amount of time, and he eventually came to a decision on his own. He would learn it and he would make sure that he wouldn't go power crazy with it. He would be better than that. Over the years that Issei had learned about what he is, he focused on building himself better. The 8-year-old boy had focused on building his muscle mass specifically to help build his endurance towards his shadow form. He could last about 3 hours in it currently before being completely drained. He started to learn Senjutsu as well. But he decided to hold off on it until later due to the fact it was too straining. He was going to start trying again later today after Erebus's training. He is currently walking around outside trying to find an area with no people like Erebus told him to do. Soon he eventually found himself in the forest. He grinned to himself, knowing the perfect place to train in here. He started walking off the trail and about 10 minutes later he came across a clearing about 20 feet wide, no one nearby at all, the perfect place to train. "Erebus, will this do?" Issei asked in his head. "It's fine, kid. Actually, you can use this place to practice Senjutsu when you're ready, but first we're gonna go over your shadow abilities and learn some new ones." Erebus explained what they were doing. "Okay, then what do you want me to do?" Issei asked curiously. "First go into your shadow form," Erebus answered with a smirk. As Issei tried, he felt like he was missing something. He wasn't able to go into his form for some reason. "I can't go into the form," Issei thought, confused. "Issei, the last time you went into your form was at nighttime, so there was no sunlight, darkness all around that allowed you to be able to quickly go into the form. Since there is sunlight now, you need to be able to pull the shadows towards you like a magnet to be able to go into your form," Erebus explained. Issei thought about what he said for quite some time and it made sense to him. No sunlight gave way for an easier transformation. while in sunlight he needed to be able to pull the shadows towards him. He wouldn't get the luxury of walking straight into a piece of shade just to transform in a battle, he needed to be able to do it on a split-second decision. He looked over one of the trees and saw a patch of shade that he could use. He took a few steps to it, and stopped about 10 feet from it. He closed his eyes and focused on the single patch of shade that he saw. He imagined it coming towards him on its own. If anyone was there to watch him, they would see that patch of shade start to morph and flex, like it was changing shape. It soon looked like it was growing a limb like a tree branch. The limb started to reach for Issei as if it was drawn to him. Issei felt something which caused him to open his eyes. He stared at the patch of shade as it came closer to him. He continued to focus as he saw the limb climb up his feet and started to cover his whole body. Congrats kid, you successfully willed the shadows to you. This is important to remember, they respond to how strong your willpower is. You must make them obey you, not the other way around. Now that you've successfully drawn out the shadows, it's time to work on your abilities. Erebus spoke. What do I do? Issei asked. We'll start with Shadow's Edge. It was the technique you used to make a blade and launch an energy wave. Erebus replied. Okay, what do you want me to do? Issei responded to him. First off, I get the feeling that you believe Shadow's Edge to be a type of technique that's good for one thing, when in reality it's good for everything. It is the physical manifestation of any object you can imagine. Not just a sword, you can make anything your imagination can come up with, just have enough focus and will the shadows to make it. Erebus explained to Issei. Anything I can imagine huh? Issei pondered on this for a while before getting an idea. Ever since he was a kid he always liked to watch supernatural movies. He remembered a sick scythe he saw from a Grim Reaper movie. He started to focus and imagine detailed in his head. He held out his palm and willed the shadows to make it. Soon he heard a swishing sound as he saw the shadows start to swirl and rotate as they grew and formed the scythe. The scythe he held in his hand looked like it was straight out of a horror movie. It was a sinister black with carvings all the way down the shaft of the scythe. The blade itself was creepy as well. It was super jagged as if someone took a grinder to it and fucked it up, making it sharper and more deadlier than before. It was super lightweight, allowing Issei to have a pretty fast swing. But there's something that bothered him. He remembered how he swung the sword and it emitted a wave of dark energy. The scythe didn't do that at all, just slicing through the wind. After a few tries he got frustrated and slammed the blade into the ground. That's when the energy wave came. But not the way the sword did it. The moment the blade of the scythe embedded itself in the dirt. The area directly in front of it had a decent-sized earthquake, about 6 feet across and 20 feet long, but that wasn't what shocked Issei. From the bottom of the earthquake seemed to unleash a massive amount of dark energy like a volcanic eruption. He was astonished at the power of the scythe unleashed. He now understood why Erebus and Yusaka took it personally to train him. He had diva stating power that could easily kill thousands of people. He thought that if this was powerful, he knew when he was older it would be indescribable. Issei, I'm impressed with the amount of power you unleashed at such a young age. Truly astonishing. As you may have noticed, the scythe had a different effect with your dark energy. That is because everything you make with Shadow's Edge is unique and will have different properties. Once you make it through, it is stored like a database, so you can summon the weapon easier. That scythe though is naturally powerful, by just having it makes you feared. Due to the fact that a scythe is carried by the Grim Reapers, the harvesters of souls that work for Hades. Erebus spoke. Okay then what now? Issei asked after discarding the scythe. He stared as it melted back into the pool of shadows under him. It's time for you to learn a new ability. It's called the Primordial Claws of the Moon. Erebus explained. Okay then how do I summon them? Issei asked confused. First you need to revert out of Shadow's embrace, then you need to focus on partially making claws on both of your hands without going into Shadow's embrace. If done correctly you will summon the claws of the moon. Think of werewolf claws to get a hand on it. Erebus explained. Issei thought about this for quite some time, thinking about what he saw in the movies he watched. He imagined razor-sharp claws that can pierce metal. He focused some of the shadows around him on both of his hands, forcing it to stay where it was. He started to form them. He had to resist the form taking it full form. He willed them to stay where they were. He soon felt a lot of weight on his hands. He looked at both of his hands to see 5 extremely sharp claws about 7 inches long that were pure white on both of his hands. The shadows didn't go past his elbows. The claws looked really sharp to him. He got a grin on his face as he dashed towards a tree near him and slashed a few times each with his handski. Hunks out of the tree. He looked to see it fall down in front of him. He made it a stump. Congrats, kid. I honestly didn't expect you to do this well today. These are the primordial claws of the moon, extremely sharp and fast. Easily enough to be able to pierce steel. Erebus spoke, deeply impressed. That is enough for today. You've far exceeded my expectations for today. Go home and rest. You've earned it, Issei. Erebus spoke before falling silent. So Issei made his way out of the forest and back to his house after a day of training with his dragon. Scene break. Issei's house. Issei awoke. To the sunlight shining through his window, he groaned as he realized he had to go to Yusaka's shrine today. He got up out of his bed tiredly and went to take a shower like he did every morning. Tear the shower. He left early to get a head start on his training with Yusaka and to have some time to play with Kuno. Soon he was standing before the shrine doors. He entered and was greeted by a hyperactive Kuno, who proceeded to jump up on him and hug him. Hi there, Kuno, Issei said while trying to maintain his balance. This statement only sparked a pout to come from her. He sighed to himself. Knowing he wouldn't win an argument with her, he decided to placate her as he intended to from the start. When will we play? Kuno asked. In a little bit, I swear. Issei responded. That's when Yusaka came into the conversation, surprising both of the young kids with what she was going to say. You two kids go play, Issei. Today is a free day. I have some important matters to attend to. Yusaka spoke before walking off. Kuno got a big grin as she got off of Issei and dragged him away to her room. Issei wasn't expecting this, but he wasn't complaining either. He actually liked that he was a BLE to play with Kuno for today without training. It would be a day he would enjoy. Soon the pair find themselves sitting in her room with the TV on. They hadn't really been able to actually play Tog Ether since Issei first found out about the supernatural world. He was too busy, but now he could play with her. She was beyond happy. She was ecstatic like a child at Christmas. Finally we get to play. Kuno screeched happily. I know it's been a while since we've had free time to ourselves. It's nice just with us. Issei replied happily. Kuno smiled and hugged him, in which he returned. Why don't we go outside? Issei asked. Sure, okay. Kuno beamed before hopping off the bed along with Issei. They went out to the back of the shrine where there was a small playground, where some other kids just happened to be playing. Probably the children of the shrine workers. Issei didn't really mind sharing it, neither did Kuno. They settled on playing tag with the other kids around, and soon everyone was running from Issei. Due to the fact that he was it, he didn't mind being the person who was chasing everyone. He thought of it as a way to build his stamina, sorta of a way to train while playing. He laughed at that thought as he chased Kuno around the playground a few times before switching on to the other kids. This lasted on for about an hour or so before everyone went back inside and ate dinner. Soon they both were pretty tired from a day of just them playing and being themselves like the kids they are. They eventually found themselves asleep holding onto each other in Kuno's bed. Away from the troubles of the world they lived in, if it was just for a moment, the two kids shared no worries of what the future could hold. Issei had left early to get to Yusaka's shrine. He was told to go to Yusaka's office first thing when he arrived at the shrine for the week. The moment he walked to her office door, he noticed there was someone else in the room with her. He could sense something else about her that bothered him. He opened the door slowly. He looked inside to see Yusaka with someone next to her. He walked in normally. Ah, Issei, you're here, Yusaka said suddenly. As he stepped closer, he got a good look at the new person in the room. She was wearing a white and red dress that went past her knees. Her hair was a sleek black as it flowed past her shoulders. Her eyes held a mischievous glint as she gazed at Issei. He could feel something now that he was up close. It felt like she was the opposite of him. She had the aura of the sun. Be wary of her, Issei. She is a god nonetheless. The fact she is Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. Erebus spoke suddenly. Amaterasu turned to Yusaka and started asked her a question. Is that him? Amaterasu asked, intrigued. Yes, that is him, Issei Hyodo, wielder of absolute darkness, and Erebus, the primordial dragon of darkness, as well as a bunch of primordial gifts like Tempest, as you already know. Yusaka responded. Amaterasu then walked closely up. She was clearly thinking about the boy. She had a sly smile as she walked up to him. Issei, is it? Amaterasu asked. Yes, and you are Amaterasu? Issei asked, wanting to confirm it. Amaterasu gained a sly grin quickly as she heard Issei. She needed to remind herself to not underestimate him. Even if he was a kid, he still held vast amount of power. Yes, I am. Very good intelligence, Issei. Amaterasu said with the same sly smile. and she had added an emphasis on his name. Yusaka clearly didn't like it at all. She would have to talk to her later about it, something had Issei didn't know about was going on between the two of them. Do you mind showing me your wings? Amaterasu asked with a pout. Sure. Issei responded sheepishly. Amaterasu then stood back and stared at Issei expectantly. He then backed up a few paces to get some room. He then stretched his arms and stood up straight and unfurled his wings for Amaterasu to see. As Amaterasu stared at the black wings that were released in the room, she started to circle around Issei to get a better view. As she started at the back of his wings, she then touched one of the wings to see what it felt like. Soft, she thought as she felt along the wings. She also noticed the feathers that adorned the wings as well. She quickly drew her hand back though as the lightning came to her hand and shocked it. So he's part fallen? Amaterasu asked. Yes, that is correct. He has 4 different species of blood in him: dragon, devil, human and fallen angel. Yusaka responded. Then he would need someone else to help with light manipulation. I may be the goddess of the sun but I don't know how angels' light works. Amaterasu responded. I guess I will have to make contact with Azazel. Yusaka muttered. Say Issei-kun, how would you like to come to Takamagahara sometime to train? My brother Susano in Tsukuyomi can help you train with some of your primordial gifts. I hear you also have the claws of the moon. Amaterasu spoke. Amaterasu didn't fail to notice the twitching of Yusaka's eyebrows when she added the kun suffix to his name. She smirked to herself as she felt her killing intent directed at her. Sure, he can go later. But now he has some training to start. Yusaka said, annoyed a bit. Okay then, Issei, when you're ready just tell Yusaka and she will contact me. Amaterasu said. She disappeared in a flash of light, leaving nothing behind. That woman. Yusaka muttered angrily. She then quickly calmed down and turned her attention to Issei, who was looking at her quizzically. Okay Issei, today we will start with senjutsu training. Yusaka said. Issei knew it would eventually happen. He held back the training for as long as he could. Now Yusaka was going to teach him heads on. Okay then, let's go. Issei responded dryly. Soon the both had walked out of the office and started towards the back of the shrine. They soon found themselves outside on a path leading into the woods. After 10 minutes of walking they arrived at a clearing with a waterfall and a river running through the center. Okay Issei, let's go over the basics of senjutsu, shall we? Yusaka asked. It's about the natural energies and life force around you, right? Issei responded confused. Basically yes, senjutsu is the manipulation of your life force called ki or chl energies that gather around you. Yusaka explained. Okay, so how do I use it and what can I do with it? Issei asked confused. There are multiple aspects of senjutsu, offensive and defensive both. This is mainly with a technique called tuki. Tuki is when you use your ki to form your energy around your body, thus strengthening it. It will increase your punch's power and your endurance will rise as well. To use it, concentrate the life force energy deep inside you and pull it out and form it into like a second layer of skin with it to form tuki. Yusaka explained. Issei listened intently to her explanation. He hadn't been able to get a good grasp on how it worked, hence he failed whenever he tried it on his own. Now that Yusaka was taking a heads-on approach, he would make sure to get a good grip on it to be able to use it effectively. So he sat down on the ground and closed his eyes and started to focus. As he felt the wind blow across his legs, he heard nothing but silence. He could tell Yusaka was still there watching him intently. She knew it would take a bit for it to happen, but he would get it under control nonetheless. Soon after 10 or so minutes of silence, Issei felt like he was being pulled into his subconscious like the first time. He didn't want to go there. He knew that wasn't right, so he forced himself to focus even harder, and that's when he felt it. A flicker. He felt a small flicker of energy deep inside. But he was feeling attracted to it. He was being pulled towards it, wanting it to be free. Yusaka hadn't really noticed anything special happening to Issei currently, but as a small black-like substance covered his arms, she was certainly intrigued. She had seen his shadow form and she knew this was different, but she hadn't expected this as his tuki. His shadow form was thinner and shallower while this was darker and thicker than what she had seen from his form. As she walked closer to get a better look, the tuki had grown even more, becoming stronger with each moment it grew. And it was radiating a powerful aura off of it too. To think his tuki would be directly affected by his power, and it is certainly powerful, more powerful than some of the best tuki I've seen. Guess I should have believed Erebus when he said it could be affected by his own power. Yusaka thought in awe and a chuckle. Issei didn't know what happened. First he remembered the feeling of a small flicker of energy and getting pulled towards it after forcing himself to focus even more when he felt him going into his subconscious, the moment he felt himself getting closer to the energy's signature it grew rapidly increasing the pressure he felt the closer he got to it, the moment he got to the energy signature it exploded with an enormous amount of power and pressure instantly bringing him back to the woods where he was focusing. He looked around to see Yusaka smiling widely, but there was something else behind it, he could feel it, he didn't understand it. So how do you feel? Yeah, Saka asked once she saw Issei look at her. Definitely different, it feels like my senses have all been increased to their max. Issei responded as he stood up. What do you mean? Explain what you feel, Yusaka asked intrigued. Issei looked to his arms and legs to see them completely covered in a darker substance. It was clearly different than his shadow form, this was darker and thicker and more powerful in nature. As Issei closed his eyes he could feel all the animals that were in the distant area, he could also see their paths like it was traced in an outline for him to see where they were going and the way they came. And everything moved slower for him, he could only wonder what else he would discover about this new form he had. If I close my eyes and focus, I can sense all the living beings in the area. I can see the path they are traveling on like an outline, I can see where they came from, everything slows down too, I can even feel what they are thinking, like an empathy link. Issei explained. Now Yusaka was clearly shocked at what he could do with his Tuki, it was unheard of, only the most powerful of senjutsu users could feel what they are thinking by an empathy link, it baffled her beyond belief. Erebus, any ideas on what this is? Yusaka asked. When I said it could have unforeseen effects based on his power, I wasn't lying, it seems he naturally mixed his shadow form with senjutsu resulting in a form that has abilities that haven't been heard of in centuries. In senjutsu the natural energies have to be gathered in order to even feel energies that would be a mile away. It seems his shadow form acted similar as a battery to store it and use it faster, giving him increased senses and even more powerful abilities. That could not be all that was affected, ONL. Why time will tell for him to discover what he can do with this new form. Think of it as an insight with your natural energy mixed with your shadow form. Erebus explained. Shadow's insight, Issei muttered in awe, a fitting name for such a powerful form. Yusaka added. Issei then got an idea, he willed the shadows to completely cover him in darkness while he was still in his insight form, the result shocked even Yusaka. She was quickly alarmed as Issei quickly disappeared from her sight, she looked around frantically to see if he just dashed out of sight to play a prank on her. Issei, where did you go? Yusaka asked aloud, clearly alarmed. I'm right here, Issei responded in a mischievous voice followed by a chuckle. It seemed when Issei willed the shadows to cover him completely he became invisible to Yusaka. A sort of camouflage that could be used against an enemy. It seems I found out how to make myself invisible with the shadows. Issei spoke. Well, revert back, today was a good day of training. Yusaka replied. As Issei willed the shadows to go back, Yusaka was watching the whole time to get a better understanding of how his powers worked, as she saw the Tuki he had formed go back with the shadows. She was intrigued again. It seemed that he did mix them both, making a new powerful form. As he appeared right in front of her the moment he reverted, she got a little shock of fright in her. To think he could be anywhere and have the advantage in a battle of not being able to be seen. Yusaka thought with a shiver. As Issei fell on one knee, it was obvious this new form exhausted him more than anything he had. It would take more training and putting his body to the ringer to get a good grip on stamina to help keep him going through a long fight. She quickly went to his side and helped him up and had him lean on her. Soon they were back at the shrine from a walk in the woods. You did well today, go to bed early tonight, you can sleep in Kuno's tonight, I'll call your parents and tell them you're going to spend the night, Yusaka said to Issei. Issei only nodded and walked off sluggishly. It was clear he was exhausted and would fall asleep any moment. As no way he could walk home without falling asleep outside. Scene break. 6 months later. Over the 6 months that passed after Issei gained his new form, he focused on building his body's endurance and stamina even more. So that he could last quite a bit longer, he was now able to withstand 12 hours of the shadow's insight form, and he was able to last a day in his normal shadow form. He was going to the shrine early. Since Yusaka told him the day before that it was important to come there at a certain time, she told him to be there at noon. He arrived normally at the shrine, and walked to her office. However, when he opened the door he was met with an unexpected thought. who was the new person in the room. He didn't know who he was, but it was clearly for some type of training that Yusaka had set up. He remembered the meeting with the goddess of the sun Amaterasu. He hadn't gone to train with her yet. He have to remind Yusaka about it. He assumed the two of them had a sort of rivalry. Since every time he brought up her name, she had a distraught expression on her face. He didn't know what the cause was, and he knew he hth it, but he didn't care about it at the moment. As he looked at the male in the room, he noticed a few things. Ever since he got his shadow's insight form, his senses overall increase. You could say he absorbed part of the insight's form into his natural senses. He could now feel and see things that would normally need the form, but it wasn't as potent and powerful as Shadow's insight. He only got a small portion of the power absorbed. He could feel this man's energy signature. To him it was gray, like it was tainted. There was something else about him. As he stared at him, he could tell he was powerful, but he was laid back and relaxed and at the saw. Meantime Issei could tell he was coiled like a cobra, ready to sink its fangs into someone who dared to antagonize him. Ah, Issei, you're here, that's good. I'd like you to meet someone who can help us with your training, Yusaka said once she saw Issei. The male turned towards Issei and just looked at him for a few minutes before speaking up. So this is the boy you were telling me you wanted me to look at? The male said. He wasn't really impressed. Yes, Azazel, if you weren't such a lazy ass and got up once in a while you would have met him earlier. I did contact you a couple months ago, right? Yusaka said with annoyance. This man turned out to be Azazel, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Issei now knew what this meeting was about. Azazel was going to teach him how to use his fallen angel side to manipulate light and use it properly. How much does he know? Issei asked to Yusaka. I only told him the basics, that there was a powerful person with fallen angel blood that needed training with light. Other than that, he doesn't know about your true powers. Yusaka replied. Wait, what am I missing? Azazel added, intrigued. Only that he is insanely powerful, powerful enough to one day match even a Mao. But you would already have known that if you bothered to get up off your lazy ass and come here earlier. Yusaka replied. Oh, how so is that possible? Azazel asked in disbelief. My sacred gear and my inherited abilities can kill thousands if I so wanted to. Issei added. What sacred gear and what are your inherited abilities? Azazel asked, intrigued. Absolute darkness, Issei said. It was those two words that made Azazel shocked. Just those two words. He knew what that sacred gear was and how powerful it could be. He knew most of the sacred gears that God made. He also knew beings that had enough power could seal themselves into a sacred gear. To think he was underestimating the kid, he quickly switched his thought process to not antagonize the boy. So Erebus aches his appearance once again in the world, huh? Azazel muttered. What do you mean? Issei asked, confused. Kid, you wield Erebus, the primordial dragon of darkness, power that is nearly limitless. Or like that cannon will change the world for better or worse. It is only a matter of time before you are dragged into the supernatural world due to your power. Azazel replied. What he says is true, Issei. Even without your sacred gear, your other abilities are also extremely powerful. Change will happen once they are aware of you, Yusaka said. Issei only groaned at this statement. He wasn't really one for politics. And he didn't want to be the center of attention either. He preferred to work behind the scenes unless it was necessary for him to come out into the light. Whatever, let's just get to training. When it comes to the other factions, I'll cross that bridge when the time comes. Issei said. I like this kid, Azazel said with a smirk. So training, you have a place where we can go? Azazel asked Yusaka. Yes, there is a training room in the shrine, Yusaka replied. So the three of them walked out of Yusaka's office and went towards the room where Issei would begin his light training with Azazel. Yusaka was coming along to see if his powers affected his light. Okay kid, how light magic works is this way. Devil's magic is technically unstable, hence its destructive power. Angels and Fallen's magic is more stable, and it can have the same destructive properties if done right. Magic in natural is very malleable, willing to change shape if you have the imagination to do so, Azazel explained. As Issei listened to his explanation, he tried to understand it. He hadn't really had any formal training or studies on magic and its properties, other than what he learned from Asaka's teachings. He didn't really get in depth with it. So what do I do? Issei asked, confused. Reach deep down and use your fallen angel blood to manipulate your light and form a light spear, Azazel explained. What Azazel didn't know that since he had an affinity for darkness, it wouldn't be that easy. It would be harder than what he said it would be, so Issei then sat down so he could focus better. Once he got focused, he searched for anything that would help him to find it, anything that had light by it, but he couldn't find anything, so he turned to the one thing that could possibly help him, the dragon. Any ideas, Erebus? Issei asked the dragon in his head. Just focus and pull any light you can find outwards. You have a natural affinity for darkness, Issei, so it will be near impossible to have an influence on light. The only reason you have the slightest chance is because it's fallen angel, beings that fell for sin. If you were a pure angel, I doubt you would be able to even summon light, less manipulate it. Erebus explained. Issei understood what Erebus said. He knew he had a natural affinity for darkness, hence his sacred gear and all his abilities. He knew it would take more effort than normal to be able to even summon a speck of light to use, so he did the only thing he could do. He steadied his breathing and started to focus even more. He needed to find some piece of light he could use, any piece would do. He thought of a few places where he could find it. He needed to stay away from anywhere his natural abilities would come into play. He finally thought of one place which could hold a small piece of light, if any was left in it. His heart. He was going to the source, trying to pick through all of the darkness that was there. He was trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. After what seemed like an eternity searching through all the darkness he finally came across a small speck of light. It was gray in color and tainted like a permanent stain on it, forever changed, never able to be cleansed. He opened his eyes and stood up, and now he could feel it. He looked to his hand and focused on condensing all the light he had in him. A gray light soon flooded the room as a ball the size of a bowling ball appeared in his hands. Azazel was smirking as he saw the light appear on Issei's hand. Yusaka looked proud, but she noticed that there was something else about the light. It had a strange aura around it. Yusaka couldn't tell what it was, and she didn't know if Azazel saw it or felt it. That is what angels and fallen use to attack. Light has the ability to be manipulated like it is clay. All you need is will, but your light, there's something about it. Azazel explained. What do you mean? Issei asked, confused. Yusaka wanted to know as well. If Azazel had known something about it, she would want to know. Normally light is pure even for fallen angels, but yours has the unmistakable sign of darkness on it. The light is tainted. Normally fallen angels' light is tainted to a small degree to accommodate for the sins they fell from, but it is never this much. Azazel explained. Could it be his unbreakiness? Yusaka added. What is that? Issei asked, confused. A technical term for darkness manipulation. Yusaka answered. Wait, what? Unbreakiness? Azazel asked in a panic, but there was something else behind it. Yes, unbreakiness, Azazel. His natural abilities deal with shadow and darkness manipulation. Yusaka spoke. Show me, was all he said. Yusaka had a blank face. She didn't really know why Azazel wanted to see his shadow abilities. But she didn't really care. Go ahead, Issei. Yusaka spoke. Azazel was shocked into his base shadow form. Covering himself in complete darkness, he summoned a sword with shadow's edge. Azazel was shocked at the power Issei was displaying so easily. It was astonishing the amount of aura he was releasing. Even Yusaka was having a hard time breathing with such a suffocating presence. Okay, I think that's good. Azazel said. Well, this is certainly unexpected. Azazel thought in awe. What is it, Azazel? Yusaka asked him. She could see the thinking expression on his face. She knew he was thinking about something. He sighed before he began to speak. When it comes to angels and fallen's light magic, there is one universal rule: never try to mix darkness with light. The result is usually very destructive. Like any other force or elements that are complete opposite, like fire and ice, they don't mix and result in destroying each other violently. For him to completely balance out the two without any negative effects is astonishing. Azazel explained. So what exactly is happening since it's balanced? Yusaka asked. Firstly, the holy presence is very low, but it's still there. Second, with the power of darkness on its side, it has the potential to have extreme growth since his power is near limitless. Low holy attributes but high physical power formed into one piece of magic. Azazel explained. With that light you summoned, you can form spears if you so wanted to, or you could make a sword and slash away at your enemies. Azazel added. Issei decided to go with a spear since he had a sword already with shadow's edge. He didn't really think he would use a spear that much, since his main abilities already gave him a powerful sword, so he imagined a normal spear shaft with an extremely sharp point. The result wasn't what he expected at all. It was completely different from what he imagined, completely jagged all along the shaft with a point sharper than razors. Well, that is one deadly spear. Must be the part darkness affecting the will, very dangerous indeed. Azazel spoke after seeing the spear form. Yusaka looked at it and she thought it was pretty sharp and deadly as well. Just continue to practice with forming spears and you should be able to get the hang of it, that's all there really is to light manipulation. Azazel spoke. I guess you got it under control, Issei. Azazel, you can leave if you want. Yusaka said. Azazel only nodded before saying goodbye to the two and leaving in a magic circle. Scene break. A few weeks later. It has been a few weeks since Issei had gotten training on light magic from Azazel. He hadn't trained with him anymore, it was a one-time thing. Issei didn't mind he had no real use for light magic, he had other more probable abilities and that were more powerful. He didn't really think he would need holy or light magic anytime soon, so he kinda shoved it to the side for now. He was going to the shrine today to ask Yusaka to contact Amaterasu so he could sow training with his primordial gifts. He still didn't know what the rivalry between the two was, but he knew it was about him. As he left his use for the day to go to the shrine, he didn't know what to expect from the training he would eventually receive from the Shinto pantheon. Soon he was at the shrine and walking towards Yusaka's office. He opened the door to see Yusaka doing paperwork like she normally did. Once she saw him, she smiled and told him to come in. Something in the back of his mind was telling him she wouldn't like it, and he requested her to contact Amaterasu. Oh Issei, I thought today was your day off. What's the matter? Yusaka asked, confused. I want to start my training with Amaterasu. Issei answered her. Issei was expecting the reaction he got. She quickly narrowed her eyes and huffed in annoyance. Fine, I'll be here tomorrow morning, just show up early. Yusaka spoke. Okay, since I'm already here, is there anything I can do? Issei asked. Yusaka had a quizzical look on her face as she was thinking. Well, now that you mention it, there has been a report of a stray devil here on my territory. Yusaka spoke. Stray devil? Issei asked, confused. A devil that either kills its master and leaves the peerage or just plain leaves. A stray is a devil that left its master while still having its evil peace. Normally they would handle it. But since it's in my territory, they went to me to dispose of it. Yusaka answered. Okay then, I can handle that. Where is it? Issei asked, ready. Yusaka then showed him a spot on a map. It was an old abandoned factory that shut down a couple decades ago. Strangely, they hadn't renovated it or rebuilt it for a new use, so it sat idle, a perfect home for a stray devil looking to elude hunters. Soon he left the shrine and headed his way towards the stray devil's location and prepared for a fight. This would be the first time he would get to test his abilities against an actual opponent. He would need to be on his guard and not let up. As he stood before the abandoned factory, it was what he imagined it would be, rusty machine parts and metal, not a soul in the area either except for the stray devil he was going to eliminate. He went into his shadow's insight form to quickly find it. Covering himself in complete darkness, he followed the trail it left behind and went to where it was hiding. As he walked into the room he looked around to see if he could find it. It was an old assembly line, he could feel its presence nearby. He continued to follow IT's trail as it led him to a workbench area. Come on out, I know you're there, I can sense you. The stray devil said. Sharp senses devil, too bad you're hiding out on Yukai territory, no one can save you. Issei said after making himself visible. Oh, boyo, I'm gonna eat you like your candy. The stray devil laughed like a maniac. That's when it attacked, dodging a left hook aimed at his cheek. I quickly grabbed the arm of the devil and threw him to the ground. Come on, you can do better than that. Issei taunted the devil. The result was what Issei wanted. The devil came charging blindly in rage. After a few sways and ducks to avoid a few punches, Issei decided to turn it up a notch. He summoned his sword with Shadow's Edge. As the devil stared at the midnight black-colored sword, he felt a shiver go down his spine. He knew he wasn't going to survive against him. The only thing he could do was accept his fate and fight till the end. So he charged. That wasn't a good idea. To the devil, he thought Issei was going to end it. Nope, he was dead wrong. Secretly, Issei had a sadistic side to him in battle. Slicing multiple gashes in the devil's leg, Issei watched as the devil struggled to stay on his feet. It's obvious you're no match for me. Any last words? Issei asked. Fuck off and go to hell, was all he said. Now that annoyed Issei. He was going to give him a fast death. He may have a sadistic side, but he didn't like to waste time punishing somebody that didn't deserve it. He was a stray, but he didn't do anything atrocious or barbaric, but respect was something that Issei valued very much. For him to tell him that, it threw all the rules out the window. Issei then walked up to the devil and squatted down to eye level. You're going to feel a lot of pain, bitch. Issei spat. He then took his sword and slowly sliced his way across the devil's chest, making a huge mess. "You monster!" The devil screamed in agony as he rolled around in agonizing pain. Giving him a few stabs and his feet for good measure so that he couldn't do anything, he quickly got bored and decided to end it, but not the way someone would normally think. He tilted the devil's head up. "Say good night," Issei said. He then sliced the devil's throat, effectively cutting the jugular vein, making the devil cough up excess amounts of blood. Issei then walked off, leaving the devil to die slowly from blood loss. As Issei finally came across his house, he noticed the lights were still on, so he covered himself in darkness so his foster parents wouldn't question him about the blood that was stained in his hair, skin, and clothes. He quickly went up to get a shower and headed to bed. As Issei awoke, he remembered that he requested Yusaka to ask Amaterasu to come and pick him up so he could train with the Shinto pantheon. He quickly got dressed and headed out towards the shrine. Soon he arrived before the door to Yusaka's office. He could feel Amaterasu in there, and he could hear a conversation going on in there. They were arguing about something. What they were arguing about, he didn't know and didn't really care. He opened the door, alerting both of them to his presence. The moment Amaterasu saw him, she smiled widely with that same grin she had the first time she saw him. She quickly ran to him and bear hugged him, ignoring the Yusaka's normal killing intent she was feeling. Issei couldn't focus whatsoever, due to the fact something was pressing up against him. A blush quickly came across his face after feeling Amaterasu's tits press up against his chest. Amaterasu seemed to notice this and giggled slightly before increasing the pressure of the hug between the two of them. A forced cough came from the other occupant in the room, who wasn't really liking the scene that was folding out in front of her. "So shall we go to Takamagahara?" Amaterasu asked. "Yes, let's," Issei replied happily. "Just be careful, the Shinto pantheon is powerful. You will need to be on guard in sparring matches if you have them." Yusaka added. "Yusaka is right, but I think you're powerful enough to hold your own against one of us as the situation called for it." Amaterasu spoke. Soon the two of them disappeared in a flash of sparks, leaving Yusaka to her devices. As they appeared in Takamagahara, Issei was astonished at what it looked like. It was like an old village with bridges spanning across multiple rivers that flowed down from the main temple. He could tell it was fairly built well. "Welcome to Takamagahara, the home of the Shinto pantheon," Amaterasu said after seeing Issei's expression. "It's amazing," was all he said. That's when a new voice interrupted their conversation. It was a male. To Issei it sounded cocky and arrogant. "So is this the brat?" the person said. Issei turned to see a middle-aged looking man with dark blue hair and a black and blue yukata. Issei didn't know who this was, but he knew he was a Shinto god. "Yes, Susanoo, this is Issei Hyodo," Amaterasu said annoyingly. It seemed to Issei that they didn't really get along that well. He could imagine, since what he knew of the Shinto myths, that they were brother and sister, so there was bound to be some rivalries. His thoughts were interrupted when a new voice came into the conversation again. "Leave the kid alone, Susanoo. He's only been here 5 minutes and you acting like you're superior." A new male entered the conversation. "He is a mortal, Tsukuyomi, we're gods," Susanoo replied to his brother. "The Shinto Trinity has appeared, the sun, moon and storms." Issei didn't really know what to think. He would be training with them, so he had to embrace it for now. He would be sure to make Susanoo know to not underestimate him. "Show them your wings, Issei," Amaterasu said. "Yes, I heard you have Tempest and the Moon primordial gifts, please show us," Tsukuyomi added. Issei nodded and released his wings. As the Trinity looked at his wings, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu were both impressed. Amaterasu felt them again since she liked how his wings felt. Susanoo just huffed and looked at the lightning coursing through the wings. "Definitely Tempest wings, but can you use them correctly?" Susanoo asked. "How so?" Issei asked, confused. Susanoo got a bit annoyed by that comment. He didn't expect Issei to not know how to use them properly. He thought he was trained. He didn't know that he was training for his other abilities though, which would prove Susanoo wrong about his first impressions of the boy. Tempest wings are very powerful. The harder you flap the wings, the more powerful the winds and storms it can summon. It has the ability to even summon hurricane force winds that can tear through buildings. Then the wings can be used to aid your speed by a huge margin. If you are mid-air soaring and you quickly flap your wings then fold them, you can gain a monumental speed boost added to you. You can also control when the wings will summon winds or not if you need to fly without distractions. It's all about willpower, boy, Susanoo explained. "Okay, I understand," Issei responded. "So you think you're good? How about a sparring match? Susanoo said with a maniac grin across his face. Are you sure about that, brother? Tsukuyomi asked. He didn't know if Issei could hold his own against a god. He knew he had a few other abilities but not what they were. I think he will be just fine, Yusaka said. His power is unexpected. Even Azazel the fallen angel didn't expect what he saw, even I don't know his full power. Amaterasu said. So what do you say, kid? Susanoo boasted with a grin. Bring it. Issei returned the grin. In a mere second Susanoo and put up a barrier to prevent mass destruction. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi had stepped out of it to watch. Issei was covering his head with his hands from the winds that Susanoo was summoning. They were more powerful than his he had summoned with his wings. He would need to remember to train with his wings for a powerful ability that could decimate. For now Issei used his true power of his shadow manipulation, which only Amaterasu did indeed know about. Susanoo was underestimating him. Issei quickly dodged a right straight that was aimed for his jaw by tilting his head backwards. Susanoo took a step back instinctively and quickly reevaluated his opponent. So you have excellent reflexes in reaction time, now let's take it up a notch. Susanoo said before charging up his energy. As Issei felt the pressure increase, he forced himself to hold ground and not move. He instinctively put up his guard. Soon he felt a massive rumbling underneath his feet. He looked to Susanoo to see him charging his energy still. As Susanoo released all the energy he stored up, 4 torrents of water came rushing towards Issei from all directions. As the water came rushing towards Issei, Susanoo thought it would be over, but as the water was repelled off like it was nothing, Susanoo started to wonder what was going on since he couldn't see that well due to the heat of the water making steam upon impact. As the steam cleared, Issei was nowhere in sight. Susanoo though could feel the boy's presence. He couldn't see him as he did a 360 spin. He was nowhere to be found. Where are you? Susanoo asked in a panic. He completely underestimated the boy. That's when he felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. Susanoo quickly turned around to have his eyes widen from the sight of a silhouette of Issei completely covered in a shroud of darkness, making a perfect camouflage. Susanoo now realized he could have done this from the start and was just letting him see him now. He could become completely invisible and strike without notice. Susanoo quickly took a leap back and prepared for the next round of the sparring match. He assumed Issei was letting him see him since he still see the silhouette and he wasn't able to earlier. His eyes widened even more as his wings came out, but they looked drastically different. The wings themselves were completely covered in darkness. But it didn't look right. It was thicker like a mud substance and it had a powerful presence as well. What Susanoo didn't know was Issei was in his shadow's insight form, which added the power of the shadows to his wings and anything he had in his arsenal. But Issei didn't make any movements yet. Susanoo stood there silently waiting for what was about to happen. That's when he saw the darkness start to condense around his hands and then pearl white claws came out of it. Claws of the moon. Susanoo thought after seeing them. He knew he couldn't get hit by those, since they were razor sharp. And would do a ton of damage even to him. He was seriously starting to regret sparring with the kid. It was obvious even to him as he was young still, but in the future he would be a colossal force of power that would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who step in his way. He quickly got on guard as Issei charged, but was taken for surprise when Issei flew into the sky and hovered above him for few seconds before dashing at him with the wind propelling him, thus increasing his speed dramatically. Susanoo had barely enough time to dodge a claw that shaved a few inches of hair of his head before dashing backwards to avoid another strike that was coming equally fast as the last. Alright, that's enough for this sparring match. You've proven that you are powerful. Susanoo said suddenly. He did. Didn't really want to fight the kid anymore before something bad happened. And he didn't think the barrier he placed would hold much longer. Soon the barrier fell and the shadows dispersed off of Issei, leaving him exhausted. It was still a lot for him to use a big amount of his power in such a short time. He needed more conditioning to build his endurance to last longer. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts as he was bear-hugged by Amaterasu. Issei-kun. That was great, perfect sparring match to show them what you can do. Screeched Amaterasu happily. I see you know how to use the claws of the moon. They don't really have any special effects like your wings, but they are extremely deadly and sharp if you know how to aim right. Practice fighting with them and you can tear through steel if you so desired. You will definitely be super strong when you're older. Tsukuyomi said while patting Issei on the back. Kid, I was wrong about you. You have a massive amount of power, but don't let it get to your head. Power can corrupt and change people. Never forget your drive and will that pushes you forward towards your goal and you will overcome the dangers of your own power consuming you. Susanoo said. Right, Issei replied. I think you've had enough for one day, how about I return you to Yusaka's? Amaterasu asked. Yes thank you, Issei said yawning. Amaterasu stifled a giggle. Why? Susanoo smirked and Tsukuyomi laughed. Both of the brothers waved by as Issei and Amaterasu disappeared in a flash of light. Soon after they arrived at the shrine, Yusaka listened to what happened. And she was impressed at how he did against Susanoo, but she could tell he was exhausted as well, so she had him go to sleep in Kuno's room. He went to her room and found her laying down sleeping peacefully. He snuggled up to her and quickly fell asleep. Scene break. A year later. The now 10-year-old Issei was currently walking home from a training session in the woods with Erebus. He had taught him how to use another ability. One that can paralyze the opponent with pure fear. Flashback start. Issei found himself meditating in the woods, going deeper into his subconscious, he was told by Erebus to do that for another part of his training. As he got into the subconscious, he saw Erebus in a human form looking at him with an expectant expression. Okay Issei, today I will be teaching you an ability called Shadow's Torment. It makes the person you use it on see their worst nightmare magnified by 10 or more to make them literally freeze up in fear. Erebus explained to Issei. Okay then how do I do it? Issei asked. Ready. You can do it both in your base form and in Shadow's Insight. To do it you propel the shadows to cover the person completely, which makes them see an illusion of their worst nightmare magnified. Erebus explained. Okay then, but it won't work on you, right? Issei asked, already knowing the answer. Of course not. Erebus huffed. Issei only rolled his eyes and reviewed what Erebus said. He'd have to try it out sometime when he got the chance, for now he just had to wait. Soon he was out of his subconscious and on his way home. Flashback end. As Issei rounded the corner to his house, he didn't expect what was about to happen to really happen. At first he would think he was dreaming, since the shock would go even to his core, it would change him forever. Fa. Tay had already woven the strings of his life enough, but it wasn't done yet. As he opened the door to his house he saw his parents sitting at the couch waiting for him to come home. Issei, we need to talk, his foster dad said suddenly. Okay, about what? Issei asked, confused. The father looked to the mother, wanting her to continue. It would then be the 3 words that would be uttered in that room. That would change everything for better or worse. Honey, we're moving, was all she said, shocking him to his core. When Issei heard those 3 words he didn't know what to think. What would happen to him with Yusaka, Amaterasu and the others? Would he still be able to train with them? For that he would have to figure it out on his own. The only thing he could do was embrace it, for the future still held opportunities for him. Even if he didn't know it. When? Issei asked cautiously. In a couple weeks. It gives you time to spend some time with your friend Kuno a little before we head out, his foster dad replied. Issei didn't know what to think. First he was thrown into a world without his choice. Now he had barely enough time to register what those 3 words meant for him, when in fact it meant a big chance. Fate had decided it was time. This would be his greatest challenge to date, even if he didn't know it. Erebus, what should I do? Issei asked the dragon in his head. You need to tell them, Issei. Fate is something that even gods and the supernatural can't interfere with. It was fate that decided on this day that you would be relocating. There will always be challenges you must overcome, and this is one of them. Don't worry about the others, they will still guide you now and until the day you leave this world. Yusaka will find a way for you guys to meet, I'm sure of it. She is the 9-tailed fox after all. Erebus replied. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Issei muttered to himself. Not really. Issei, anything that happens has a reason why it did in the first place. Fate can be a cruel mistress sometimes, but it has reasons why it does the things it does. You have a role to play in the future and it made this happen so you could fulfill that role. Erebus spoke. What is my role then? Issei asked sarcastically. Even I don't know, that is something you must find out for yourself. Erebus replied. He could tell Issei wasn't in the mood, so after that he went silent. Where are we moving to? Issei asked his foster parents. Kuo, a nice town, and it ain't that far away from Kyoto. His foster dad replied. That made Issei feel a little better. If it wasn't that far away he might be able to visit Yusaka and Kuno more than if it was far away. For now he would have to go to the shrine and tell them the news. Why don't you go spend the week with your friend Kuno? I know you're in good hands there. You deserve it, son, his foster dad said suddenly. I agree, his foster mom said with a smile. Issei smiled back and nodded. He would leave in a little bit. He went upstairs and packed a bag of clothes and got a shower. Soon after he got out he was already downstairs getting something to eat, then he was out the door headed to the shrine. As he was walking there, he thought about what he learned in the year or two that he had trained. He had met the Governor General Azazel. Even if it was a one-time training deal, he still did learn quite a bit from him. He had trained with Amaterasu and the Shinto Trinity, he had gotten a good grip on Senjutsu and got a powerful form all thanks to Yusaka. He was truly grateful for all they did. He didn't know how it would play out when he told her if he would still be able to visit, but he believed Erebus when he said she would find a way. He knew she was clever, so he did believe indeed. As he finally neared the hill where the shrine was, he sighed and looked around. He had no choice but to push forward. He had to tell her, so he walked into the shrine and went straight to Yusaka's office. The moment she saw Issei, she knew something was wrong. She could tell just by looking at his expression. "Issei, what's wrong?" Yusaka asked worriedly. "Yusaka, my parents told me we're moving," Issei said after a long sigh. Yusaka had a low for the first few seconds before it turned into an understanding one. After a long silence a sigh was uttered and then she spoke. "When and where?" she asked seriously. 2 or 3 weeks in Kuo," Issei answered. She had a thoughtful expression on for quite some time. She was clearly thinking about what she could possibly do about it, but she didn't want to do anything rash or stupid. She knew Kuo wasn't that far away, maybe an hour or two, but she knew with how Issei was developing he wouldn't need training for that much longer, and if he needed to touch up on some stuff, he could easily be to Kyoto in 30 minutes with his Tempest wings. After a while of think she spoke again to Issei. "Okay Issei, Kuo isn't that far away from Kyoto, so every 2 weeks you'll visit for a couple of hours to do some recap and review with your training," Yusaka said with a smile. Issei couldn't believe how easy that was. He had expected it to be a lot harder, but he was wrong. Erebus was right when he said she would figure out a plan. Indeed, he had a few questions though. "What about Amaterasu and the other Shintos?" Issei asked curiously. Yusaka had that same expression when she heard Amaterasu's name, but it quickly changed when she realized the situation. "I'll contact her later and figure out how we will separate your schedule," Yusaka replied. "Okay, and my mom and dad gave me the week off. They told me to spend the week here," Issei spoke. "Okay, why don't you go tell Kuno the news? I'm sure at first she will be upset, but once you explain you'll visit I bet she will understand," Yusaka said. Issei only nodded and went out of her office and walked to Kuno's. The moment she saw him, she was happy, but she knew something was wrong. "What is wrong, eyes?" Kuno asked confused. She noticed his backpack as well. "Kuno, I'm moving," Issei spoke sadly. The moment Kuno heard those words, tears started to form. Issei continued though. "It's in 3 weeks, it's Kuo, which is only a few miles away. So Yusaka is going to set up a schedule for me to come 2 times a week, so I can continue my training. My parents told me to spend the week here," Issei said after a sigh. He knew it would be tough for anyone to say goodbye for a little to a close. When Kuno heard the next sentence she started to calm down. "Okay fine," Kuno said after a huff. "So what do you want to do?" Issei asked. She had a thinking expression quickly. After a few moments of silence she spoke. "Let's go to the park for a little bit, then watch a movie at home," Kuno said. "That's fine by me," Issei replied happily. So the two got cleaned up and got ready to go outside. They quickly left headed towards the park. Soon both of them were playing happily at the park, but they both knew they had to return soon. So they walked home to sit down and watch a movie. Soon the two of them were in her room with the TV on and almost asleep. Soon they were completely asleep. They didn't know what the weekend be. Aeon would bring them and if fate would work out. They both didn't know the events that were going to take place in the following months would change their lives forever. When Issei woke up he found Kuno gone. Probably up and about the shrine. He got up and started out of the room. He started to walk towards Yusaka's office when he felt someone else's presence. He could tell it was Amaterasu. The moment he walked into the room he was met with a pouting expression on Amaterasu's face. "Eyes, you're moving," Amaterasu screeched out. Issei only smiled sadly and nodded his head. You better visit often. Me and Yusaka decided on once a week for the both of us," Amaterasu said. She then quickly bear hugged Issei. Amaterasu didn't mind as she felt the normal killing intent Yusaka was giving her. Issei blushed as his face was pressed up against her chest. She giggled as she felt Yusaka's killing intent increase on her. Issei had some questions to ask Amaterasu. he wondered if she could help on his light abilities and give him some tips, so he quickly backed up and regained his composure. Amaterasu, is there any tips or advice you can give me on light manipulation? Issei asked. Sure, there are some things I know. Amaterasu replied happily. Yusaka was surprised at what Issei said. She wondered what his ideas were. Well, light is flexible and malleable like most magic in functionality. You can create another sword if you wanted to instead of a spear. Light in itself is stable versus devil, which is unstable and problematic in nature, hence its destructive power. Light will have a holy aspect as well. You may gain an affinity for an element. Amaterasu spoke. Issei took all this in and thought about it for quite some time. He understood his balance between light and dark pretty well, and thought about how he could use both of them pretty well. Issei then nodded and closed his eyes. He thought about a knight's sword with a sharp edge. He saw the light condensing in his hand. Yusaka and Amaterasu eyes widened as it started to brighten. The light was formed into a sharp silver sword with a black carving down the blade. Amaterasu widened her eyes as she looked at the carving. Eyes, what is that? Amaterasu asked as she took a closer look. He looked at and was confused. He didn't know. Yusaka took a closer look and didn't know either. I don't know, Issei replied. Curse of the Divine Flames, Amaterasu said. As she said that, Issei took a swing with it and it was alive with the divine flame, black ghostly flames across the blade. The black flames burn for 7 days straight and will burn only people you want, Amaterasu said. Yusaka's eyes widened and she realized how powerful that sword was. A holy aspect with divine flame was a killer combo that could help in any situation. She knew he had potential when she first met him with Kuno. She didn't think he could be this powerful for his age. He definitely exceeded her expectations. To think he could be insanely powerful when he was older. He could be a force to be reckoned with. Amaterasu couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the curse mark along his sword. His sword would be insanely powerful as he got older. If he wielded it right, he could dominate any opponent. Even with his other abilities, he would be able to take on even a Mao class eventually and probably win. If he could take on Susanoo for a little bit, he would be able to take on a Mao with ease. So how powerful could these swords be? Issei asked, curious. You know what your shadow abilities can already do, but your light sword could be very powerful. An effective combo for a devil. You have an arsenal of abilities that can all be effective in a battle. Yusaka spoke. The black flames are one of the most powerful flames. They will not stop burning for the total of 7 days without your will. Extremely hot as well and will negate healing effects. It will burn faster than the healing affect could repair, Amaterasu added. Issei W. As awed at the power of his second sword, he now had a good arsenal to decimate anyone in his path. Issei, about your training, you will not need any more soon. You are progressing farther than most others. In a couple years you will be akin to a god if you so wanted to be. Yusaka spoke. She is right, Issei. You have completed most of my training as well. With the shadows around you have become more powerful than I ever expected, Erebus added. Issei listened well and he understood as well. He knew that there was always an answer to his questions he asked himself as to why he had this life. Maybe later it would all reveal its secrets for him to view. For now he would have to embrace it and continue. It wouldn't be easy, but he could do it. He would be able to visit too. He knew he would be able to get there pretty fast. He was planning on training with his wings later. He needed to know how to manipulate his wings to his own advantage. He knew he was ready for it all. He had a plan, and he wanted to ask Yusaka a question. Yusaka, can you contact Azazel? I want to see if he can teach me anything, and I want some tips on flying with my wings. I figured he can help. Issei asked Curry. I don't know if he will come, Yusaka answered. Issei only nodded to her. And so Issei walked out of the office to get a break. He needed to be alone. He needed to think for himself, so he took a walk into the woods. After an hour or two of walking alone in the forest, came across a clearing. He stopped dead in center to see a waterfall and river flowing across the clearing. He sat down and started to concentrate. He wanted to ask Erebus some questions. Soon he felt himself getting pulled into his subconscious, exactly where he wanted to go. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the void that is his subconscious. Pitch black as the night covered every inch of what he could see. Soon a flash of blue and purple quickly illuminated the whole area. Issei was soon met with a curious Erebus. He didn't know what he wanted, and he didn't pull him into his subconscious. He was intrigued with what he wanted. What do you need, Issei? Erebus asked. Well, you're a dragon. I was wondering if you tell me how to improve my wing skills, Issei asked. Erebus was silent. and with a sigh he spoke. Your wings are an appendage of your body, they can be controlled fairly easy, your wings are fairly powerful. And are the very aspect of you power. Each species' wings are the main part of your power, it's where most of it comes, all of the species, devil, fallen, angel, even dragons, the wings are symbol of who you are. Your wings in particular are very powerful, every dragon has its element, whether it's fire or frost or any others, each element decides the potential a person has, your wings have T. He added bonus of the darkness with storm manipulation. Erebus spoke, so how can I use my wings to the fullest of my abilities? Issei asked, use your wings to rain storms down upon your enemies with hurricane force winds. Combine it with your claws to create an effective set. Erebus answered. Issei understood this as well. He needed to learn how to control his power, he also needed to learn how to use most of it effectively. He had some questions for Yusaka, she might know what he wanted to ask. So he got up and woke up from his subconscious and found himself back in the woods. He quickly went back to the shrine and went into Yusaka's office. When Yusaka saw him, she was surprised. Yusaka, I wanted to ask you some questions. Issei spoke, after a sigh. She had a curious look and nodded her head. She wondered what he wanted to know. How do you use your other species? Like dragon or devil? Issei asked. For a moment she was quiet. You're a four-way hybrid, Issei. You have multiple amount TS of abilities pertaining to each species. Devils have demonic energy and it can be very powerful. Mao-class devils such as Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, these are the Satans, they have very powerful demonic energy and magic. Baal can utilize power of destruction. Phoenix has the power of region with the immortal bird. Cetri have power with the tide of the underworld. All species have the power they can use and utilize. It's just about finding and being efficient. Yusaka answered. Your dragon blood is in your veins, you have the ability to call upon it in need, you have a primordial shadow form. One of the best magic around. Darkness manipulation is very powerful and can decimate, but your power has drawbacks and they're massive. Your need to find your comfort zone and be able to adapt in a fight. You will never get a second chance in a real battle. Erebus spoke. He is right, Issei. Your opponent will not yield for you to get an advantage on him, you need to be ready. Yusaka added. What about elements? Issei asked. Elements are of nature are very powerful. Fire. The top hottest flame attributes are Hellfire, Amaterasu's flame. Phoenix have powerful ones as well. Frost is very powerful as well. Seraphal Leviathan has very powerful ice magic. Wind magic is very powerful with your tempest wings. Each element can be very dangerous. Yusaka replied. Issei listened well. He needed to figure out how his flames worked so he could dominate any opponent who faced him. As he walked back to Kuno's room and laid down to go to sleep, he thought about how his week at the Rhine would help and how the move would go. He would just have to embrace it and take it head on. He wouldn't give up, he would never. The move finale. Issei had 3 days left at Yusaka's shrine. He remembered how he spent the most of week there. He played mostly with Kuno and had a few sparring matches against Yusaka. Flashback start. As Issei followed Yusaka to a room, he didn't know exactly what was going on. Only that it was some kind of test, he didn't know what to expect. As they finally entered the room, Issei felt something off when he did. What was that? Issei asked confused. We've just entered a separate dimension. That was what you felt when you crossed the threshold. It is the same magic devils use in their raiding games. Yusaka replied to him. Issei nodded. He understood how the three factions operated. He had to know since he was Yusaka's student. He didn't understand some of the stuff, like the finer points of the political systems of the three factions, but he knew the basics of how they operated with and without each other. So what are we doing? Issei asked confused. Yusaka quickly had a sly smirk across her face as she heard his question. This is a test, to prove you are ready to leave and go on your own. You must beat me in a sparring match. Yusaka spoke up, completely shocking Issei. He wasn't expecting that at all. Seriously, Issei muttered. Yusaka hummed and nodded to his question. She backed up a couple feet from him. I suggest you prepare yourself. Treat this as a life and death situation. I will be going all out on you, Issei. You must do the same. Yusaka added. Issei wasn't expecting this to happen at all. It was all happening too fast, but nonetheless he needed to do it, so he prepared himself. Very well, I guess I have no choice. You asked for the best of me. And you will get what you want. Issei spoke with determination in his eyes. Yusaka's eyes widened completely. She wasn't expecting him to take it so easily. she nodded and got ready as well. As Issei motioned for her to come at him, she moved at incredible speeds. Even Issei was surprised, but he knew he should have expected it. She was the nine-tailed fox after all. He knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. Everyone had gone easy on him when he trained. Now this was the true moment where he would be pushed to his limits. He quickly sidestepped an axe kick that was aimed with precision. He knew his reaction time was at top notch, but her speed was a notch above him. He needed to think out a plan in order to beat her, since pure power would only go so far against an opponent of her class. I see your reflexes and reaction time are still some of the best, but can you beat my speed? Yusaka chuckled. That's when she increased her speed by quite a bit. Issei wasn't quick anew. To dodge a punch that connected with his gut and sent him flying backwards on his back. Yusaka started walking slowly towards him. Come on Issei, it's time to get serious. Yusaka spoke up. Issei quickly got up and summoned his shadow sword in his right hand. He hadn't gone into any of his forms yet, he was just starting to manipulate the shadows around him slowly. He needed to pace himself, since he knew fatigue would set in eventually. Yusaka grinned once she saw the sword being formed in his hand. She knew he was now done playing around and would be serious, as he dashed forwards with speed that matched hers earlier. She nearly got cut on the side of her body as she evaded the blade by a mere inch. But he didn't let up and kept striking at her. He was aiming precisely, so she had no choice whatsoever but to dodge. He knew it would only be a matter of time before she had to take a breath. However, what he didn't know was that she knew what he was planning and had a couple trump cards she could use in an emergency. And she was about to use one. She quickly dashed backwards, avoiding more strikes from his blade. He was confused as she stood still. Issei, I didn't expect this from you. I think you will be fine on your own, but the fight isn't over yet. Yusaka said proudly. Issei watched with caution as she raised her arm, as several yellow fireballs appeared on her hands. He knew she was starting to get serious as well. This is Fox Fire Issei. It is a very powerful fire, even able to match Vritra's and Amaterasu's flames. You best dodge them if you don't want serious burns. Yusaka said. That made him go on the defensive. He was dodging left and right as she threw fireball after fireball non-stop. She didn't let up one bit like he had earlier. Soon after a few moments he was tired of dodging as she had forced his hand and he went into his shadow's embrace form. Quickly disappearing from her sight, she looked around in a 360 circle to see if she saw any silhouettes of him, which there was none. So he has mastered using the shadows as camouflage. Yusaka thought with a grin. She knew he was improving every day he spent training. But she wasn't going to give in that easy. As a small flicker of energy on her finger appeared, Issei wondered what she was going to do. He knew it was senjutsu, but he didn't know what she was going to do with it. As he watched her place her finger on the ground, he felt a wave of energy wash across the room. She is sensing your energy, Issei. The camouflage won't work anymore. She can find you now. Erebus spoke in his mind. He cursed to himself as she dashed right towards him with a fist cocked backwards, ready to strike. I see you. Yusaka laughed as she came right at him. He quickly summoned both his light sword ND shadow sword and blocked the fist with them in a crisscross gesture. As Yusaka saw the light sword come alive in Amaterasu's black flames, she quickly backed up. She knew that even she could be seriously damaged by those flames. She had to rethink her plan as she clearly forced Issei to start to pull out every ability he had and use them effectively against her. She then resorted to a long rang attack barrage and summoned a ton of fireballs in her hands. Issei knew what was coming, and he had an idea. He had been secretly working on a couple new uses with his shadow's abilities. He hadn't told anyone about it since it was purely experimental in his mind and they didn't work out exactly how he wanted to, but he had no choice to reveal it now. Whether or not it planned out like he wanted to, he would still try. Yusaka was surprised when she saw the darkness around her start to gravitate towards Issei massively. She wondered what he was planning. She held back for a moment to see what he was going to do. Since this was clearly something new that she hadn't seen yet, as a ton of shadows engulfed Issei, she had an eyebrow raised. Then suddenly they all disappeared, but something was off. Issei was still in his shadow's embrace form, but he was clearly concentrating on doing something big. Suddenly all the shadows around her started rise and form identical clones of him. She was clearly not expecting this at all. He had learned to generate shadow clones by himself. He must have been practicing for a while in secret. It was extremely hard to tell which one was the real one, as they had identical energy signatures as well. he had clearly held this back as a trump card and she forced him to reveal it a little early. I see you have been working on something very powerful, Yusaka said. She wanted him to respond to track his voice, but she wasn't expecting them to all speak up in unison. I have been working on this for quite some time, all of them said at once. This is unexpected even for me. But you should know this will cost you even more energy than any of your forms, you will not last that long, you must finish it fast. Erebus spoke up surprised. Issei understood how much of a strain this would put on him, so he had no choice but to put all his power into one attack while she was still distracted. Without much thinking on his part, he quickly covered his right fist in a ton of darkness, creating a powerful punch just waiting to strike. Soon after he was done charging his fist with his dark energy, he dashed towards her. By the time she realized what was going on, it was too late. She was struck with a hard right fist to her ribs, sending flying backwards, making her land on her back while making her gasp for air. She wasn't expecting that kind of a punch from Issei. It was clear in her mind he had been trying out new ways to use his power and it worked. As she looked up to Issei, she saw him come out of his form and land on one knee, panting from exhaustion. All the clones disappeared as well. She stood back up and spoke. You passed, Issei. It is clear to me that you are ready and will be very powerful as you continue to grow, Yusaka said proudly. She then placed his arms around her shoulder and they both walked out of the room tired from exhaustion. Flashback end. That was a couple days ago. They had a few more sparring matches to keep him in shape, but it was nothing as big as their first sparring match. As Issei walked around the shrine, he was bored. Yusaka was currently all tied up with paperwork and Kuno was currently sleeping since it was still early in the morning. That's when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He quickly turned around to see the sun goddess Amaterasu looking at him with a big smile. Hiya eyes, how are you doing? Amaterasu asked. I'm doing fine. How about you? Issei replied. I'm doing fine, thank you for asking. Amaterasu replied happily. So what are you doing here? Issei asked, confused. Well, I came to see if you're free. You said you wanted some training with the flames. Amaterasu spoke up. Yeah, sure. Issei replied happily. Then let's go to Takamagahara. Amaterasu screeched happily. Issei nodded, and she then took a hold of him and they both warped to the home of the Shinto gods. They appeared in the same spot where they came the first time, but Issei didn't see Susanoo or Tsukuyomi around. He assumed they were busy with their duties as gods. Amaterasu then turned to Issei and spoke up. Okay, now that we're here, let's begin. Amaterasu spoke up. Issei nodded happily. Okay, first things first. The flame is like any other fire that someone wields, with a few differences. It responds to your will. Your sword can throw fireballs if you practice enough. The fire is very deadly, it will burn or 7 days straight without stopping unless you will it to do so. Let's start out with some basic exercises, Amaterasu explained. Okay, then what do I do to start? Issei asked. Summon your sword, then activate the flames, Amaterasu replied. Issei nodded and formed his light sword. As it appeared in his left hand, Amaterasu took a better look at it, since she never got a real good look at it before. She studied the mark that went down the entire silver blade's length. Then Issei summoned the flames on his sword. They were the same as before. Okay, now try to increase the amount of fire that the sword possesses, effectively making it stronger, Amaterasu said. Issei nodded and lifted the sword up and concentrated on increasing the flame's size. After a few moments of focusing, the flame started to respond to his will and flared up tremendously. Amaterasu smiled as she saw the flames rise in height. Good, Issei. Now try to manipulate them into a small fireball, Amaterasu said. Issei listened, and concentrated on making the flame respond to him. After a few tries, nothing had happened. He couldn't get it to work. That's when Amaterasu spoke up. You must make it realize you're its wielder and that it must do as you say. It is all in your will to do it, Amaterasu spoke up. Issei nodded. He knew he had to push farther and higher than before, just to be able to get it to respond. Eventually nothing was still happening. He was starting to get frustrated really badly. He then narrowed his eyes and tried one last time. He pushed everything he had into it. Then the flames started to rotate at the tip and form into a small ball of black flames. Amaterasu was clearly impressed as she had a huge smile on her face. Now thoke up. Issei then remembered how his shadow's edge's weapons worked with the shadow energy coming off of it in waves like the sword, or the other ones. He knew once he swung the sword the fireball would go flying, as so he did. The fireball went at a crazy speed. Soon it exploded into a black mass of flames above them in the sky. After it disappeared, Issei was suddenly locked in a bear hug by Amaterasu, who was giggling at his stupor. He wasn't expecting her to hug him like that. He wasn't complaining either. He felt her breasts again as he blushed. Amaterasu just loved teasing him. Good job, eyes. The flames can be used in any way you think of them. They are similar to the dark energy that your other weapons send off in an attack. All you need to do is practice with it and you will be fine, Amaterasu explained. So what now? Issei asked, confused. Now you will have to practice on your own. If you need more tips on fire manipulation, you can ask me or Yusaka. She has her own fire, Amaterasu explained. Yeah, I know she does. Issei huffed. He remembered their first sparring match where she launched countless fireballs at him. Have you seen her fox fire? Amaterasu asked. Yeah, we had a sparring match a couple days ago, Issei replied. Amaterasu had widened eyes. She didn't expect Issei to spar with Yusaka just yet, but nonetheless he did. She wanted to know how it played out. How did it go? She asked, intrigued. Well, at first she had the lead. She started to force me to pull out every ability in my arsenal, and some ones that she didn't know I had. It ended up as a tie, I would say. We both were exhausted at the end, Issei explained. Oh, new abilities? Amaterasu asked, intrigued. She wondered what he had come up with. I began practicing on my own a few weeks back on making shadow clones and using the dark energy to increase the damage of my punches, Issei explained. Her eyes widened quickly. He had made clones. She was surprised that he had kept something like that hidden for a good amount of time, and it seemed Yusaka had been the first person he had used it on. She knew he would only continue to grow and become stronger for all the world to see. He would truly be a force to be reckoned with. Okay, eyes, I will take you back now. You just continue to practice and improve your abilities. Once you move, we will be doing recap and review when you visit. Amaterasu spoke up. Issei nodded with a smile as she put her hand on his shoulder and they both teleported back to Yusaka's shrine. Bye. She waved bye as she disappeared. Issei was back at the shrine again after a training session with Amaterasu. He then walked towards Yusaka's office to see what she was up to. As he opened the door, he was met with the same image he saw many times before. Yusaka's desk buried in paperwork with her hair frizzled all over the place. She was clearly having a lot of stuff going on. Once she saw him, she smiled widely and spoke up. Eyes, what do you need? Yusaka asked, confused. I just wanted to see what was going on in the shrine. I just got back from training with Amaterasu, Issei explained. Once again her eyes narrowed at her name and she huffed. It was now obvious to Issei that they were fighting over him, whether or not it was romantically he had no idea. But he didn't want to push them either. He would let them come to him on their own and say what was needed to be said. What did you with her? Yusaka asked, confused. Training with fire manipulation with my light sword. I learned how to make it throw fireballs, Issei spoke up. That's good. Fire is a very powerful element, especially with her flames. Even my fox fire wouldn't be able to last long against hers. She is the sun goddess after all, Yusaka said. There was something I wanted to ask you, Issei spoke up. Yusaka had an eyebrow raised for a few seconds before she spoke up. Yes, she asked, intrigued. When you said we would be doing review after I move, what does that exactly mean? Issei asked, confused. Well, Issei, I'll be honest, you have completely exceeded my expectations of how strong you would be. You are stronger than you realize. Most people wouldn't be that strong at your age. You are a prodigy. Everyone here that has trained you has realized that as well. You won't need that much training from me for in a little while. Just a few sparring matches to keep your skills honed is what we will do, Yusaka explained. She is right, Issei. You are improving faster than any of us could have predicted. You have already started to implement new uses with your shadow forms. The clones you used were proof of that. As you continue to grow and become stronger, people will come to you to test their mettle, but they will be surprised once they see they have challenged a monster in terms of power. You only have 2 more primordial gifts and 1 more shadow ability for me to teach you. Then that's it. You will have learned everything I have to offer and you will be almost unstoppable. Erebus spoke aloud. He is right, Issei. You have completely proven yourself to everyone that you have what it takes and can be a force to be reckoned with. All you need is to keep your skills honed, Yusaka spoke up. Issei knew he was pretty much done with what they had for him. So now all he had to do was keep his skills and abilities top-notch and he would be able to handle mostly any situation. but he knew there would be people who had more power than him, such as gods. But that didn't scare him at all. He would push himself to the edge of his limits and shatter his shell and become even more stronger. Scene break, a couple days later. Today was the last day for Issei at Yusaka's shrine. Well, at least for now. He knew he would be coming back soon. As he prepared to head back to his house, he went to Kuno's room to say his goodbyes. Then he would do the same to Yusaka. Once Kuno saw the door open, she knew that it was time. Eyes? Kuno asked sadly. Kuno, I have to go now. I know I will see you later when I come to visit. Issei replied sadly. Kuno had tears in her eyes as she grabbed him and bear hugged him. You better, she screeched. He comforted her and stood still for a few moments. He knew he had to say goodbye to Yusaka as well before he left. Don't worry, I will make sure to visit you, I promise. Issei spoke up. Kuno nodded slowly and finally let go of Issei reluctantly. She watched him as he walked out of the room and onwards towards Yusaka's office. As Issei walked to her office, he prepared for the conversation he was about to have with her, but he had no idea the turn of events it would cause for him. He wouldn't know what to think about it at first. It would be something that he would need to come to terms with on his own, for no one could help him with it. Once she saw him, she had a sad smile on her face. She knew what was coming and there was no way around it. Something she had planned though would change both of them forever and wouldn't separate them for anyone in the future. T was speeding towards them like a bullet, even if they didn't know it. It's time, isn't it? Yusaka asked sadly. Issei nodded slowly. Yusaka sighed heavily before standing up and walking towards him. She then spoke up. Issei, you are going to be fine. We talked about this. It is something that we cannot stop from happening, so we just have to make the best of the situation. Yusaka spoke up. I know, it's just a little surreal that it is already time to leave. Issei replied. Don't worry, we will still see each other like we said before. Yusaka said. Issei nodded. Now you best hurry along before your parents wonder where you are. Yusaka spoke up. Issei nodded and was about to turn around, but Yusaka leaned into his ear and whispered something. But before you go, don't forget you are mine. Yusaka whispered, confusing Issei. That's when she kissed him on the cheek. Giggling as she saw his expression, she waved him off, telling him to go already. Finally breaking out of his stupor, he walked out of the shrine and back to his house and saw his parents ready to leave. With no words or thoughts, jumped into the moving truck and headed towards Kuo. As Issei rode in the truck with his family to their new home, he wondered how it would all play out. He knew there would be some sort of supernatural presence that would be in Kuo. Whether or not it was good or bad he didn't know. He wondered what this new part of his life would have in store for him. He would just have to wait. Hey mom, where exactly are we moving to in Kuo? Like the neighborhood? Issei asked, intrigued. Well hun, it's a relatively normal neighborhood. Nothing too fancy. We will have a couple neighbors, nothing too serious. His foster mom replied. There was still a couple hours left of the ride to the new house. Issei hoped that it wouldn't bring any unwanted attention to him when he moved in. He understood that people would instantly know he wasn't normal. That's if they were a part of the supernatural world like he was. He had to hope that no one would question him, but he knew that wouldn't be the case, as eventually he would attract attention. He knew he would. It was fate that he was the center of attention. But he wasn't scared. No, he was more on the lines of wary of the results of his move. As the truck kept moving, Issei felt the tug of sleep pull him to his subconscious. Scene break, Issei's subconscious. As Issei arrived in the familiar void of his subconscious, he was wondering why Erebus pulled him in it. Soon he was met with the dragon himself staring at him. Why did you pull me in here? Issei asked, confused. Since you are going into new territory, you need a little extra training in some areas. You don't know who has control over the area, so I'm going to teach you how to conceal your presence. To make any supernatural being think you are just a plain human, you see your aura that radiates around you is very powerful and potent. People will be able to sense it very easily. Erebus spoke up. Okay then, how do I do it? Issei asked, intrigued. You will never be able to conceal it all the way. The only way to do that is to seal your powers, which we're not going to. You see, concealing your presence is pretty much masking it. I will help somewhat as I've done before. People won't know that it is me you are hosting. In order to conceal your presence you have to keep your power from flaring. Just keep a calm mind and keep your power at its base and you should be fine. People will still look at you weird since you have the aura of pure darkness, but it won't be as bad. Erebus explained. What kind of supernatural presence could I expect in Kuo? Issei asked. Honestly Issei, You never know in these situations, there will be a supernatural presence no doubt, which one it is. I cannot say. It could be devils or fallen, you most likely will not see pure angels there. Your best bet is when you get there is to work behind the scenes and find out the details before taking action. Erebus replied. Okay then, Issei replied while in thought. He took Erebus's advice and thought about what he would do when he got there. He knew he could stay hidden pretty well. His camouflage could only be detected by senjutsu users, other people would look right over him and wouldn't know he was there. He had a few questions of his own he needed to ask Erebus as well. Soon he spoke up. Erebus, what's the best way to improve my abilities and strength? Issei asked. Well, your abilities grow stronger with you as does your strength. You can add the power of shadows to your punches and kicks like you did before with Yusaka. Doing so will increase the power of them by quite a bit. Your abilities have the chance to evolve as well. Erebus spoke up. Evolve? What do you mean? Issei asked confused. Your power is near limitless, and it is constantly growing and becoming stronger. Darkness is everywhere, you gain power by that simple fact. Your ability will continue to grow and adapt to you as you grow. Your shadow's insight form is a prime example of that. Erebus explained to the boy. Issei nodded as he listened to Erebus's explanation. In it's not just your forms that will grow stronger, all your abilities can adapt and evolve into a new, more powerful version of the previous one, but each one requires immense strength for it to even begin to change. You will know when it starts. Erebus explained. What other abilities do I have to learn yet? Issei asked. Well, there is 2 more primordial gifts you have to learn yet, but they are different. One is your shadow dragon form. You can think of it in terms of power near the heavenly dragon's juggernaut drive, hence it will really drain you and it will be extremely powerful. The second one is the void gift. You can summon 2 familiars that were lost throughout time and have returned to the nothingness of the void. Your other shadow ability is called Shadow's Fury. It is something I cannot teach you, hence the name. It only activates when you are consumed by wrath. You still have control but you are extremely unstable. Erebus explained. Okay then, when we get to the house can you teach me the void gift? Issei asked. Yes, that is what we will do next. For now it is time to wake up. You have arrived in Kuo already. Remember what I said, Issei, be careful. Erebus spoke up. Issei nodded and soon he was slipping out of his sleep and awoke to see the early morning of the Kuo streets. As he looked around, he could tell it was a fairly well-built town. So where is our new house? Issei asked intrigued. Just a few blocks away from here, we'll be there soon. His foster dad replied. Issei just nodded and looked out the window. He wondered what would happen when he got settled in. He knew he could keep his presence hidden for the most part, but he also knew stronger people would be able to figure out what he really was. He hoped they would be friendly, but he had no idea the tragedy that was coming his way in the next few years of him living there. And it would change him forever with no going back. Soon they arrived in front of the house. Issei stepped out and looked at his new house. It was a standard house, 2-story with 1 neighbor on the side of the house. He started moving all the boxes with his family into the house. Soon they were all piled up waiting to be unpacked. How about we go meet the neighbors? Issei's foster mom suggested. Sure, why not? Issei replied. Come on then, let's go. His foster dad spoke up. They then walked out and walked to the neighbor's house and knocked on the door. The door soon opened, revealing a husband and wife with a kid who had blonde hair and twin tails. She looked to be near Issei's age. When the door opened, Issei felt something weird. His gut was telling him danger, and it wasn't helping that the parents were staring at him for quite some time. That's when Erebus suddenly spoke in Issei's mind. Issei, be careful in there. That feeling you felt was holy, the element that is dangerous to devils. Erebus warned in his head. Hiya, we're your new neighbors. This is my husband and our adopted son Issei Hyodo. His foster mom spoke up. Hello, where are the Shidus? This is our daughter Irina. Irina's dad spoke up. So where did you guys move from? Irina's mom asked. Kyoto. Issei answered. Iri. Na looked at Issei and was intrigued by him. She felt something off about him. Kyoto, huh? Irina's dad muttered. Yes, he had to leave his friends sadly. He was good friends with Yusaka's daughter Kuno. His foster dad spoke up. Both the Shidus' eyes widened. They knew now he was a part of the supernatural, but they didn't know why he was with the Yukai faction, and they didn't know if his foster parents knew either. Well, why don't you guys come in? We can get to know each other better. Irina's dad spoke up. Sure, why not? Issei's foster dad replied. The 3 of them walked into the Shidus' house. The whole group sat down in the living room. Issei couldn't help the feeling that he was being thoroughly watched every moment he was in the house. So what can you tell us about yourselves? Irina's dad asked, intrigued. Well, we lived in Kyoto since we adopted Issei. Atuld visit Yusaka's shrine once a week or so to play with Kuno. Issei foster mom spoke up, oblivious to the supernatural part. Irina's parents were really interested in hearing the story. Oh, what kinds of stuff did you do over there, Issei-kun? Irina suddenly asked. Issei was not expecting that at all. She hadn't spoken to him yet, and now she just did. It also surprised Irina's parents. They looked to Issei to see how he would answer. To Issei it started to feel like an interrogation. He had to calm himself down. Then he spoke up. We played with the other kids in the park most of the time. Sometimes we would play in the shrine with just the two of us. Issei replied casually. Oh, that sounds like fun. Irina replied. Yeah, it was. Issei muttered. All of them could tell it was a sensitive subject for Issei to talk about, but they didn't know the reason behind it. Irina felt sad for Issei. Then she suddenly spoke up. Come on, let's go play around. I will show you around town. Irina said cheerfully. Issei wasn't expecting this at all. It seemed he just made a new friend. Okay, sure. Issei shrugged. Yay. Irina screeched happily. She quickly grabbed him by the arm and dragged him out of the house. Inside, the parents were still talking. It seems they will get along fine. Irina's mom said. Yes, Issei may seem a little off at sometimes, but he is still a kid at heart and would do anything for his friends and family. Issei's foster dad spoke up. That intrigued Irina's parents even more. They may have misjudged him when they saw him. They were eager to learn more about the young boy, so they spoke up. Can you tell us some stories about your son? Irina's dad spoke up. Well, let's see. He didn't really have any friends until he met Kuno. He was the outcast, you could say. Some people would be friends, but they didn't really stay along with him. When he met Kuno, that's when we started to notice a change. Before, he was usually a silent one, but that changed as he would play with Kuno every week. He became good friends with her and her mother Yusaka. They were really nice and let him sleep there most of the time. He was always cheerful when he would play with them, but sadly since we moved I have a feeling he will go back to his old self, but maybe Irina can keep the cheerful side of himself still there. Issei's foster mom replied. Irina's parents felt sad for the boy when they first heard about it. They knew he was a part of the supernatural, but they didn't know how powerful he was. But if they did, they would know he would protect anyone who was close to him. They then knew they had misjudged him. They knew Irina and Issei would be good friends too. Scene break with Issei and Irina. Both of them were walking down the sidewalk while engaging in a conversation. So Issei-kun, tell me about yourself. What do you like to do for fun? Irina asked. Well, I'm an outdoors person. I was usually the one to play in the woods. That's where I actually found Kuno lost and that began our friendship. Issei replied. That's cool. So how is Kuno like? Irina asked, curious. Well, she's a little younger than us. She actually has your personality, very cheerful and happy all the time. Issei replied. She sounds really nice. Irina replied back. Yeah, she is. So where exactly are we going? Issei asked curiously. Oh, we're going to a park that's nearby. I figured you would like it. Irina replied. Issei nodded with a smile. Maybe this wasn't so bad in his mind that he moved. But he knew sometime down along the road he would be forced to reveal himself to the world. He just hoped it wasn't coming soon. Soon after 10 minutes of walking, the two of them arrived at the park. It was similar to the one Issei knew in Kyoto, but this one was a little bigger. There was some kids there playing too. Irina quickly dragged Issei along to play with her. He now knew that he had made a new friend. Playing for quite some time, the two of them just played like normal kids. It was almost dark and it was time to go back, so they started walking back towards the houses. Irina had a fun time along with Issei as well. As Irina and Issei parted ways, they both waved bye to each other and went into their respective houses. Issei had plans for the night. He was ready for the next part of training Erebus had. The void gift. As he walked into his house, he noticed the lights were off. Some of the boxes were unpacked. He walked up to where his foster parents' room was and checked it. They were asleep. Smiling to himself, he walked back out of the house and into the night to begin. Erebus, how do I use the void gift? Issei asked the dragon in his head. Firstly, you need to find a spot that won't disturb anyone nearby, since you will most likely have to fight it first before you can make it your familiar. Erebus explained. Issei nodded with a hum and walked onwards into the woods to find a decent spot. Soon he found a clearing that was away from any person who would be near him when he did summon a potential familiar. Okay, now how do I do it? Issei asked. The Void gift is one of the most powerful gifts you have. It requires you to call on the source of your power and reach out with it to the endless void. If something answers, it will appear before you and you must make it submit so you can make it. You're familiar, Erebus explained. Issei nodded and summoned all the power he could currently maintain. After holding it for a good bit, Erebus directed the power surge towards the void. Instantly a black wormhole-like portal opened and Issei's power was funneled into it. Now to wait, Erebus spoke up. Issei nodded and stood there waiting for whatever would answer his call. About 5 minutes later a gigantic-sized shadow came crawling out. It started to condense into a life-size. It had gray skin with red eyes. Issei could tell it was extremely powerful. So this is who called out to me in the void. It spoke with an eerie chill in its voice. Issei, be careful, this is a vampire, but not just any vampire, it is a Shinso vampire, one of the first vampires and the only ones to serve Satan. Erebus said to the boy. If it served Satan, it has to be powerful. Issei thought with a grin. No doubt, Erebus snorted. So Shinso vampire, how powerful are you exactly? Can you take on someone powerful like me? Issei asked with a grin. That seemed to piss of the vampire as it growled. Foolish boy, I will enjoy feasting on your blood. It roared in fury. Then come on, Issei mocked. The vampire was extremely fast, faster than Yusaka was last time he sparred with her, but he was sure he could dodge, as it kicked up dirt and debris as it dashed. Towards Issei with a powerful punch reeled back. Issei waited a split second before the fist would connect to going to his shadow's embrace form. As the Shinso vampire looked up with wide eyes at mass of darkness, his fist went cleanly through. He knew this was no normal person. He quickly backed up and began to rethink his plan. It seems you do have some power in you. The Shinso vampire snorted. This is only about 5% of my true power. Issei replied with a grin. That surprised the Shinso vampire quite a bit. He thought what this boy could do if he was pushed enough. Then show me your true power. The Shinso vampire shouted. Issei smiled and nodded. He then held out both of his hands and summoned his light and dark swords. Amaterasu's flames were alive on his light sword his dark sword glowed black with wisps of shadows coming off of it. It seemed to be stronger than when Issei saw it before. He wondered if this was it starting to evolve. If so, what would be the result? That was what he was asking himself as swung the swords at the ground a few times. So how do you like my swords? Holy element plus a fire attribute of my caliber must be very deadly to you. Issei laughed. The Shinso vampire growled but stayed back from Issei. Even he couldn't deny that that sword was extremely deadly. He wondered how he got those divine flames. It was obvious the boy was part fallen angel to be able to manipulate light. Shinso vampire asked curiously. I am Issei Hyodo, Prince of Shadows and wielder of Erebus, the primordial dragon of darkness. Issei declared while letting his power flare out. You may be worthy after all, boy. Let's finish this. Come at me with all you have, boy. The Shinso vampire shouted with a grin. Issei gave a battle-hungry grin and head forwards and sliced a good cut with his light sword down the Shinso vampire's chest, leaving a good amount of blood to fall, but he looked to see it was starting to regenerate. He cursed to himself. Forgetting about a vampire's advanced healing. Issei quickly sidestepped a right hook. He circled around his opponent for a minute before using his camouflage, making himself invisible to the Shinso vampire. So you can make yourself invisible, huh? Normally this would make you win automatically, but there are ways to find your opponent if they are invisible. The Shinso vampire spoke up. This intrigued Issei. He wondered what his opponent would do. Suddenly he was hit with a wave of energy. He couldn't see it. He was hit with another one right after the first one. He wondered what it was. It was invisible. He couldn't see where it went, and it left no trace of destruction. Those were sound waves, Issei. He's using them with his ears to pick up your location. Erebus spoke up. Issei see. Forced as he realized this was another way people could find out his location, but it was only certain people who could emit sound waves. He knew normal devils or fallen wouldn't be able to detect his location, only if they had training in senjutsu. He quickly dodged a huge ice blast that was speeding towards him. He released his wings and summoned a huge blast of wind, knocking his opponent backward while also toppling some trees around him. So he has wind magic as well. The Shinso vampire thought after getting up off the ground. The Shinso vampire quickly rolled to the side to avoid a speeding Issei with a shadow-covered fist. He looked up to see Issei fly up and dive at him. The shadows slowly disappeared and were replaced with pearl-white claws. The Shinso vampire was too slow to avo. It a slash that went down his chest, nearly killing him. Okay boy, that's enough. The Shinso vampire spoke while coughing up blood. So you yield and will become my familiar? Issei replied. You're damn right I will. The Shinso vampire replied back. What's your name? Issei asked curiously. You can call me Dracula, the very first vampire. Dracula replied. So Erebus, how do I make him my familiar? Issei asked aloud. Issei was shocked. He had managed to make Dracula the most powerful vampire ever to submit and become his familiar. A pale onyx glow illuminated the woods where they were as Erebus spoke. Repeat after me. I Issei Hyodo hereby make you Dracula, my familiar. Erebus spoke aloud. I Issei Hyodo hereby make you Dracula, my familiar. Issei chanted. As those words left his mouth, a ton of dark energy started to envelope the both of them and swirled up in the air towards the sky, leaving both of them in the woods alone. So I'm now your familiar, huh? Dracula muttered. Yup, Issei replied while stretching. So how powerful are you, Issei Hyodo? Dracula asked curiously. Well, you know I have power of the shadows along with Erebus. I also have 5 primordial gifts: Shadow, Void, Divine Flames, Moon, and Tempest. Issei replied. You have a lot of potential. If you need me, just call my name and I will appear before you. Dracula said before disappearing in a flash of smoke. Theatrical, huh? Issei thought with a chuckle. He then started walking back towards his new house. He had officially had his first familiar who happened to be the most powerful vampire. He wondered what was going to be happening the more he stayed here. Scene break. A couple years later. It has been a saddening few years for Issei. When his friend Irina had moved a couple weeks back, he was now alone. But not for the most part, he still had everyone else that trained him all his life. The now 14-year-old Issei was currently getting ready to Yusaka's. He quickly started to leave with his shadow camouflage. He told his parents he was going for a walk. He quickly jumped into the air and started flying out. He was planning on sparring with Tsukuyomi for the day. Amaterasu was waiting for him at the shrine. As he neared Kyoto, he descended to the ground in the woods behind the shrine. He quickly walked in with his camouflage on. He wanted to see how long he could go unnoticed. He hoped he had perfected his camouflage, but he had to know if people could figure out where he was. As he walked down the halls, none of the shrine workers glanced in his direction, so he decided to go to Yusaka's office. He saw the door was already open when he arrived, so he went inside. Inside was Amaterasu and Yusaka. They were having a conversation. He should be here soon. Yusaka said. How has he been? Amaterasu asked. Well, I know moving for him is hard, but I think he will be fine. We'll be there for him along the way, and there's no doubt in my mind he will make new friends along the way. Yusaka replied. Amaterasu nodded to her statement. Yusaka then spoke up again. He has also gotten a lot stronger. Yusaka spoke up. I heard about his sparring match with you a couple months ago. Amaterasu said. Yes, he surprised me quite a bit with the creativity he used with his powers. Yusaka replied. I wonder how he will do against Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu spoke up. I think he will be just fine. He keeps getting stronger every moment of every day. Yusaka said. Yeah, you're right. To think that a couple years ago he would have grown this strong is amazing. Amaterasu said. Yusaka nodded her head. She knew he was getting stronger every day. It would only be a matter of time before he started to realize his own prowess could topple even some of the strongest gods. Her thoughts were interrupted as she saw something weird. The shadows were moving around a certain point. She smirked as she let out a bit of senjutsu. Amaterasu's eyes widened as she felt it. What's the matter? She asked, confused. Yusaka only smirked even more and then spoke up. You can come out now, Issei. She chuckled. Amaterasu was shocked. She wasn't able to sense him at all. She turned around to the spot Yusaka was staring at and watched as the shadows started to move like they were alive. She shivered at the cold feeling she got from it. She couldn't see or sense him, so he could be anywhere. It was a truly terrifying idea that could be used against anyone. That's when a figure was able to be made out in the abyss of darkness. It stepped out into the room. As the shadows started to recede back to their domain, Issei was revealed with a grin on his face. Issei-kun, how are you? Amaterasu screeched happily while rushing to hug him. Yusaka was obviously jealous, but she wouldn't show it. She then spoke up. So are you ready for your sparring match against Tsukuyomi? She asked, intrigued. She wanted to see what he would say. Yes, I'm ready for whatever he can throw at me. he replied with a smirk. Now that surprised Yusaka and Amaterasu. It was obvious he had gotten a new ability or something like that. They wondered what it was. How much stronger have you gotten since the last time we saw you? Amaterasu asked. Yusaka wanted to know that as well. It was obvious he was hiding something. Don't really know about how much stronger, but I've been trying out some new things with my shadow abilities. Issei replied vaguely. It was obvious they weren't going to get much out of him, so Amaterasu spoke up. Okay then, Issei-kun, are you ready to go to Takamagahara? Amaterasu asked. Yes, let's go, Issei replied. Yusaka smiled knowing he would be fine. Soon the two of them disappeared in a flash of orange, leaving her to herself. As they arrived on Takamagahara, Tsukuyomi was standing 10 feet from them. It was clear to Issei he was excited about this match. He was ready. Hey there Issei, you ready? He asked. Yes I am, Issei replied. Amaterasu stepped out of Iway and put a barathum as they prepared to start. Issei, do not take me lightly, I will be using most of my power on you, I hope you impress me. Tsukuyomi spoke up. Issei nodded and motioned for him to come. Tsukuyomi started to glow dark silver. Issei could tell this was a power-up. Tsukuyomi quickly vanished in a burst of speed heading right towards Issei. Issei quickly did a back flip and voided a haymaker that kicked up a ton of debris as Tsukuyomi's fist connected with the dirt. His reaction time was able to match my speed. I need to catch him off guard to get a good hit. Tsukuyomi thought after missing. Issei decided it was time to make a move of his own. Quickly summoning his dark sword, he charged towards Tsukuyomi. Since he wasn't using any of his forms, his speed was at his base level. He knew Tsukuyomi would be able to dodge or block it, but Issei was going to let him on purpose to try to find an opening. As Issei swung his sword in a diagonal slash motion, Tsukuyomi quickly dashed backwards. Issei knew he was right to think Tsukuyomi would dodge. Issei then decided to press and charged. Summoning his light sword, he took it and threw it to try to throw off Tsukuyomi. Ian quickly went into his shadow's embrace form and vanished from Tsukuyomi's sight. Tsukuyomi quickly dodged the incoming light sword that was thrown at him and did a 360 turn but couldn't spot Issei. That's when he felt a massive energy spike above him. He quickly looked up to see a blast of dark energy hurtling towards him like a speeding bullet. He had no time to dodge and was left with his only choice of trying to push it back. As he fired off his own blast of silver energy, Tsukuyomi found it harder to press against the massive amount of energy that Issei was releasing. Now he understood the amount of power he truly had and that he only released when he was forced to. In his mind, Issei was treating this match like a life or death situation, which was causing him to throw out all the rules and press forwards. It truly awestruck Tsukuyomi at how far he had grown since the last time he saw him. Soon it was too much for Tsukuyomi to hold back and he was engulfed in the dark energy as it overcame his own energy blast. As Issei descended down and came out of his shadow's embrace form, he knew Tsukuyomi wasn't done. This was the Shinto god of the moon he was fighting. It would take more than an overpowering energy blast to take him out. He grinned as he started to see the dark energy that was engulfing Tsukuyomi start to crack with silver energy surging outwards. Soon the pressure started to increase and an explosion happened. Amaterasu watched from outside with awe. She knew Issei was powerful, but to cause Tsukuyomi to release a gigantic amount of his own energy to break free from Issei's own energy. It was amazing in her mind. As they continued to test each other's limits, she wondered how far will Issei go to secure a victory. That's what she wanted to know, how much willpower he had and how he would use it. As all the energy cleared away, Tsukuyomi was covered in a light silver glow with piercing silver eyes. Issei knew this was starting to get serious. So he decided to take it up a notch and get serious as well. Tsukuyomi watched as Issei stood still, unmoving and stoic. He wondered what he was planning. That's when he felt a massive spike in the energy around him. As a god, he could sense the aura of people and the natural energies. He looked to Issei and saw green and black energy swirling around him. He watched with awe as the two energies converged. And then the shadows absorbed it and covered Issei in complete darkness with a light green tint. This was his shadow's insight form. Tsukuyomi instantly knew he mixed senjutsu with his shadow abilities. But this form was insanely powerful. He was emitting a powerful aura, stronger than what Tsukuyomi had done before. Issei then quickly disappeared. Tsukuyomi knew he was using camouflage and needed to pinpoint his location. He knew it would be tougher since the form he used before was considerably weaker than the one he was using now. Summoning more of his energy, Tsukuyomi started to focus his energy started to form something around him. Issei watched with interest as two wolves started to form out of the energies that were surrounding Tsukuyomi. Find him, Tsukuyomi spoke up. That's when the wolves started to pick up on Issei's scent. Issei quickly cursed as he dodged a wolf that launched itself at him. Taking himself out of his shadow's insight form, he quickly summoned his light sword and sliced a wolf in half. He watched as it turned back into energy and flowed back to Tsukuyomi. But Issei made a mistake and took his eyes of Tsukuyomi and was met with a punch to his gut. Never take your eyes of the opponent or you leave yourself open to attack. He spoke up. Issei quickly stood up and stared at the god. Going back into his shadow's embrace form, he shot off another dark blast of energy towards Tsukuyomi. This time Tsukuyomi only put up his hand and blocked it, but Issei wasn't done and he wasn't giving up. He quickly fired off another blast and charged at Tsukuyomi simultaneously. Summoning his scythe in his hand, Issei slammed the blade in the ground, causing a huge earthquake that had dark energy erupting from it. Tsukuyomi quickly dodged the first blast but was hit with the second wave of energy from the earthquake. Tsukuyomi was starting to understand now. When he was pushed to his limits, Issei would defy them and reach even farther. Tsukuyomi decided it was time to end this match and see who would win. Summoning all of his energy, Tsukuyomi held out his hand and the energy started to condense into a weapon. Amaterasu was shocked at what she was seeing. Issei pushed him far enough for him to use his weapon, his symbol of power. Every god had it and it was extremely powerful and dangerous. Issei grinned when he saw the energy rise even more. He decided to give Tsukuyomi a show and show him his true power as well. Summoning his sacred gear, absolute darkness, it was all darkness around him. He understood what Erebus said about it being a combo power. It removed all traces of light and only left darkness. Both Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu weren't expecting this. They had never seen his sacred gear before, and judging by how it wiped all existences of light around them, it was extremely powerful. It was truly terrifying how he was this strong, able to match his power easily and most likely go even higher. This kid was a true powerhouse. And Amaterasu thought about the two of them sparring. She didn't expect this. She expected Issei to give Tsukuyomi a good fight, but ultimately get beaten, and here he was defying her expectations. It was awe-inspiring to her. So Tsukuyomi, how do you like this one here? I haven't really practiced with this yet, but as you can tell it is very powerful. How will you get around the darkness with barely any vision? Issei spoke up. He was right, Tsukuyomi could barely see at all, but that didn't stop him. Summoning the rest of his energy, he formed a bow in his hand and fired off several arrows. They were homing. Issei quickly dodged one, but was struck with the second one. He cursed as he realized what they were. Releasing his wings, he took flight and avoided arrows as they homed in on him. He came around and flew directly at Tsukuyomi. Summoning his light sword, he threw the flaming blade at Tsukuyomi's feet and then summoned his claws and put them direct in Tsukuyomi's face, a mere inch away from his throat. One motion could decapitate him. The darkness faded and everyone watched as the arrows hit the flaming sword. Tsukuyomi was sweating profusely. He didn't expect this outcome at all. You win, kid, he spoke weakly. Issei then got up and Tsukuyomi followed suit. Amaterasu came rushing in and bear-hugged Issei. You did great. I didn't know you were that strong. Amaterasu spoke up giddily. Tsukuyomi nodded his head. He wasn't expecting Issei to overwhelm him like he did. Issei, you have something akin to the power of a top 5 god. You must understand this as goth strength. But you must know where to use it and how to. Power attracts power. Be prepared to fight even stronger opponents. Tsukuyomi spoke up. He is right, Issei. You need to continue growing stronger. You will eventually find someone who can hold their own against you and you need to be ready. Amaterasu explained. Issei nodded his head after hearing her statement. She spoke up again. Come on, I'll take you back to Yasaka's. Amaterasu spoke up. Issei nodded and the two of them disappeared back to Kyoto. Yasaka was surprised to hear how he did against him and how he pulled most of his abilities out. Soon Issei said goodbye to the two of them and took flight back to Kuo. He didn't know what was coming his way. Something was about to happen to him that would change him forever and set him due. The path he would go down that would set his destiny in stone. As he arrived at the back of his house, he smelled something foul. He feared the worst, since he knew what that smell was. Blood. When he walked into the living room, he was shocked at what he saw. His heart stopped, his breathing got shallower. Any coherent thought vanished as he started to tremble. Erebus was suddenly awake from the spike of emotion he felt from his host. Looking through the eyes of his host, what he saw made him curse. He knew what was coming and there was no stopping it. Standing over the body of his two dead foster parents was a fallen angel. Issei could tell by the light spear embedded in his foster dad's chest. The fallen angel turned to Issei and spoke with a giddy tone. "Oh, looks like the main event is here. Are you ready, boy?" he asked crazily. This fallen angel did not know what he was about to unleash. Issei didn't speak and only started to shake even more. Suddenly the room got insanely dark. The fallen looked panicked as he felt the increase of energy, but he looked to the boy to see his eyes hollow and void, like they were lifeless. He truly had started to awaken the beast deep inside of him. And it was about to blow up in his face. Suddenly all the shadows around him swallowed Issei whole, creating a monster. As the beast turned towards the fallen and looked in his eyes, the fallen shivered from what he saw, from the red eyes filled with hatred and fury. It was like 1,000 souls all screaming in unison for one thing: vengeance. Currently, with around a house was a barrier. Several groups of supernaturals had appeared to figure out what the eruption of power was. They were astonished by the level of power that was surging out of the house. It was totally dark inside. Ey could tell that much by looking at the windows. Soon a crimson-haired man spoke up. "Who lives there and how is that possible?" he asked aloud. Suddenly a larger magic circle appeared and out Papa D someone the three factions least expected to see there. It was Yusaka and the Shinto Trinity. So finally the boy snapped. Susanoo muttered. Yusaka looked quizzically over to the god of storms. It was obvious she was confused. "What do you mean, Susanoo?" she asked. He turned towards her. "It's obvious that his power is dependent on emotion. You've had to have noticed if he starts to get anxious or annoyed, the darkness responds. It seems that wrath is incurred in the boy." Susanoo replied. "My brother seems to be right. I can sense a ton of malicious energy in the house." Amaterasu added. Denly the group was interrupted by the other factions. "What is going on here and how are you guys tied to the person in the house?" the same crimson-haired man asked. Suddenly it hit Azazel and he spoke up. "It's the boy, huh?" he asked. "Azazel, what do you know about this boy?" an angel asked. "It was Michael, the archangel and leader of heaven. I think it's best for Yusaka to answer that since I haven't seen him in a few years." Azazel spoke up. Everyone turned to Yusaka. She sighed and decided to tell them. She was going to leave out some stuff for the sake of their paranoia. If they knew how powerful he was, they wouldn't like it very well. "His name is Issei Hyodo and he is my pupil. He is a four-way hybrid, with them being devil, fallen angel, dragon and human." Yusaka spoke up. Shocking. Everyone except the ones who knew already. "So why did you think to hide this boy from us?" Michael asked, intrigued. "The boy is considerably powerful, enough to one day attract a lot of attention. I didn't want to throw him into a world that would change him forever." Yusaka replied. Little did they know that Issei was already changed. It wouldn't be visible at first, but eventually it would be noticeable. But fate was already at work on helping the boy. Something was going to help him along the way. A very special thing indeed. "So what do we do?" Azazel asked. "I have no idea," the crimson-haired man replied. "Sirzex, I think Amaterasu could help." Michael spoke up. "How so?" Amaterasu spoke up. "You're the embodiment of the sun. You represent happiness and practically hope and survival. You may just be able to undo the transformation the boy has undergone." Michael replied. "It's worth a shot," Sirzex muttered. Suddenly something happened that shocked everyone. The door opened, revealing a half-burnt fallen angel. He had a single pair of wings that were up in flames. Everyone stared at the black divine flames that were claiming the wings faster than anyone had ever seen. Azazel walked over and spoke up angrily. He recognized the fallen. It was just a grunt. "What have you done?" he asked seriously. Kokabil ordered me to eliminate the boy, but something happened and he became a monster. He spoke weakly. It was obvious he was dying. "Get back here," an enraged voice shouted from inside. No one knew that it was a mix between Issei's and Erebus's. That's when a long ND came stretching out and grabbed the fallen and dragged him back in the house, screaming bloody murder all the way back inside. "Azazel, how does that cadre class know about my Issei?" Yusaka asked angrily. Everyone noticed how she claimed him as hers. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi both had smirks, while Amaterasu had an expression that pretty much said, "You're on, bitch. I may have a file on the boy at the Grigori." Azazel replied sheepishly. That earned him a glare from Amaterasu and a kick to the balls from Yusaka. Everyone cringed from her kick. They knew now that she deeply cared about the boy along with Amaterasu. Amaterasu, let's go. Yusaka spoke up. Amaterasu nodded and the both of them walked into the house dreading what they might find. They couldn't see anything. Yusaka turned towards Amaterasu and nodded her head. Amaterasu suddenly started to glow a bright yellow and slowly the darkness receded. They were shocked at what they saw. Issei was truly transformed into a beast. He had a gigantic form of massive amounts of darkness around him. He was almost 7 feet tall and towered over both of them. He had his hand around the fallen's neck ready to snap it. "Who ordered you to kill my parents?" he asked in a eerie cold tone. Amaterasu's and Yusaka's eyes both widened. So that was what happened. They instantly felt saddened at the loss of their loved one's parents, even if Issei didn't know it. They both loved him romantically and would be there for him. "K. Kokabile," he replied weakly. That was it for the fallen. With one motion his neck was snapped and he fell limp on the ground. Both of them looked in awe of the power Issei was releasing. In their minds once again he had proven he could be stronger than a Satan-class devil when he was older. They watched as the body fell on the floor and Issei hovered over it breathing slowly. He suddenly turned towards the two of them and just stared. They were frozen as the red eyes of fury stared right at them. Amaterasu took a risky move and walked forwards towards Issei. "Issei, are you in there?" she asked hesitantly. Amaterasu," he muttered out in confusion. He raised his hands to look at them. It seemed he had gotten rid of the rage and gotten control. Suddenly Amaterasu tackled him to the ground and she started to glow with the energy of the sun. Yusaka quickly covered her eyes and brighter. As they light died down, Issei was panting on the ground breathless. Yusaka quickly ran up and bear hugged him. "Issei, you scared me. Are you alright?" Yusaka asked worriedly. Issei was silent for a while. "Give me a minute. Something is different." Issei muttered weakly. "What do you mean?" Amaterasu asked curiously. He was silent once again. "Erebus, what is going on?" he asked the dragon in his head. "You just came out of the shadow's fury form. As a result you have sapped some of the primal power within you and now are stronger from it. That feeling you're getting is the leftover darkness the ability used." Erebus explained. "Issei, what's the matter? Talk to us." Amaterasu spoke up. "It seems I have gained even more power from the ability I just used and what I am feeling is the leftover energy." Issei explained. The two of them let out a huge breath of relief. Suddenly the door opened and in walked Azazel in the front with Michael and Sirzex in the back. Issei's eyes flashed with rage at the sight of the fallen angel. Taking no chances he charged forwards with speed that no one expected. He suddenly had his two swords out crisscrossed across his neck. Sirzex stared at the light sword that was covered in flames. He shivered from the power it was releasing. Why did a fallen angel by the name of Kokabile order my parents' death? Issei questioned in a cold voice. It promised pain and agony if he didn't answer truthfully. Everyone was shocked, even Yusaka and Amaterasu and the rest of the Shinto Trinity. They didn't think he had the nerve to threat a leader of a powerful faction. With the look that Azazel had on his face, it was obvious that Issei's words had reached him and Azazel was almost shitting his pants out of fear. "K. Kokabile has been going rouge for a while now. I haven't enough proof to bring charges upon him," he replied weakly. Issei knew he was telling the truth and let his power recede. Walking past both Yusaka and Amaterasu he willed the shadows to carry his foe. Stir parents' bodies outside to be buried. Everyone was in awe of the power the boy was effortlessly releasing. Everyone followed him silently. They watched as he unleashed his claws and started to dig 2 holes. Tsukuyomi was surprised at seeing the claws of the moon. Azazel was astonished at how far he had come on his own. He knew he would only train a few days a month with Yusaka or Amaterasu. That's how much they kept him updated. He had nothing to teach the boy, so he let him do his own thing, but to come this far was truly amazing. He was indeed powerful enough to take on a Satan. Sirzex and Michael had no words for the boy's power. They felt the raw amount of it when they first came to the area. When he threatened Azazel it was still powerful but more controlled and deadly. They didn't want to be on the receiving end of his wrath. They both looked to each other and decided not to interfere in his life. With a nod to both of them they spoke up. "I think both me and Michael have seen enough. Issei Hyodo, you have our words that we will not interfere in your life. I hope we meet again on better terms." Sirzex spoke up. Michael nodded and the both of them disappeared into their respective magic circles. Issei didn't even respond and continued to dig his foster parents' graves. Everyone watched in silence as the bodies were lifted off the ground by the shadows. They seemed to take shape and formed into a clone. Amaterasu and Yusaka realized this as they watched several clones pick up the bodies and place them in the graves, then started to grab the dirt and fill the holes back up. Issei then walked back into the house and stared emotionlessly at the bloodstains on the floor. With a wave of his hand, the darkness started to eat the stains up and clean the floor where his foster parents were. After it was all done, he sat down on the couch and stared at the wall. Amaterasu was saddened at how Issei was feeling. Even Yusaka as well could feel it rolling off of him. Susano then spoke up. "So kid, what are you going to do now?" he asked. He got glares from the two females in the room. Issei was silent again. "Azazel, you said Kokobile was going rouge?" he asked, still staring into nothingness. "Why yes," he replied. "I'm going to stay in Kuo then." Issei replied. "What? Why?" Amaterasu screeched. "It's obvious that Kokobile has plans for this town. Why wouldn't he attack me in Kyoto? He knew I was powerful and wanted me out of the way since I was living in the town he had plans for, so we let him think I'm dead. Azazel spread rumors of my death so that he will think he can move forward without trouble, and I will be waiting in the shadows for him and my vengeance." Issei replied. Everyone was shocked at how he planned out his move. It was well thought out in their minds. Yusaka was smiling knowing her student was making her proud. "Very well," Azazel replied. Then he left in his magic circle. "I will most likely visit more often now that I barely have anything here." Issei spoke up. The group knew he needed space. "Eyes, if you ever need to talk, you know where to find us. We care about you and don't want to see you hurting." Amaterasu spoke up sadly. Yusaka knew it was time to leave. She looked at the rest of them and they all nodded and disappeared into a magic circle, leaving Issei alone. Scene break. A year and a half later. It has been a year and 6 months since that fateful day. Issei hasn't really felt any better since then. It was like the spark was gone and nothing rarely affected him anymore. He didn't really feel anything. He sighted Yusaka a little more often, but still nothing reignited his heart. However, fate was on his side this time. Something would happen that would cause it to slowly happen and he would be back to the way he was. Michael and Sirzex had kept their word and haven't bothered Issei since that night. Azazel did what he said and he was proclaimed dead. Kokobile, however, didn't act yet, so Issei continued to wait. Today would be the first time in a week that Issei would leave his house. Getting a jacket on and pulling the hood over his head, he started walking outside and planned to go into the woods to meditate. He climbed on a tree limb and closed his eyes. He gathered all the shadows around him and went into his shadow's insight form. That's when he heard it. With his shadow's insight form, all his senses were enhanced to the max. He also had empathy senses. He knew what people or animals were feeling. He also could see where they were going and where they came from, like a trail. He was hearing faint footsteps and whispers. He opened his eyes and dashed towards the sound. Activating his camouflage, he continued forwards towards the source. As the sounds got louder, he also heard leaves rustling and looked up to see a girl jump out of the tree and land in the clearing. She had black hair with split bangs. Issei noticed the two tails that sprung out from behind her. She was also wearing a black kimono with a yellow obi around it. In his head, she was extremely beautiful. She seemed to notice Issei as her eyes followed him as he moved backwards. "So she can sense me, huh? Senjutsu," he thought with a smirk. Suddenly 3 new people came out in the clearing. They had light armor on with a sword strapped to each of their waists. "Stray devil Kuroka, there is nowhere to run now." One of them spoke up. Issei was confused at that moment. He sensed her emotions and was met with a turmoil of sadness, pain, as love. He also noticed she had no regrets. He watched carefully to see what she was going to do. Either fight or run. That's when the 3 men charged with incredible speeds. They were clearly trained well. Issei feared he may need to step in, but suddenly the woman shot of several pink energy blasts of energy. It confirmed Issei's suspicions. She knew Senjutsu. As he watched her fight, he knew she was powerful. She was a Yukai after all, and it hit him she was Nekomata. He then remembered Yusaka's teachings about the different species of Nekomata and how powerful they were. He thought about it for a second. Aosho, the most powerful one and incredibly rare. He then turned around and started to head back, thinking she had it under control, but stopped dead in his track when he heard her scream. He turned around to see one of the hunters ready to strike a fatal blow. Issei instantly moved into action and the hunter's sword was met with his light sword. Kuroka stared in awe at the person who saved her. She felt his presence earlier and wondered who he was. She stared at the light sword that was covered in divine flames and felt a shiver go down her spine. She couldn't see the person, he was completely covered in darkness. It was obvious the hunters didn't notice him earlier based on their expressions. Everyone watched as the shadows receded, and now standing before them was a boy with black hair with silver streaks, standing about 6 feet tall and extremely powerful. "Who are you?" the hunter asked as he pulled his sword back, but he still had his guard up. "None of your business, now leave this place or hunting this girl will be the least of your problems." Issei spoke coldly. "Ha, 3 vs 1 is easy." One of the hunters spoke up, and the two of them stepped beside the leader. "Very well, it's your funeral," Issei muttered. The two of them swung their swords at Issei but were caught in his claws. They stared in horror as he easily snapped the swords with his claws. They backed up quickly as they realized this boy was a monster. Their horror increased as they saw his wings come out of his back. "Begone," he shouted and flapped his wings. A huge current of wind carried all three of them and slammed them into the trees. Their backs were broken instantly as they couldn't get up and had to crawl away. As Issei returned to normal, he turned around to see the girl cowering in fear of his power. He sighed and rubbed his temples. "It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you," Issei explained. The girl narrowed her eyes and stood up, then spoke. "What are you? You're clearly not human," she asked cautiously. "I'm part human, the rest is complicated," Issei said vaguely. "Why did you save me?" Kuroka asked curiously. "I have certain abilities that allow me to see what someone is truly feeling. When I looked at you I felt a lot of emotions. Ones that shouldn't be in a normal stray devil. By what I was feeling I would say you were forced to do what you did," Issei explained. Issei noticed a silent tear that fell down the girl's cheek. He knew now that it was a very sensitive topic. "Hey, it's okay, I can tell you don't want to talk about it," Issei spoke softly. Kuroka looked at him and spoke. "What's your name?" she asked. "Issei Hyodo," he answered. "Firstly, how are you so powerful? I need to know so I can trust you," she asked. Issei sighed then spoke up. "I wield a sacred gear that contains a very powerful being. I also have very powerful abilities. Some of them you just saw. I'm also a 4-way hybrid between human, devil, dragon, and fallen angel," he answered. She was shocked at his amount of power. He then spoke up. "I can tell you're a Nekosho. If you want, I know a place where you will be safe." Issei spoke up. Kuroka was shocked at the kindness he was giving her. He just met her and he was this friendly. "Nah, I think I will stick with you. If you're this powerful you can protect me nya." She winked with a sly smile. Issei felt his face heat up and quickly forced his blush down and then spoke up. "Very well," he shrugged. He then summoned his own magic circle and the both of them stepped in it and reappeared outside his house. As they both walked in, Kuroka instantly noticed it was them. "Where's your family?" she asked. She instantly knew it was a rough subject for him when his face dropped. "Buried out back," he replied vaguely. She watched him sit down and stare at the wall. He was slowly remembering that day. She sat down by him and spoke up. "What happened to them?" she asked. So he recounted the painful memories and explained how he came across his foster parents' dead bodies with the fallen angel above them. She was super sad for Issei as she heard what happened and the change he went through since then. She first noticed the dull look in his eyes when she first saw him. Now she could tell there was more pain behind his facade he had built. She instantly felt the need to bring the life back to his eyes. She promised herself that she wouldn't stop until she accomplished just that. "I'm so sorry," she screeched with tears as she hugged him. Issei wasn't expecting that and hushed her with wrapping his arms around the crying girl. It seemed this was the start of something big for the both of them as he laid down with her on the couch and eventually fell asleep cradled in each other's arms. It has been 3 weeks since Kuroka was rescued by Issei and moved in with him. They had been growing closer ever since the day they met. Issei didn't want to admit it, but he was falling for her. Issei was brought out of his deep sleep when he felt a weight on his chest. He peeked one eye open to see Kuroka laying her head on his chest. She was sleeping soundly. She had her tail wrapped around him. He was stuck in his current position. He sighed and closed his eyes once more and went back to sleep. It was an hour later and he opened his eyes again and found her in a different position. She was curled up next to him. He was able to wiggle his way out without waking her up. He hoped Amaterasu or Yusaka wouldn't drop in today, hoping to surprise him. It would be tough to explain why Kuroka was there. However, he didn't care. He heard he shift around on the couch and looked over to see her rubbing her eyes and looking at him. She got off the couch and walked over to him. "What are you making to eat?" she asked. She was still a little tired. Issei could tell by her voice. "Eggs and bacon," he replied. He looked at her for a moment then spoke. "Kuroka, I need to talk to you about some stuff," he said. Kuroka raised an eyebrow but nonetheless nodded and sat down across from him. "First things first, I'm Su. You have some questions that still need to be answered." He spoke up. She nodded and proceeded to ask her questions before he would ask his. "When you said you felt my emotions, how did you do that exactly? How powerful are you and what can you do?" she asked. Issei sighed as he realized should have known she would ask these questions. If she was going to trust, he was going to let it all out and not leave a thing out. "Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning and tell you what my life was like. It will help you understand me better as what my power is capable of," he said. She nodded and listened as he began. "I grew up in Kyoto," he started. She instantly widened her eyes as she knew Kyoto was Yukai territory. "You should know Kyoto is Yukai territory, right? You are one after all," he said. She hesitantly nodded. "Well, I never knew my real parents, I was adopted. So I don't know where my power comes from. While growing up in the city I never really had friends, you could say. It wasn't until one day in the park where I found a lost little girl in the woods," he said. She was saddened at the first part of his story. She didn't think that he had a hard life. However, she was being proven wrong by his story. "Who was it?" she asked curiously. He looked at her then replied. "Kuno, the daughter of Yusaka," he said. That shocked her. "See, come again?" she asked. "Yusaka, the nine-tailed fox. I found her daughter in the woods that day and that started my friendship with them," he said. It was a lot to take in for her. He was friends with the Yukai leader and he was most likely trained by her. "It was later I awoke my sacred gear and started training with Yusaka and Amaterasu and the rest of the Shinto gods. I've sparred with Yusaka, Susanoo and Tsukuyomi. I also had training in light manipulation with Azazel," he spoke up. She was shocked again as she heard him. "You've trained at Takamagahara. What's your sacred gear?" she asked curiously. "Yes, I've been to Takamagahara. As for my sacred gear, my powers are similar to it. I have power of darkness," he spoke up. The shadow remembered him covered in darkness. He had power of the darkness as he saw fit. "What all can you do?" she asked. "Any shadow or darkness manipulation, light magic. You saw my sword alive in Amaterasu's flames. I have the wings of tempest and claws of the moon. I also familiars of the void. My sacred gear is absolute darkness and I host Erebus, the primordial dragon of darkness," he asked. "Dragon? I thought he was Greek primordial," she asked confused. Before Issei could speak up, Erebus answered for him. The pale glow on his hands appeared as he spoke. "I still am the Greek primordial. I just sealed myself as a dragon-type sacred gear, hence they are the strongest ones, and as such I took on a dragon form instead of my Greek form," he spoke aloud. That surprised both of them. Issei didn't know that. Kuroka nodded her head as she understood it. "So anything else?" Issei asked her. She was thinking for a minute. "How did you feel my emotions?" she asked seriously. Issei knew there was more to the question. He didn't want to pry. He decided to let her come out with it on her own. "I mixed senjutsu with my shadow form, which resulted in a form with both advanced senjutsu and powerful darkness manipulation. I have empathy senses in the form," he replied. She nodded. She then spoke to him. "Do you mind if take a shower?" she asked. "Go right ahead, Kuroka. My house is now yours, Kuroka," he said. As he said that, she nodded and turned around. As she walked up the stairs she started to blush. She was starting to like it here. Back downstairs, Issei was putting the food away when he felt something. A magic circle started to form by the couch. Issei started sweating profusely as he saw the symbol. It was Yusaka and Amaterasu. "Good luck, Issei," Erebus chuckled. Both of them walked over. "How are you doing, eyes?" Amaterasu asked. Issei didn't reply. Yusaka narrowed her eyes. Nd walked closer to Issei and started smelling him. She glared at him while he sweated even more. "Issei," she said sweetly. It had an icy tone in it. "Yusaka, what's wrong?" Amaterasu asked confused. Yusaka turned to Issei and spoke up. "Issei, care to explain why I smell another girl on you?" she asked. It was Amaterasu's turn to glare at Issei. Issei sighed and told them. "I found her a few weeks ago being hunted by stray hunters. I felt her emotions, they weren't what a regular stray devil should have had. I couldn't let her die there," he replied seriously. Both of their eyes widened as they heard his tone. It was obvious to them he wasn't going to abandon her. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. "Where is she now?" Yusaka asked. "Upstairs taking a shower," Issei replied. Unknown to them, Kuroka had already gotten out of the shower and had heard everything. She smiled when Issei defended her. He was truly someone she could and would depend on, and he would depend on her. She had seen the way he looked hollow. It was like he was lifeless. She still was going to bring that spark back. She sighed and started to walk downstairs and was met with two calm-looking girls, but they definitely annoyed. They were judging her right of the bat. She recognized them as Yusaka and Amaterasu instantly. "Please don't worry if Issei saved you, there was a reason," Yusaka said. "Thank you," she replied and sat down next to Issei. "So what is your name?" "You're a Nekosho, right?" Yusaka asked. Kuroka looked saddened when Yusaka asked if she was a Nekosho. Issei noticed this and instantly deduced that something happened due to her being one of the most powerful species of Yukai. "My name is Kuroka Tuju, and yes, I am a Nekosho," she said. Yusaka nodded. "So why are you a stray?" Yusaka asked seriously. Kuroka had tears coming out of her eyes. It was obviously something that affected her deeply. Even Amaterasu could see that. She noticed Issei start to get angry at Yusaka. "Please don't ask. It's too many bad memories for me to remember," Kuroka said weakly. Yusaka didn't like that at all. She slammed her fist on the counter. "Why are you a stray?" she seethed. Kuroka couldn't take it anymore and ran upstairs. Issei had enough. He glared at Yusaka. "What was that for?" he shouted. Yusaka blinked. "She's a stray," she responded. "Can't you tell something happened to her? The way she reacted made it clear to me," he shouted in fury. Yusaka and Amaterasu weren't expecting this at all. It seemed that Issei's personality had begun to change. It was obvious to them he cared for the girl. "Just leave," he growled. They were shocked again. He didn't mind Amaterasu there, but Yusaka went too far. Issei just ran upstairs after Kuroka to comfort her. He knew she wasn't happy about what went down. He noticed the bathroom door open. Without thinking, he walked in and was completely horrified at what he saw. Her kimono was pulled down a bit as it seemed she started to trip on it while running upstairs. It revealed her scars that were littered across her back. He instantly knew it was tied with her reasons for not telling why she was a stray. "Kuroka," he said softly. She turned to him with tears in her eyes. Almost instantly she rushed and bear hugged him and sobbed into his chest. "Hey, it's okay," he whispered while returning the hug. He brought her into his bed room and they both laid down comforting each other. Issei still felt anger at Yusaka for what she said, and seeing the scars only made it more intense. He knew it was something that really affected her deeply. He would ask her tomorrow about it. He knew he was falling in love with her more and more every moment of every day that passed. Scene break. Morning. It was morning as Issei opened his eyes to see Kuroka wrapped around him tightly. It was obvious she was still shaken after yesterday. He snuggled closer to her. "Eyes," she muttered. Issei looked to her and smiled. "Shush, it's okay, go back to sleep," he whispered. She nodded and laid her head on his chest and went to sleep again. Issei followed suit afterwards. It was a couple hours later when both of them were awakened downstairs. Issei was looking at Kuroka as she sat on the couch watching TV. He went and sat down by her and looked her in the eyes before speaking. "Kuroka, please tell me what had you shaken up yesterday. I don't want to see you like that again. So please talk to me," he pleaded. She quickly looked away from him and sighed. "Fine," she muttered weakly. Issei quickly wrapped his arms around her to help her. "I had a sister named Sharon. We were in a peerage with a horrible king he experimented on us since we are Nekosho. I ended up killing him to free me and my sister from his horrible experiments," she explained. It hit Issei then. That's what the scars were from. "So now that you know, how do you feel about it?" she asked in a snarky tone. Issei sighed as it was a little insensitive on his part. He knew what he was about to do would change them forever. He looked at her in the eye and scooted closer to her. She started to blush as he got closer to her face. He quickly pulled her into a kiss. She wasn't expecting for him to be so straightforward. She quickly kissed him back with equal passion as they fought for dominance. It was a minute later when he pulled away. It was done and now there was no going back. She had a smirk on her face. "What was that for Nya?" she teased him. Issei looked at her for a moment, for sighing. What he was about to say would affect both of them. "Kuroka, there has been nobody in my life that has had such an impact you have had on me. You brought me out of my suffering when my parents were killed. What I'm trying to say is I love you. He breathed out. She didn't expect him to say it. She quickly smiled and pounced on top of him. I love you too, she replied before kissing him again. The kiss went on for another minute before she whispered in his ear. How about you help me repopulate the Nekosho species? She whispered huskily. Issei chuckled and replied, that will have to hold off for a while, Kuroka. He said. She had a pout on her face as he said that. He quickly hugged her. When he pulled out of the embrace he eyes. Kuroka smiled as she felt that he no longer felt hollow on the inside. They both felt the energy increase in the room as a magic circle appeared. Issei scowled as he knew it was Yusaka, and out popped Amaterasu and Yusaka. They were silent for a while. Amaterasu glared at Yusaka, who nodded. I am terribly sorry for what happened yesterday. I came here to ask for your forgiveness. Yusaka spoke up. Kuroka looked to the leader of the Yukai and spoke. I accept your apology. Eyes here helped me out with all that was going on with me, I feel better. She replied. That's when Amaterasu noticed how close the two of them were. Is there something going on that we don't know? She asked. Yusaka looked at the two of them as they blushed. I guess you could say we're in a relationship. Issei sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. They glared at him, then it turned into a pout. Issei instantly knew they were jealous. It was something he would have to ask Kuroka about if she wanted other girls around. I also came here to tell you that there is a school that will be turned co-ed next year. I asked Sirzex to pull some strings to get you in. You will be going there. Yusaka spoke up. Issei glared at her for a moment before sighing. He should have expected something like this from Yusaka. It has the sisters of the two Maos there as well. They seem to think Kokubile does have some plans for the town. Amaterasu added. Do they know about me already? The sisters? Issei asked. No, they don't. The only people who know of your existence is us. The four Maos, Azazel and Gabriel and Michael. The leaders of the factions. Other than that, no one knows who you are. Yusaka replied. Fine, Issei said. Issei then looked to them. Make sure you tell Sirzex that I have no plan on joining a peerage. He spoke deadly serious. They both nodded as they knew he wasn't going to be a part of a faction, he wanted to be neutral. They already know, Amaterasu said. Very well, Issei nodded. They both said goodbye and disappeared back into the circle. Issei sighed and looked to Kuroka. I think I'm going to head to bed early. Too much to take in. He said. Kuroka nodded. I'll be up there later. She said. Issei nodded and went upstairs and hit the sack. Scene break. A year later. Today was the day. It was the morning of Issei's first day at Kuo Academy. He had the uniform on and almost ready to go. He walked downstairs and saw Kuroka. I'm leaving now, I'll be back later. He said and waved goodbye. She quickly gave him a kiss and waved goodbye. Issei started down the road. He knew he couldn't use any of his powers to get there faster. The sisters of the Maos didn't know who he was and he wanted to keep it like that for as long as he could. The last thing he needed was them coming to his house and seeing Kuroka. That would be very bad. It was 15 minutes later and he arrived at the academy. The moment he walked through the gates he got a lot of stares. It was obvious they knew he was the new kid. Erebus, how many signatures can you find? I don't want to release a ton of my energy and have them find out. Issei spoke in his head. Erebus was silent for a while. I sense 2 peerages with 5 in one and 8 in the other. Erebus replied. Issei cursed. There was a lot of them here. It was going to be tough to blend in and avoid trouble. Shaking his head he went to the office, grabbed his schedule and walked to his first class. The teacher noticed him and motioned for him. This is our new student. He ushered him to introduce himself. Hi, my name is Issei Hyodo. He spoke up. He felt someone watching him closely. He didn't react to it though. Anyone have any questions for him? The teacher asked the class. A few people raised their hands. The teacher pointed one kid who was bald. You, why are you here stealing all the delicious babe action? He shouted. All the boys seem to be perverted here as they all yelled similar comments. Issei just rubbed his forehead. I'm not even going to give you a dignified answer, Baldy. He replied dryly. The whole class cracked up and watched as the kid's jaw dropped. A girl raised her hand next. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked curiously. Issei knew that was coming. He was the new kid in fact. Yes, I do, he replied. Their hopes were shot down in an instant. Issei didn't even want to answer more questions, but one more person had their hand raised. It was a little girl with white hair and she was looking intently at him. Kaneko, you have a question? The teacher asked surprised. She nodded and spoke up. Where are you from? she asked. Issei didn't even waste a second and looked right at her and replied. Originally Kyoto, but I moved to Kuo a couple years back, he replied. She didn't ask another question after that. Issei was told to sit in the seat next to her. He knew she was a part of the supernatural world and in one of the peerages. He didn't want to risk letting out his power. So he dialed it way down. He knew she was looking at him. He did notice something off about her. She had a yukai's presence, but it was small. Like it was forced to being held back. In his mind she looked just like Kuroka in a way. He wondered if this was her younger sister. Once the bell rang he quickly got up and went to his next class. This was going to be harder than he thought. Scene break, lunchtime. Sitting in an abandoned school building sat 5 people discussing a certain individual. So Kaneko, what did you find out? A red-haired girl asked. She was silent for a moment. She couldn't get her mind of the smell she noticed on the boy. He is definitely not human. There was a hint of a smell on him that is very familiar. She said weakly. Everyone eyebrows raised at her statement. How familiar was it? A black-haired girl asked. I smelled my sister Kuroka on him, she muttered. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. You're kidding, the red-haired girl asked. Kaneko looked her dead in the eye and replied. No, Rias, she said. That made Rias very cautious. It seemed the boy had some secrets. Anything else you noticed? She asked. Kaneko thought for a second. It was small, but his aura gave off the feeling of darkness. I could also sense he was part fallen angel. She said. The black-haired GIRL scowled at hearing he was part fallen angel. Maybe I need to deal with him a bit. She spoke up. Rias sighed and looked to her queen. No, Akeno, there are too many unknowns about this Issei Hyodo. We watch him for now and see what he reveal for us. She said. Everyone nodded. Akeno didn't like it, but she had to comply nonetheless. Rias turned to Kiba, the knight of her group, and spoke to him. At lunch, Kiba, I want you to watch him along with Kaneko and Akeno together. She spoke up. Hi Bushu, they all said at once. They all then proceed on their normal days. Rias sat back wondering just who this boy was. It was already lunchtime and Issei didn't go in the cafeteria. He didn't want any unwanted attention. He found himself sitting in silence up on the roof. He suddenly sensed 3 approaching presences coming his way. He quickly camouflaged himself and hid in the darkness. He watched from the shadows as the door flew open, revealing the girl he was sitting with earlier today and 2 new people. Are you sure he was up here? Kiba asked. I'm positive. I watched him go up here. Akeno replied, confused. Kaneko was silent. They couldn't see him at all. Kaneko was confused as she knew he was here but couldn't see him. Issei instantly knew she didn't have enough practice with senjutsu to sense him in his shadow camouflage. Do you think he was able to sense us? Kiba asked. Kaneko widened her eyes and spoke up. If he did, he knows senjutsu. She spoke up. You're serious? Akeno asked for confirmation. Deadly, she replied. They all knew he wasn't human. Come on, let's report to Rias on what we learned about him. Kiba said. They all nodded and left the roof. After Issei knew they were gone, he came out of his camouflage and walked downstairs to the cafeteria. As he sat down in the cafeteria, he noticed he was getting he should have expected it. Black and silver hair stood out, but he was more focused on the looks he was getting from a group of students. He saw 2 blonde males with that girl Kaneko. They were by the door looking right at him. He knew it was going to be hard to keep his presence concealed. He knew that girl could see through it. After a full day of school, Issei was fairly tired and wanted to get home quickly. So he started walking away from the school. He groaned as he sensed that same girl following him. It meant no flying home for him. As he crossed a nearby bridge, he smirked as he felt a familiar presence. It was a fallen angel. He had a dark smile as he knew this wasn't a normal situation. He was going to play that fallen angel and see what she knew. Before he knew it, he heard her call out. Wait, she shouted. He turned around, was shocked at her beauty. Even for a fallen angel, this woman was fine. He shook those thoughts off his cur. Oka would most likely castrate him for cheating. Yes, he asked. You're Issei Hyodo, right? She asked curiously. Issei chuckled and replied to her. Yes, I am. Why do you ask? He asked. What she was about to say would shock him. You want to go on a date? She asked. He blinked and coughed. He then realized something was wrong. He was going to take a leap of faith and hope Kuroka wouldn't be mad at him. Sure, why not? And what's your name? He replied. You're dead boy. Erebus deadpanned. Oh, shut it, you lizard. He replied back. Yuma Amano. She spoke up. Obviously fake little angel. He thought quickly. Pick me up on Sunday, she said. She then gave him her phone number and walked away. Issei chuckled as he walked away. Soon he arrived at his house and prepared for an attack from Kuroka. As soon as he stepped in the door he saw her sitting on the couch watching TV. Once she saw him she ran up to him and gave him a hug. "You're back," she screeched. Issei was silent. "What's wrong, eyes?" she asked. Issei gulped and replied, "Please don't get mad, Kuroka, but a fallen angel asked me out today and I said yes. I think she is planning something." He spoke nervously. Her eyes narrowed, but she sighed and spoke up. "Honestly, eyes, I don't mind sharing you as long as you give me the time of the day." She shrugged. Issei blinked and instantly bear hugged her. "Always babe, you're my favorite," he whispered. She quickly went in for a kiss but Issei backed away. He needed to ask her about Kaneko. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Kuroka, I think I found your sister. I'm not too sure if it is her. But I'm sure she is a Nekomata." He spoke up. Her eyes widened and tears started to flow out. She quickly jumped up on him and sobbed into his chest. He quickly put her back on the couch and waited until she calmed down. After 15 minutes she was feeling better. She looked to Issei. "Explain everything," she said. So he explained everything to her about her being in his class to her being in a devil's peerage. When Kuroka heard that she was in another peerage she was furious. "Why those bastards?" she screeched. Issei sighed and looked at Kuroka. "Kuroka, you need to calm down. I promise you I will do everything to bring you two back together, but now we need to focus and get a game plan. They won't react well to knowing you live here." He spoke up. She hesitantly nodded. "I also believe they know I'm part fallen. It's easy to sense it," he said. "Yes it is, I can sense the light magic you have. It's tainted though, hence you being part fallen." "So what is your plan?" She spoke up. "I'm going to try to keep them in the dark as long as I can until Yusaka can meet with Searzex so at least he knows the situation at hand. I don't want them knowing they have a potential sacred gear user for a peerage. Hell if I will join them," he said. She smiled and knew it was a good plan. So the both of them went on with their days and eventually went to sleep. They were two broken souls that healed. It was the day of the date. Issei knew the fallen angel had ulterior motives and would most likely try something at the end of the date. What she didn't know is that Issei was Prepa, read to the fullest and was waiting for whatever she could throw at him. However, there was some stuff that was already planned that needed to happen before he would go on his date. That was going out with Kuroka to run some errands. Firstly they were going to stop by Yusaka's and see if she could do something about Searzex helping them out with the stray situation. Then they were going to get food. He felt like it was a little unfair that he was taking out the fallen angel, but not the main woman in his life. He knew he wouldn't and couldn't live without her. To him, she was his other half. She made him feel complete. Without her, he would already be lost in depression and rage over what Kokobile did. He was truly lucky to have her at his side, and he would do anything to keep it that way. Right now Kuroka was currently still sleeping. Issei had just gotten out of the shower and walked downstairs and made breakfast. About 15 minutes into it, he heard movement upstairs and smiled. She was awake. After another 10 minutes, she was downstairs sitting down on the couch and eating breakfast with him. "So what are we doing today?" she asked curiously. He swallowed his food and turned to her. "First we're going to Yusaka's to talk to her about getting in contact with Searzex. We haven't really spoken at all. However, he was here when I unleashed my power when my parents died. He, Michael, Gabriel, Azazel and Yusaka and the Shinto Trinity were here once they felt my power rise exponentially." He replied. "What do you want to talk to the Mal Lucifer for?" she asked cautiously. He sighed and decided to tell her. "I'm hoping to make a deal with him and get you freed from being a stray." He confessed. She was surprised and instantly happy that he would do that for her. She should have expected it though. She was his whole world. He would do anything for her. He loved her, plain and simple. "We're also going to run some errands," he said. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What kind of errands?" she asked confused. He looked at her and replied. "You need some new clothes. I don't think you want to wear that kimono all the time. Then we're going to go out to eat." I didn't think it was fair that I was taking out a fallen angel and not the woman I truly love," he said. She was clearly astonished at what he said. She knew his intent was true and she didn't need to worry. And she honestly didn't mind sharing him. She knew he would gain the attention of other females and they would chase him too. Without thinking, she pounced on him and bear hugged him. Shouting thank yous he quickly hugged her back. Before they both knew it, they were making out. It lasted about 5 minutes before Issei pulled away. "Go get ready, we're leaving soon," he said. Kuroka nodded and climbed off the couch and went upstairs. Soon they were already on their way to Kyoto to do their errands. Issei knew it would be a long day. It was going to be a very long day. "So we're going to see Yusaka first, right?" Kuroka asked as they popped out of the circle. Issei nodded and they started walking towards the shrine. He knew where it was instantly as he arrived. Before they knew it, they were already at the bottom of the shrine and they started walking up it. Before Issei opened the door, he turned to Kuroka and started to speak. "Before we go in there, just know that what happens in there is normal. Yusaka can be a wild card sometimes." He chuckled as he explained. She nodded and watched as he knocked on the door. As the door opened, a shrieking voice was heard. "Eyes." It was female. Kuroka looked confused. She should have expected people to be surprised to see him though. Issei was surprised to see Kuno again. She was obviously happy that he was here. "Hiya there, Kuno, how are you?" he asked curiously. Kuroka knew that this was Yusaka's daughter immediately. It was obvious to her that Kuno didn't know her yet. "Who is this Eyes?" she asked seriously. He sighed and replied to her. "This her name is Kuroka," he replied. She pouted when she heard that. Issei and Kuroka both saw it, but didn't say anything. "So what are you here for?" she asked curiously. He sighed as he knew this was going to be the tough part. He was about to ask Yusaka to reach out to Sirzex so he could meet him about Kuroka. "I need to speak to your mother," he said. Kuno looked like she knew that already. "She's in her office. You already know the way," she said. She backed up and let them both in. Kuroka was clearly awestruck as she saw the inside of the shrine. It was fitting for the leader of the Yukai faction. Ornate furniture was all around. She noticed the shrine looked a lot smaller on the outside, but on the inside, she saw just how big it was. She continued to follow Issei as they came across 2 big carved wooden doors. It was Yusaka's office. Once again, before Issei knocked on the door, he turned to Kuroka and spoke to her. "Once we go in here and tell her what we need, there is no going back. She will get in contact with him and that's it. The rest will be up to us," he said. She nodded and grabbed his hand, giving it a squeeze, sending a silent message telling him she was ready. To her, she knew this was the first step in reuniting with her sister, and nothing was going to stop her from achieving that. Issei then knocked and they both heard a reply from inside. Opening the door, the office was revealed. It was messy, just how Issei remembered it. Yusaka wasn't very organized. "Issei, Kuroka, what can I do for you?" she asked confused. She looked to Kuroka to see her looking to Issei. "Yusaka, I came here to ask a favor," he said seriously. That surprised Yusaka. Issei wasn't very serious. He was more laid back, but when he was serious, then there was a reason for it. Most of the time it was a very big reason. She knew he was being deadly serious now. "What kind of favor?" she asked cautiously. He sighed and looked directly at her. "I need you to get in contact with Sirzex and try to arrange a meeting with me. I want to see if we can work something out to get Kuroka's stray status changed," he said seriously. Yusaka was awestruck at what he said, and she was proud. He was taking matters into his own hands and getting down what needed to be done. She sighed and looked at him. "I will contact him and tell him you want to meet. I don't know what will come of it though," she said. Issei nodded at her statement. "Thank you," he said. She watched as they both left the office in the shrine. She sighed as she knew he was growing up and would be fine without her. But that wasn't going to make her leave him. No, she would be a part of his life. As Issei and Kuroka started walking towards a local mall, Kuroka noticed that Issei was dozing off. It was obvious he was thinking to himself about something. "Eyes?" she asked, trying to get his attention. That seemed to snap him out of his trance. He looked at her confused. "Yes?" he asked. She rolled her eyes and replied to him. "You were daydreaming about something, what is going on?" she asked curiously. He sighed and stopped where he was. That made her quickly alarmed. "What's the matter?" she asked carefully. He looked at her with a smile, sending a silent message telling her not to worry. "Kuroka, when we talked about my powers, we never really did go in depth of how they worked, did we?" he asked carefully. She thought about it for a moment and realized it was true. They only went over the basics. "No, you only listed what some of them were, and that you held Erebus. What is there more to it?" she asked confused. He nodded. "I left out some stuff since they were a little too dangerous." You see, my power is dependent on emotions. I'm sure you've seen it. The shadows will respond to my emotions. The thing is, that rage is the most common trigger for my powers. She wondered where this was going. She knew rage was one of the most powerful emotions a person could experience. It was like an adrenaline shot that kept someone moving towards their goal. It was very dangerous as well, especially towards dragons. She knew rage could make or break someone. Knowing that rage was his trigger mostly made her think of where this was going. I never really told you about the day my parents died. He started. She stopped her train of thought instantly. That day was the hardest thing for him to talk about. If he was choosing now to tell her about it, it meant he trusted her to the ends of the world. So she listened intently as he recounted his story. It was a day I had gotten back from training with Yusaka. I had flown to the backyard and landed. As I started to walk towards the door, I smelled something foul. That's when I walked in and saw the fallen angel hovering over my parents' dead bodies. He continued. She quickly put a hand over her mouth. She knew it was bad, but for him to explain it to her in detail concreted the fact. It was then my power went out of control. I went into a rage-induced transformation, made completely out of darkness. I only had a sliver of control as I killed him. It was after Amaterasu and Yusaka showed up with the oath. Our faction leaders showed up that I was able to come out of the form. He continued. She was still listening intently. I bet you wondering where I am going with this, huh? He chuckled. She had to admit, she was curious about where this was leading. So she nodded and listened as he continued on. Erebus thinks, that evening hearing his name is enough for the form to take hold again. He thinks that if I were to face him, a form stronger than that would take hold and I would have barely any control. He compared it to the juggernaut drive that the red and white dragons have. He explained to her. Kuroka widened her eyes. She knew what the juggernaut drive was. Anyone who knew about the heavenly dragons knew about the power that chant gave the user. To think he had something akin to that was very chilling. What about Balance Breaker? She asked curiously. He should have had one. He did have a sacred gear after all. Issei blinked for a moment. Erebus, what is my Balance Breaker? He asked aloud. They both watched as the pale onyx glow appeared on his hand. Your Balance Breaker is very different from other sacred gears. It is the complete manifestation of your power. Your primordial shadow dragon form may have raw power. But that's all it is. Sure, it's stronger, but you have barely any control over it. Your Balance Breaker, Eternal Night, is when your sacred gear responds to your motion and draws every ounce of darkness to you like a magnet, thus making it evolve. Erebus explained. That shocked both of them. It seemed Issei's Balance Breaker was very powerful indeed. So my Balance Breaker is unlocked by emotion? He asked. Yes, it responds with a powerful need. It will be triggered by intense amounts of emotion. Erebus replied. Issei nodded. He knew now what emotion would trigger it. It was the one that always triggered his power. Rage. With that in his head, he nodded to himself. He would tame the beast and not let rage take control. However, he didn't know it would take control eventually. He turned to Kuroka and smiled. Come on, let's head to the mall and get you some clothes. He said. She quickly smiled back and embraced him. They started walking towards the mall afterwards. It was 30 minutes later and they walked out with a few bags. Kuroka picked out a couple kimonos. They were the opposites of the current colors she was wearing. It was enough now. They decided to go get something to eat before they headed back to Kuo. Kuroka thought it was pretty nice of Issei to do that for her. Before they knew it, they were already getting something to eat and heading back. Issei knew what was coming next. His date with Yuma, and he knew it was going to get ugly. He was already on his way when they got home. He was meeting her at a diner and then a walk in the park. He knew what was going to happen at the end. He knew what he was going to do already. As he dropped Kuroka off, he quickly started off again to his destination. It was only A arrived. He sensed for anything around the area. He wanted to know if she was alone or not. He saw her sitting in there, and he didn't find anyone who alarmed him. He walked normally and saw her and sat down. Hi Issei, she said once she saw him. He smiled and sat down. Hi Yuma, how was your day? He gave a bright smile. She wasn't really focusing on the date that much. She was trying to figure out how to deal with him. She was trying to figure out what he was. He had massive mixed energy swirling around in him. From what she could tell was that there was darkness in the center. She wondered just who he was. She was interrupted by the waitress who came to take their orders. Issei ordered a regular hamburger with fries. Yuma had some pasta. Issei thought it was actually nice, but he wouldn't let his mind be clouded by delusions. He knew what was going to happen at the end of the date. It was obvious, however he would deal with it when the time came. Eventually both of them finished their meals and Issei paid the bill. They both walked out of the diner and started towards the park. He sensed out with his energy to see if anyone new joined the party. He still didn't find anyone. He took a subtle look at her to see if she noticed his energy rise. He was surprised when she turned her head around as if she thought someone was following him. He knew now he was alone with her. As they walked further into the park, he felt a new energy nearby. It was a devil's. It was also very familiar to Kuroka's. He knew it was Kaneko. She was watching them. It hit him then, why she was watching them. She was waiting for her to kill him so her master could collect the scraps. He started to get angry at the thought. He noticed the shadows around him start to respond to his rage. He saw them bubble up like they were boiling. He needed to keep a lid on it fast. He took deep breaths and calmed down. He watched as they receded. He turned his attention to Yuma and she looked at him and smiled. It seemed she didn't notice the dark energy that was rising in the area, however it seemed Kaneko did and she backed up a bit. She was still there though. It was when they stopped at the fountain and Yuma turned to him. He knew it was coming. Issei, she started. He turned to her. Yes, he replied. She smiled and spoke up. I really like this date. She started. He nodded and silently ushered for her to continue. I have a request, she said. He knew it was time. There was no way to avoid this situation. Kaneko was watching him, so he knew his power would come to light sooner or later. It was time. Yes, he replied. She gave a dark smile. Will you die for me? She asked sweetly. His response was one word that sent shivers up her spine. No, he said with finality. With that word, it suddenly got darker. She looked at him and couldn't see what was going on. She then started chuckling, and it turned into maniacal laughter. Too bad, she laughed. She quickly formed a light spear and went to stab him. However, she was surprised when he caught it bare-handed. Don't think that I will be an easy target, he said. She watched as his wings were released. She stared in fear at them. She noticed the black feathers that fell off the wings. She was quickly confused. She widened her eyes as she got a better look at the feathers. Why, you're a fallen, she whispered. She was completely shocked. He snarled as the shadows came to him. She yelped and backed up as she watched the darkness consume him. She quickly realized this was someone out of her league and started to flee. She was stopped suddenly. She looked down to see a hand made of darkness grab her leg and held her there. He started walking closer. She was seriously starting to fear for her life. He stopped a few inches from her. What are you? She asked fearfully. He didn't respond. Her fear grew as she watched light forms started to appear in his hand. She knew he was part fallen angel now as the light sword formed in his hand. She continued to watch in fear as black flames appeared on blade. She knew they were powerful. Tell me, do you know who Amaterasu is? He whispered. She widened her eyes. Those were the black flames of Amaterasu. The ones who could burn for several days without being snuffed out. It was very deadly. She gulped as the sword was placed against her neck. She knew it was over. Her arrogance got the best of her and she was about to pay the ultimate price. Her life. However, before he could deal the final blow, another voice was heard. Stop right there. It was female. They both turned to see a couple of devils. They both knew who they were. Issei growled at the sight of Rias Grimori. She was with her peerage and she didn't look too thrilled. Issei stared at the peerage who stood in front of him. He looked at each one of them. As his eyes landed on Kaneko, they softened. He knew he couldn't hurt her or Kuroka would castrate him. However, this wasn't the time to think about that. He was in a pretty big situation here. He needed to do damage control, and fast. Before anyone could demand anything of him. He knew how devils worked in their territories. Him being on a date with a fallen angel didn't help him that much either. It's obvious they knew he was a part of the supernatural. Now it was just a matter of how they would react to it. He knew that they expected him to die. So they might be a little shocked to see he was alive. However, they saw him with his light sword pointed at her neck. Which didn't help his image at all. He noticed Akino was glaring at him. She obviously had something against him. Before he had the chance to speak up, Rias beat him to the punch. So what are a couple of fallen angels doing in my territory? She asked aloud. Issei groaned. It was obvious she thought he was with her. He seriously needed to do damage control. Listen, even though this isn't the time we were supposed to meet. He started. He was going to continue, but Rias interrupted him. What do you mean we weren't supposed to meet yet? She asked quickly. He sighed. He knew this wasn't going to be easy, but damn, this woman didn't make it any better in his position. He needed to be smart and careful. He couldn't drop a bomb on them that would jeopardize what he wanted. He couldn't let them know about Kuroka yet. Like I said before, we weren't supposed to meet yet. Something needed to be taken care of before we did. He said quickly. Everyone looked at him confused. They knew he was hiding something. What needed to be taken care of? She asked. He sighed and knew now it was going to be tough, so he was going to take this conversation a different direction. Sorry princess, that's on a need-to-know basis. He said quickly. That annoyed her. He chuckled at how easily he could get under her skin. What are you hiding? She quickly asked. He sighed and spoke up. Listen, I'm running low on time and I really need to get back. So as a sort of gift to help our relationship, I will answer 3 questions. He said aloud. Rias stopped and thought about what he said. It was obvious she wasn't going to get any secrets from him, so she had no choice but to comply. What are you? She asked. Issei nodded. I'm a 4-way hybrid. Human, devil, fallen, and dragon. He said aloud. That sent them all for a loop. He could tell by their expressions that they weren't expecting that. Issei knew something was wrong with Akino, by the way she looked at him with her scowl when he said fallen. Now before you accuse me again of being in league with the Grigori, know that I don't ally myself with them. I've only met Azazel a few times. I ally myself with another faction. He said aloud. They were surprised again. Yuma looked at him incredulously as he said that he met with Azazel. Rias raised an eyebrow when he said he allied himself with another faction. What faction are you with? She asked quickly. He sighed and spoke up. I ally myself with the Yukai and Shinto factions. I've been their pupils ever since I was brought to Yusaka's shrine in Kyoto. He said. He thought about what he said. He knew them what faction he was with. They had one question left. If it wasn't something that made him worry about his goal, he would answer it truthfully. If it jeopardized what needed to be done, he would tell them a white lie. What do you How about a Yukai who turned into a stray devil? She suddenly asked. Shit, he should have expected them to ask that. He did have Kuroka's scent on him after all. Normally they wouldn't be able to detect it, but Kaneko was her sister. Which meant she would know what her scent was and she could tell it apart pretty easily. He noticed Kaneko was looking intently at him. Everyone was looking at him. Issei decided it was time to bluff. Well, there was some stray devils in Yusaka's territory a year or 2 back, but they weren't Yukai. Other than those, I've never really met any more of them, especially a Yukai one. He lied. They were silent for a while after hearing that. Please buy it, Issei quickly thought. He quickly put on his best poker face. He hoped they wouldn't press on about Kuroka. He needed time to prepare. Rias looked at him for a good minute before speaking up. Very well Issei Hyodo. You have answered our questions and we will leave now. We will send for you in school so we can have a proper meeting. She quickly said. He nodded to her and watched as her peerage disappeared. He knew that they knew he was hiding something. They most likely didn't buy his lie. He didn't care though. He bought himself a little more time. He didn't fail to notice that Yuma was trying to sneak away. With one swift motion he held his hand out and a shadow formed a hand and grabbed her leg, preventing her from escaping. Not so fast, he said. As he walked closer to her, she started to fear for her life. She saw his power, even though he died it down when they showed up. However, she knew he could kill her easily without a single effort. Now before we were so rudely interrupted. He started. Her eyes widened and she gulped. She was definitely fearing for her life, but that feeling vanished and was replaced with confusion as she saw Issei's serious look. What's your real name? He asked. She backed up quickly. R. Rainer. She stuttered. He smirked and spoke once again. Who told you to kill me? Oh, and don't give me bullshit about Azazel telling you. He wouldn't dare attack me. He knows what it's like to be on the receiving end of my blade. He said aloud. Her eyes widened. He was asking her to give intel as to who was giving orders. Who is he? She quickly thought. She had no choice though. It was either spill the beans or face someone who could easily swat her like a fly. K. Kokabeel. She stuttered out. He froze. Not a single word was said. She looked at his blank face. She didn't feel any rise in energy in the area, but she felt this sense of oncoming dread. It was very strong. Something was telling her to get away as fast as she could before she regretted it. After a few moments of silence, it dawned on her. He knew that name and it wasn't someone he liked at all. No, just by the look in his eyes told her he loathed that man and wanted to spill his guts. She quickly jumped back as she felt the increase of energy that he was using. It had a massive magnitude to it. However, it was different from before. When he first used it against her, she could sense the darkness in it, but it was more tamed and controlled. However, this time was the complete opposite. This energy radiated hate and fury. That feeling she had was increasing every second she stood there frozen in fear of what she just unleashed. She knew the results of that name wasn't going to be very pretty. She was shocked out of her stupor when he started to grab his hair and scream. Something was coming and it was going to be big. Her eyes widened as she saw the shadows around them start to move to him. They were being drawn in massively. She stumbled back even more as he was consumed by all of the darkness around him. She looked numbly at the new figure that stood before her. Easily 6 foot tall, covered completely in darkness. It looked like a sort of liquid to her. It constantly moved and swirled around him. That wasn't what shocked her the most though. It was the 2CR. Imson red eyes that looked at her with so much hate and anger. It made her want to crawl into a fetal position and cry her eyes out. She didn't know what to expect from this thing, but she knew it was extremely powerful. And she was about to find out firsthand what power this boy truly held for all to see. She narrowly avoided a haymaker that was aimed right for her. She instantly knew he wasn't pulling punches. If she wanted to have any chance of surviving this beast's onslaught, there was only one option. Use everything she had to her advantage and flee like there was no tomorrow. She watched as he pulled his fist back quickly. He then slammed his foot on the ground, causing a big shockwave. She quickly took flight as she noticed several spikes of pure shadows rising from the ground in a line. They were coming towards her. She knew any attack she could possibly pull of wouldn't even scratch it. She was suddenly brought out of her thoughts when she felt a familiar energy. It was a barrier. That's when she noticed a magic circle appear. She looked at the crest. It was one she didn't recognize. The circle itself was red, but the crest wasn't any of the devil families. No, it was a different pantheon. After a few seconds, 3 people popped out. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had long flowing dark hair. The most prominent thing about her was her dress. It was a vivid and red dress that stopped right past her knees. The woman suddenly turned to her and sneered. "You should leave while you still can. If there wasn't a more pressing matter, I would kill you within a heartbeat." She sneered. Rainer took her advice and quickly left the scene. It was obvious to her that the woman cared deeply for the boy. She still couldn't figure out who they were though. Back at the battle, Amaterasu was looking sadly at Issei. She knew this time the form had taken hold and he didn't have a sliver of control over it. They were forced to fight him. "Susano, cover us with ranged. Me and Tsukuyomi will keep him busy. We need to wear his energy down so we can pull him out," she quickly said. They all nodded. Susano held his hand up and a bright blue light appeared. Suddenly he was holding a ornate staff. His symbol of power. He quickly summoned 4 torrents of water and shot them at Beast. He knew it wouldn't do anything really, but piss it off even more. They knew Issei was still in there. They just needed to wear him down until they could pull him out. They were surprised when the beast just stood there. Suddenly a wall of shadows rose up from the ground and blocked the water torrents that were shot. Amaterasu no understood. Even if Issei didn't have control over the transformation, the beast could still use the shadows to its will. Tsukuyomi started to glow a bright silver. He decided to go full blast this time. He knew this wouldn't kill Issei, but it would do some damage. He held his hand up and charged up a gigantic energy blast. However, before he could fire it, the beast looked to him and suddenly disappeared. It reappeared right in front of Tsukuyomi and delivered sucker punch to the god's stomach, and followed up with a powerful roundhouse sending the god skidding backwards. Tsukuyomi grunted. He barely had enough time to put up his guard when the first punch came. He managed it though and blocked the kick a bit. He could feel the power that the beast was using. The beast suddenly turned to Amaterasu, who was looking solemn. She knew what she was about to do would hurt, but she had no choice. She was going to bring him back at all costs. She started to glow a dark red as she increased her energy by a lot. She held out her hand and black flames started to condense into a fireball about 7 inches long. With a swift throw it flew towards the beast. It quickly put up its hands to block. She watched as the fire started to do what it was supposed to do. It started Thottos. She thought it was over, but she noticed the shadows were now moving faster towards the beast. Every ounce of darkness that was burned up was being replaced. She cursed as she realized they needed to press even more to make it run out of energy. She watched as more torrents of water were fired off by Susanoo. She then looked to Tsukuyomi, who was glowing silver again. This time he summoned a pack of wolves. These wolves were different than the normal ones, their eyes were a bright silver. Each of them glowed with power as they charged at the beast. She knew with several attacks coming towards it, the beast wouldn't be able to block all of them. With her fire still burning the shadows, it only added more to their advantage. Once again the water torrents were blocked, but the wolves had successfully latched onto the beast and were thrashing around trying to weaken it. The wolves themselves had special absorption properties that, Tsukuyomi added, the more they latched onto it, the more energy they drained. They now just needed to continue pushing it more and the beast would be running out of energy soon. Amaterasu quickly formed a bigger mass of fire in her hand. She then concentrated a bit and the ball exploded and several fireballs shot out towards the beast. Most of them hit their mark as they collided with the beast. Tsukuyomi took the chance he saw and charged at the beast and landed a punch to its midsection. It stumbled back as it received the hit. It wasn't moving though, everyone waited with a bated breath. Suddenly it fell on one knee. Amaterasu widened her eyes as she knew it was time. They just needed to finish it so the shadows would recede and Issei would be left over. They knew he would be unconscious for a good bit afterwards. Suddenly they heard it grunt and groan. They all watched as the shadows finally retreated, leaving a slumbering Issei Hyodo. He was out of the form, finally. They all rushed him to see if he was okay. He didn't have any serious injuries, just some bruises and paleness. Amaterasu was ding silent tears as she saw him breathe. They all sighed as it was finally over. The barrier came down and Amaterasu picked him up and they all transported to his house. Kuroka was shocked to see them. And when she saw Issei hunched over Amaterasu's shoulder, the dam finally broke and tears fell. What happened? She quickly asked, worried. Tsukuyomi spoke up as Amaterasu looked at him. His Ado's fury form took hold and we had to force him out of it, though we don't know what caused it. He said. That's when Kuroka's eyes widened and her hand quickly went to her mouth as she gasped. They looked at her. She obviously knew what caused it. What is it? Amaterasu asked. Kuroka looked at her. Earlier today we went on our own date. He told me more about his powers and how they worked. He explained about his shadow's fury form and what would cause it. Erebus was the one who told him, she said. They all looked at her seriously as she continued. He said that hearing Kokobeel's name would be enough for his rage to take over and the form would take hold. He said if he were to actually face him it would be something akin to the juggernaut drive of the red and white heavenly dragons. She explained. They all looked shocked. They knew about Didrag and Albion's chance that brought power, but they also came with a price. Did that mean the same for Issei? Would whatever power he would use when he finally fought the man that instilled all the rage he had, come with a price of that magnitude? They could only shudder at what would be unleashed. Well, I'll take him upstairs, Amaterasu said. They all nodded and watched as she carried the slumbering boy upstairs. When she opened the door and walked into his room, she saw the bed and walked over to it. She slowly set him down and sat on the bed for a few moments. Just looking at him, she was in love with him, there was no doubt in her mind. She didn't know what to do though. Deciding it was time to go, she went to stand up. However, something stopped her. She was suddenly pulled back down to the bed. She yelped as she felt his arms wrap themselves against her. She was blushing up a storm as she was lying right next to him. He was cuddling with her. He was still unconscious though. It seemed it was an instinct and did it against his own volition, and she couldn't get out of his iron grip. It was only a few minutes later the door opened revealing a amused bunch. Kuroka smiled at seeing this. Amaterasu wondered why she was though. Don't worry, I'm not mad. We actually talked about more than one person with him before he went on his date. It's obvious there's feelings for you there, just follow what you want. She quickly said. Amaterasu blinked. She was giving the go-ahead to get with him. Susanoo and Tsukuyomi just smirked and waved goodbye before vanishing, leaving her alone in his embrace. Kuroka quickly closed the door, leaving the two of them upstairs. It seemed it was going to get livelier around the house very soon. Issei awoke to a familiar place. It was a void of nothingness. He knew he was in his subconscious, but he wondered exactly why he was here. In truth, he would only come here to speak to Erebus about things that were very serious. So what was in store for him this time? That was what he was wondering. Before he knew, the darkness condensed and Erebus was in front of him, but it surprised Issei. He wasn't in his dragon form. No, this was his human form, and strangely it radiated pure power. The darkness seemed to flow off of him, like he was the source. Erebus, why'd you bring me here? Issei asked. Erebus was silent, and that scared Issei, due to the fact Erebus never hesitated to speak the truth. He never had a silent stretch on like this when he conversed with the primordial. What's wrong? Issei asked quickly. He needed to know. There are some things we need to address, Issei. They are very important. They will affect you in many ways, some good and some bad. Erebus replied. Issei raised an eyebrow. What was going on that he didn't know? What things? He asked. Erebus sighed and waved his hand. A smoky image appeared. It was him turning into the Shadow's Fury form and fighting against the Shinto gods. He was completely shocked, and a little horrified. He faced off against 3 of his mentors in a fit of unparalleled rage. He didn't remember it really. After Rainer said his name, it was all a blank. He could remember what he felt at that time though. It was a cold feeling at first, bone-chilling cold. Then it erupted with a volatile feeling of pure wrath, as the memories of that day came fleeting back like a speeding bullet. He was surprised at how well the beast was able to handle the gods. It was obvious he was more powerful than he originally thought. This is the Shadow's Fury form, he muttered. Erebus nodded and waved his hand, and the image disappeared. Yes, it is. Now the main reason I've brought you here. To discuss some things pertaining to that form that I previously didn't explain, Erebus said. Issei looked at him. He was a little mad that Erebus was hiding something. However, he knew he had his reasons to hide them. What about it? He asked seriously. Erebus sighed and looked right at him. I told you before of your primordial shadow dragon form. As I said, it has pure power. However, the Shadow's Fury form can be a much deadlier weapon due to how it works. Erebus said suddenly. Issei was listening intently as Erebus continued to explain. While in your shadow dragon form, you have control completely, even if it is attained by rage. You would still have control over it. The Shadow's Fury form is the complete opposite. You'd never have full control. The Shadow's Fury form is the manifestation of all your rage that has been built up. Which means the more anger you have inside of you, the stronger it becomes as a result. Now in your shadow dragon form you cannot use most of your abilities, only a few of them. As you thought, in Shadow's Fury it can use everything you can, since it is still technically a human form. Combs of control, and you'd forget your limits and you'd never hold back. Erebus explained. Issei's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. Now he understood just how powerful that form was. He'd have to make sure to not get lost in rage and lose control, or he might hurt someone. Is there anything else? What about when I transformed the first time? They did get me to come out without fighting. Issei asked. He looked at him for a moment for speaking up. There are ways to improve your control. However, even if you can gain some control over it, you'd eventually lose it and the rage would consume you as it took over. Erebus explained. Erebus suddenly got a smirk on his face. He was going to enjoy this. Issei started to feel a bit uncomfortable at seeing his expression. I didn't know you had a habit of cuddling, he asked suddenly. Issei's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. What was that about? What do you mean? He stuttered out. Erebus chuckled again and replied. It seems you have taken someone captive in your slumber, he said. That drew a blank for Issei. Who was he? Currently cuddling outside his subconscious. He couldn't help but wonder. Who is it? He asked calmly. Part of him was nervous and he was only a second away from blushing up a storm. I'll let you guess, he said. Issei was about to protest. However, Erebus just vanished, leaving Issei alone. WTF, he quickly thought. He had no damn idea who was laying next to him. A part of him knew if it wasn't Kuroka. Everything he knew was about to be changed. There were other things he needed to know as well. He knew that Yusaka and the other faction leaders knew about his transformation. His energy would have been easily detectable. He also knew they would want to talk to him. It was inevitable. He just hoped that everything would go according to plan. Before he knew it, his vision started to tumble as he felt lightheaded. He knew what was happening. It was time. He was waking up. Soon the endless void of his subconscious started to fade as Issei was waking up. His eyes were still closed. He was awake now, but he knew once he opened his eyes and saw who it was he was holding on to, there was no going back. He knew it wasn't Kuroka. Firstly, he knew her energy like the back of his hand, and the energy wasn't hers at all. He knew who it was now. He could feel the energy of the sun rolling off her. The warmth he felt was heavily present. He opened his eyes to see none other than Amaterasu curled up next to him, sleeping peacefully. He blushed as she also had her arms wrapped around him. He was able to wiggle his way out of the grip and finally got up and headed towards the bathroom. And he got there, he took a look at the damage that he suffered. The bruises were healed, but he was still pale as can be. Erebus, how long was I out? He asked the primordial. He knew it was a little bit. He didn't know the exact amount he was out for though. About 16 hours. You did need to heal most of the bruises that you got from fighting against the Shinto Trinity. However, with Amaterasu healing you, it has left you derived of energy. You're gonna feel lightheaded for a good while until you replenish that energy that was lost. Erebus explained. Issei nodded and hummed to himself. Suddenly he bathroom door opened revealing a very worried Kuroka. As Issei looked at her, it was obvious to him that she really didn't any sleep. Issei, she shouted. Before he knew it, he was tackled on the ground with her on top of him. She had an iron grip on him. It was like he was getting the life sucked out of him from her bare hug. It's okay, Kuroka, he said softly as he returned the embrace. Kuroka was silent as she wept into his shoulder. He knew it was going to be a long day of calming her down. He quickly wrapped his arms around her and hushed her as he sat there holding her. It was about 5 minutes later and she pulled away from him. She smiled as he stood up. How are you feeling? She asked quickly. He cracked his stiff joints a bit and replied. A little sore and lightheaded. I did really do a number, didn't I? He said. The last part was mumbled to himself. However, Kuroka heard it and smirked. Yes, and you held Amaterasu captive. I didn't know you had a habit of that. She teased him. He quickly blushed. He looked in thought for a moment. I did used to do that when I was child, but I thought I already grown out of it. He said. She looked serious for a moment. So are you wanting to make her your next girlfriend? She asked quickly. He looked directly at her. He knew the next words he said would make or break it all. I need to think a bit more on how to do it, but I don't want you feeling jealous. I told you before, you're the woman I love the most. I don't want you to feel left out at all. He said quickly. She was surprised by his words as he grabbed her in an embrace. I also have more important things on my mind first. He said suddenly. She pulled away and looked at him. What is on your mind? She asked. He sighed and looked at her. With me turning into that form, it's obvious they know now what power I hold. So I'm gonna go to Yusaka's and see if she got in contact with Searsex. We need to deal with your stray status as soon as we can. That's my main goal right now, he said. He was suddenly embraced in a bear hug once again. Kuroka should have known this would what he was thinking about. He would do anything to protect her. Nothing would stop him from reaching that goal. Ah, how cute, a cheerful voice interrupted. They both turned to see Amaterasu smiling at them. Issei assumed she heard their conversation. He blushed as she looked at him with a bright smile. I see you've woken up, Issei, she said slyly. Kuroka chuckled at seeing Issei flustered. You were very gentle, honestly. I hadn't expected you to do that, Amaterasu said quickly. Issei blushed again. Before he knew it, he was standing up and was suddenly pushed forwards and caught in a hug by the goddess of the sun. He started to think about the fight a bit more. Thank you for bringing me out of that form. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't, he whispered. She quickly tightened the hug. Soon they pulled away. I have to go back to Takamagahara. We'll talk later, she said quickly. Before she left, she planted a kiss on Issei's cheek, which definitely brought a reaction out of the boy. Issei turned around to Kuroka, who had a bright smile. Come on, let's rest for a day or two, he said quickly. She nodded and wrapped an arm around him and they both walked downstairs. Scene break. 2 days later. It was 2 days after Issei woke up, and he was a lot better. He knew what today was going to bring. It was time for him to go to Yusaka's and see if she met with Searsex. He woke up in his bed to find Kuroka lying right next to him. She had her tails wrapped around him like usually. He knew he was about to leave. He slowly shook her to get her to awake. When she did, he smiled and kissed her forehead. Kuroka, I'm going to Yusaka's now to talk to her about Searsex. I'll be back later, he said softly. She nodded and curled back into the covers and watched silently as he got up and got ready. He was already in his backyard and released his wings. ND took off to Kyoto like he did so many times before. He didn't want to use a magic circle for a few reasons. His energy was still a bit out of whack. Secondly, he wanted to take a slow trip. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the shrine. He quickly opened the door. He didn't need to knock since everyone knew who he was. He found himself standing in front of the familiar doors that lead to Yusaka's office. He quickly knocked and waited for a reply. Once he did get one, he walked in and found the office like it was so many times before. Eyes, Yusaka muttered. Before he knew it, he was bear-hugged by her. He felt her tails wrap around him quickly. "Hey, it's okay," he said quickly. He knew she must have been worried when she heard about his transformation, and she must have felt his power too. Once she composed herself, she backed up. "So what can I do for Yed?" Issei steeled himself and replied to her. "I'm here about Searsex," he said. Yusaka sighed and began to speak. "I have made contact with him and he did give me coordinates to his office for you to come meet him when you wanted. However, I need to say this, Issei. Once you do this, there is no going back. Your secret will come out. They will know how powerful you are," she said softly. He nodded. He already knew there was no going back. "I know that, but nothing will stop me from getting this done," he said. She sighed and replied to him. "Very well," she replied. She handed him a piece of paper with the coordinates. He thanked and entered his own magic circle. As he did, Yusaka was shocked. He learned how to use his own magic circle. She quickly thought. She was shocked due to the design of it. Its crest was a hooded figure covered in darkness. She sighed and got back to work. Issei had appeared in the underworld, outside a relatively large building. Stealing his nerves, he knocked on the door. It seemed it was a servant that answered it. "How can I help you?" he asked cautiously. Issei composed himself. There was no going back after this. "I'm here to speak to Searsex," he said. The servant nodded and let him in. He then took him to a pair of large double doors. The servant went in for a few minutes before coming out. He then motioned for him to enter. When Issei did, Searsex was surprised to see him. He had no idea what this meeting was about. "Issei Hyodo, a long time, sit down so we can start," he said. Behind closed doors, one of the most important meetings was about to take place, between someone very powerful and someone very influential in the underworld. Nothing would be the same afterwards. Issei stared at the crimson-haired devil in front of him as he began to speak. The Satan's tone was completely business and no bullshit. He knew this meeting was about to change everything. "So Yusaka tells me that you wanted to speak with me on a personal matter. Judging by how professional she was, I'm going to assume this isn't a regular request," he said quickly. Issei nodded and started to speak up. "Before I explain, I want you to promise me to not interrupt or judge too quickly before hearing the full story." Issei started. When Searsex reluctantly nodded, Issei began again. "I, over the course of the last year and a half or so, have been living with a SS-class stray devil. Her name is Kuroka Tuju, and as you probably already know, she is the sister of your sister's Rook Kaneko Tuju," Issei said carefully and cautiously. Searsex narrowed his eyes. Issei could feel the demonic energy rise in the room. Issei quickly got his guard up. "Why are you telling me this? You are harboring a fugitive. So it would be counteractive to you," Searsex quickly said. Issei sighed and knew it was time to explain a bit more. "The reason why I came here today was to make a deal in which her status as a stray devil could get erased," he said quickly. That started to make Searsex crack. This meeting was starting to turn a bit sour. "Why would I do that? She murdered her king and his peerage," he said loudly. Issei sighed and started to explain. "I have reasons to believe she did it to protect her sister from her master's evil ways." Issei started. Searsex instantly narrowed his eyes. "Explain," he said quickly. Issei nodded. "I'm sure you know of my powers and its abilities?" Issei asked suddenly. Searsex rose an eyebrow, but nonetheless he answered. "Not that much. Back when that day happened, all we got was you had darkness manipulation." "Where is this going?" he quickly asked. Issei sighed and began to explain. "I have more abilities than you think. Some are more powerful than others. Some are more practical in their applications, making them a very deadly combo when used. I have a form where my darkness manipulation and senjutsu combined, giving me heightened senses along with other things. One of those is empathetic sensory," he started. This intrigued Searsex. He knew what senjutsu was and how powerful a master of the technique could be. Empathetic senses were a very rare occurrence. And this boy was saying he had that ability. "When I first met the girl, I sensed tons of emotions that a normal stray devil shouldn't have. They were massive. I could feel them like they were growing every second. I felt only a few though, and none was what a normal stray devil would have. I was met with love, sadness and pain. However, the one thing that struck me the most was the pride she had. The fact she had no regrets. He explained. That took Sirzex for a loop. It was obvious he wasn't expecting that. He was about to be shocked when Issei finished. It was after I rescued her that me and her got a lot closer. I'll even admit it, I love her like nothing else in this world. She eventually opened up to me and told me her story. He started. The tea made Sirzex a bit more interested now. He listened a bit more intently as Issei continued. She told me that her master was conducting experiments on her. He was hoping to create a super devil. Being that she is a Nekosho, it was possible. That's when she took action and slayed her master, out of love for her sister, so that she wouldn't have to go through what she did. He explained. Sirzex was at a loss for words. The look on Issei's face was deadly serious. It meant he wasn't lying, and not a single piece of what he said earlier wasn't bullshit. This left Sirzex at a crossroads. He could get Kuroka's stray devil status erased, however it would take some time for it to go through. He got a headache just thinking of how much this was going to affect him. His influence on the underworld made that clear to him. If he pardoned her, everyone would wonder why he did and if he was insane or not. On the other hand, he could turn down this request, and lose a potential ally in the future. This boy was very powerful and would only grow in the future, and it only weighed in his favor more that he had pull in the Yukai and Shinto factions. Yep, this was one hell of a predicament. Sirzex looked Issei in the eye and began to speak. You say you love this girl. How far are you willing to go for her? He asked seriously. Issei instantly got serious. To the ends of the world and back. And through anything that gets in my way. He said deadly serious. Sirzex's gaze didn't waver or falter at all. Would you die for her? He asked in a powerful tone. Issei's eyes hardened and the shadows around him tensed. He looked at the man as the demonic energy rose. What does that mean? He asked in an icy tone. Sirzex's eyes didn't move, his gaze continued to be hard as steel. Answer the question, he said simply. Issei narrowed his eyes. You're damn right I would, if it meant she would survive. I'd throw myself into the fray to protect her. He shouted angrily. Sirzex chuckled. Instantly Issei's eyebrow rose in confusion. However, he was still on edge. Good, a man who isn't willing to die for his loved ones at a moment's notice, is something akin to trash. Scum, the lowest of the lowest. Your will and determination prove to me that you are the opposite of that. He started. Issei instantly relaxed as he realized it was test. Now, about your girl. He started once again. Issei listened closely as Sirzex started to speak again. It is not impossible to have the status erased. However, there are some problems that I am having right now, and until they go away I won't be able to help. He said suddenly. Issei's eyes narrowed as he knew Sirzex was hinting at something. What problems? You need my help, a favor in exchange for a favor, huh? He asked rhetorically. Sirzex chuckled and nodded. He quickly began to explain afterwards. I don't know if you met my sister Rias yet, she is a student at Kuo Academy, along with her peerage. They have a very particular issue that deals with them. Tell me, what do you know about rating games? He said. Issei's eyebrows raised, but nonetheless he answered the man. I know the basics of it, a peerage against another peerage. It's kinda like sport in the Under replied. Sirzex nodded and began to explain once again. I'll be blunt, my sister has a arranged marriage with Riser Finex. He is someone who I wouldn't trust her with at all. However, even with me being the current Lucifer, my power cannot change that. However, Rias has been given the chance to fight for her freedom in a rating game. He said simply. Issei's eyes hardened. I'm not joining her peerage. He said loudly. Sirzex chuckled again and raised his hands in a placating motion. He remembered Yusaka's warning about trying to get him in a peerage. I'm not saying that at all. You see, I had Akuja make a special piece for this situation, you could call it a mercenary piece. It's a temporary one-time use piece to allow a person to participate in a rating game. He explained. Issei calmed down after hearing that. So you want me to fight in this rating game with this new piece? In exchange for winning it, you'll get Kuroka's status erased. He asked quickly. Sirzex nodded. Issei put his hand to his chin for a moment before answering. Fine, I'll do it, as long as there's no funny business. He said softly. Sirzex smiled and held out his hand for Issei to shake. After they did, Sirzex spoke up again. Very well, Rias won't know who will be joining her until it's time for it. Until then, he said quickly. Issei nodded and walked out of the office. Before he knew it, he was already back home. However, it was late and he had school tomorrow, and the meeting with Rias and her peerage was tomorrow as well. As he got in the house, all the lights were off. He smiled as he walked upstairs and saw Kuroka already under the covers. Quickly changing into something comfy, he quickly got under the covers and wrapped his arms around her as he snuggled with her. He fell asleep with a content smile, knowing soon everything would be right. Scene break. Morning. It was the morning after and Issei was already downstairs awake. Kuroka was still asleep. He had about another hour till he needed to leave. Before he knew it, footsteps could be heard above him. He smiled as Kuroka walked downstairs and over to him. Since you came home late last night, I didn't get to hear about the meeting. How did it go? She asked. Issei gave a big smile, which instantly made Kuroka know that there was good news. I was able to make a deal with him. However, it might be a bit longer until his end of the deal is fulfilled. Basically, I'm going to fight as a mercenary in a raiding game soon. The sister of Sirzex is fighting for her freedom against a Phoenix. Once the raiding game is won, Sirzex will erase your stray status. He said. Kuroka instantly widened her eyes. A part of her was incredibly happy that he was going to get it done. However, another part of her was worried what would happen after the raiding game. You're meeting the peerage today, right? She asked quickly. Issei nodded numbly and spoke up. I have no idea what will happen in our meeting. I know they're already suspicious about me having connections to Azazel. I also know Kaneko was able to tell that you were near me. Your scent made sure of that. He said simply. Kuroka chuckled and wrapped her arms around him. Let them think that I am here, it just proves I'm your favorite. She said softly. Before anyone knew it, both of them leaned in and were making out with a ton of passion. Issei reluctantly pulled away and looked at the clock. It was time to leave. Well, it looks like it's time to go, he said softly. He gave her one last kiss and walked out of the house. Before he knew it, he was already sitting down in his class. However, he wasn't paying attention, his mind was elsewhere. The meeting that was going to take place today was what occupied his mind. Soon, time had flown by and Issei found himself sitting under a tree outside the school with his eyes closed, resting. It wasn't long until he felt them approaching him. He sensed three distinct presences. Issei Hyodo, a male voice cut into his thoughts. Issei cracked an eye open to see Kiba, Akeno and Kaneko. Akeno didn't really seem to want to be there. She glared at him as he looked at her. He didn't know what was up with her, and he wasn't going to press. He looked at Kaneko and his eyes softened. A part of him knew it was going to be a tough road ahead to get her and Kuroka back together. He knew she would have harbored ill feelings for her older sister, so he knew he had to get those to fade first. Kiba was looking intently for any deceit as Issei rose. I'm going to assume it's time, he asked rhetorically. Kiba nodded and turned around as Issei followed them to the orc room. Soon everyone was sitting down in the room. The members were scattered throughout the room though. Most likely relative in position to their piece. Kaneko was the closest to him. Akeno, who was glaring at him still, she was closest to Rias. Kiba was the median, he was smack dab in the middle of the room. So Issei Hyodo, there was some questions we'd like to ask before, however that's what this meeting is for. Rias started. Issei nodded and spoke up. Okay, go ahead, he shrugged. Rias looked at him for a moment. You said you met Azazel a few times. What did that mean? She asked. Issei chuckled and replied. When I was training under Yusaka and the Shinto gods, Azazel was their Issei times to help train me in light manipulation. Like I said before, I have no affiliation with the Grigori. He answered. Rias seemed to take it well and asked her next question. Do you know Senjutsu? She asked. Issei instantly noticed Kaneko tense. They all looked at him as he started to speak. Yes, I was taught by Yusaka. Eventually I gained a talent for it and I was able to do it on my own without really any help, he said. Rias decided it was time to ask the obvious question. Would you like to join my peerage? She asked suddenly. Kaneko was the only one to notice Issei tense, and his breathing still. She swore she could feel something growing around her. She couldn't see it though. It was like it was pure darkness. I will say this once, don't ask me to join a peerage, he said in a bone-chilling tone. Everyone got on guard. Oh, and why is that? Akeno was the one to ask that. His answer would shock them all. Due to certain reasons, I can't and I won't, he said quietly. The why all widened their eyes as they heard him. It was a double meaning. Why can't you? Rias asked quickly. Issei sighed and spoke up. My power is something that is unpredictable and unstable. You won't be able to contain me if things turn sour. He said softly. That made them tense. Rias took it a bit different. Why do you think we couldn't contain it? She asked suddenly. He chuckled and looked at her. What chance do you think you have if the 3 Shinto gods all had to team up to contain it? He shot back. They all were shocked after hearing that. The Shinto gods had to team up just to contain his power. That's what they were thinking. Kaneko asked the obvious question. What is your power? She asked. He chuckled and replied. My power is very complicated and I don't wish to divulge any information that could be detrimental. I will say this though, it has the potential to kill thousands. He said. They all didn't take that too well. Why don't you want us to know what your power is? That makes you dangerous. Rias said. Issei narrowed his eyes. If you knew what I could do, you would fear the day I turned into an enemy. He said in a bone-chilling tone. Everyone got on guard as they heard him. Issei was seriously starting to get annoyed at their attempts to get information out of them. His powers was something that was to be treated with caution, not some toy for a princess to show around. What do you mean by that? Kiba suddenly asked seriously. Issei finally snapped. My power is something that can destroy your petty ego you guys have. I will say this once, do not test me. Only the faction leaders know about my existence. Even your brother Sirzex acknowledged the fact that my power was something not to be trifled with. He said suddenly. That shocked everyone. He met Wati quickly thought. You met my brother? Rias asked in shock. Issei just glared at her and stood up. Yes I have, it was a while ago, back before I even came to this school. I have nothing more to say to you. You might want to remember this warning, I am not someone to be annoyed. Anger is my trigger for my power, you'd best remember it, or it may be your downfall. He spat out. Before anyone could say anything else, he vanished in second, literally. However, they couldn't help feel the chilling effects of his warning. The meeting didn't go as they planned, and they had no idea where to start with him. It was a few days after the meeting with the devils. Issei knew the rating game was coming closer. So that made him think about it for a good bit. He knew his opponent was Riser Phoenix. He knew the regeneration they were so famous for after all. However, that didn't scare Issei at all. No, it only provided a challenge. Currently he found himself sitting on the couch, with Kuroka curled up next to him sleeping. Suddenly he felt the demonic energy rise in the area. It was coming towards him. Suddenly a red magic circle appeared near them as Sirzex and his maid popped out of it. Issei was surprised to see him now. He knew it had to do with the deal. The maid next to him tensed at seeing the girl curled around him. Sirzex immediately saw the trust the girl had in him. It was obvious by the expression of Issei's face. It was obvious to him, the only thing that mattered in this moment in time, was her and her safety. He smiled and raised his hands. Easy Graphia, we aren't here to fight, he said calmly. The maid, Graphia seemed to relax, but she still voiced her thoughts. Sirzex, that is, she started. Sirzex instantly interrupted her. I know who that is, and this is Issei Hyodo. He has a good reason to fight for her freedom, we have come to a deal retaining to it. He said with finality. Graphia instantly shut up, she knew what that tone meant with the current Lucifer. That it was final and nothing more to be said about it. She still didn't like the fact the stray devil was laying so easily in front of them, even more that Sirzex didn't even bother to tell her of it. So what are you here for? It can't be time already? Issei asked quickly. Sirzex shook his head, while Graphia continued to glare at the sleeping form of the girl. No, Riser is set to meet with Rias in a few days. We're just here to brief you on what is to come. He started. Issei nodded and listened as he started. Rias and her peerage are going to get a week at the estate to train for the game. I want you to help train them. I'm sure you have something you can teach them, to help give them any advantages against your opponent. As of now, they don't know that they will have a mercenary in the game. He said. Issei gave a blank stare. I'll help them, but I really don't want them to see too much of my abilities. I'm sure you already know of our meeting and how it turned out. I'll help them as much as I can. He said. Sirzex nodded. I know how your meeting went. I must say I was a little disappointed in my sister. She should have had more tact, and I know she was spoiled most of her life. So she isn't really mature when it comes to this kind of things. He said softly. Issei sighed and looked up. Suddenly he felt the shifting weight next to him. He looked down to see Kuroka waking. Sirzex and Graphia both instantly noticed. Issei, what's up? she mumbled as she rubbed her eyes. That when hers landed on the two guests' eyes. Why are they here? She freaked out. Issei quickly put his hand up as he started to speak. It's okay Kuroka, you not in danger. He's here to talk to me about the game, he said quickly. Kuroka instantly looked at the two guests. It was obvious to them that she was nervous. Just by the way she held on to Issei was proof to them. We mean no harm, even if your status is still currently a stray, Issei here fought tooth and nail with me to come to a deal. Sirzex said softly. Kuroka calmed down a bit and nodded. Issei suddenly turned to Kuroka and spoke. Why don't you go take a shower and get cleaned up? I'll finish up down here and we'll have some dinner, he said suddenly. Sirzex smirked as he knew what Issei was doing. It was for her, getting her nerves calmed down and placate her. Kuroka instantly nodded and stood up and bowed to the guests and went upstairs, all the way her heartbeat increased as she thought about the two guests. She was going to have a serious talk to Issei soon. Back downstairs, Sirzex watched slowly as Kuroka left the room. You're right about her, I can tell just by her expression, she is definitely a keeper, he said quickly. Issei blushed and chuckled. So how will this happen? Issei asked suddenly. Sirzex smiled and spoke up. Riser is set to meet with Rias in a few days. After their meeting is over, I will have Grafia come get you and bring you, he said. Issei nodded. Well, I think it's time for me to start training again. Can you tell me about Riser's peerage? Issei asked suddenly. Sirzex nodded and spoke up. He has some powerful pieces. His queen is essentially his second. His knights are fast, his rooks are strong. His peerage is complete, so you will need to strategize, being that Rias's peerage is missing a big chunk, that's why you're the mercenary, he said. Issei nodded and stood up. Well then, I'll be waiting for Grafia to pick me up, he said. Both Sirzex and Grafia bowed and disappeared back into their magic circle, leaving Issei to his thoughts. It was time to train a bit more, so he was going to start out with something he didn't really use that much. Senjutsu. Sure, he used his Shadow's insight form quite a bit, however, pure Senjutsu had its own power. And in turn it would make his form stronger. So that's why he found himself sitting out back in a meditating position. It was about 15 minutes later and he felt someone. It was Kuroka. He still had his eyes closed and he could feel her presence come closer. Kuroka was surprised as she saw Issei use Senjutsu pretty well. There might have been a few kinks in his practice. However, she had no doubt he would master it soon. She decided to tease him a bit and wrapped her arms around him and pressed her bosom against him. What are you doing, huh? She whispered in his ear. Issei felt the shiver go down his spine and a blush appear on his face as he felt Kuroka pressed up against him. He knew eventually he wouldn't be able to resist anymore. She was just too damn sexy sometimes. However, he wanted their first time together to be something to remembered and not based on lust. The rating game is going to be coming up soon, and I've lacked a bit in my training. So I'm starting out on my weak points. Senjutsu was always one of them I kinda got confused over. It's really my shadow powers that make my Senjutsu powerful, but pure Senjutsu is something that I need to work on, he said. Kuroka chuckled and stood back up. Well, let's spar for a bit, so you can get a better understanding of where you are and what you need to improve on. Anything goes, she said quickly. Issei was surprised at her statement. He quickly stood up. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you by accident, he said quickly. He was even more shocked when she vanished and Issei found himself pinned to the ground and her Senjutsu covered fist mere inches away from his jaw. Her face is what surprised him the most. It wasn't her normal playful or teasing self. No, this was serious and snarling. Almost if she was annoyed and ticked off. Don't take me for some woman who can't protect herself, she said quickly. Issei's eyes widened, then they softened. Then he chuckled and nodded. His whole body suddenly melted into the darkness. Kuroka instantly got on guard as she covered her fists in Senjutsu again. She quickly rolled out of the way as Issei sped past her at blinding speeds. She was only able to sense him with Senjutsu as he was completely covered in darkness. Issei knew she would be able to sense him, however, he was still testing the water and underestimate her. Even if she was the one he loved, she made it pretty clear to him, she wasn't a S-class stray devil for nothing. So he'd have to test out new tactics and see how she'd respond to them. So when he charged again, he made sure to watch her movements. This time she didn't roll out of the way, instead she jumped straight up and Issei looked up just in time to see a magic circle appear behind her. It was purple in color. He only had a split second before he was dodging left and right from energy blasts. Issei knew these were made from senjutsu as well, so they were incredibly powerful. Even more so in her case. He quickly summoned his dark sword and noticed something was different about it. Firstly, the shadows that rolled off of it seemed to be more pronounced and visible. Secondly, the edges were serrated. Did the sword evolve Erebus? He quickly asked. As he waited for a response from the primordial, he had to dodge more blasts from Kuroka. He knew his energy reserves were large, enough to go at him like this for a good bit. He'd have to find a way to tire her out. It seems that way, when your abilities evolve, it's just not the appearance that changes. No, everything about it changes. It may have new power. Beyond that of its normal shadow abilities, the shadows may be stronger with it. Who knows? You have to find out yourself. He answered. Issei sighed mentally and decided to test it out a bit. Watching Kuroka, who obviously knew something was up and was watching closely. He quickly slashed at the air. Kuroka didn't know what to expect. His sword launched several sharp blades made of shadows. Kuroka quickly jumped high in the air to dodge them. Both of them watched as they sailed right under her. They were shocked as the blades cut a large path down the forest, as it raged on. Issei sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he saw Kuroka's glare. That was a little unfair. He knew it too. He quickly decided to switch to something different. He had been trying something out with his shadow abilities lately and wondered how'd she fare against it. Kuroka instantly noticed the change in his behavior. She knew he was planning something. She noticed him concentrating on something. Then she saw a flash of darkness come across his hands, then vanish. Soon she was looking at pearl-white claws that reached out almost 7 inches. She remembered that day she saw them first in the woods. She knew these were sharp. Instantly, she noticed a crazy amount of darkness rush towards his hand again. She watched closely as the claws were covered in darkness and grew some more. She now knew this was serious. Sure, he was throwing out some powerful techniques. She also knew that he wouldn't take it too far. She knew how his powers worked, well, mostly. There was still some stuff that she didn't know about them. She knew if she asked him about them, that she would get answers. So she didn't really mind about it. She quickly dashed away as Issei charged once more. He was faster as well. She knew that he had a limit, so he wouldn't be able to anything more powerful. However, she wasn't going to underestimate him, so she quickly dashed towards his back. Her fist was already covered in senjutsu. She needed an opening. Issei quickly stabbed the ground in front of him and launched himself further and disappeared into the woods. Kuroka suddenly turned around and looked everywhere. She quickly started to sense out for his energy. It was faint, but she could tell where he was. However, it was vague. She didn't have an exact location, so she was being careful too. Her ears twitched and she dashed forwards into a somersault, to avoid a large wind blast that uprooted several trees as it passed by her. She knew she couldn't win this fight, at least fairly. If needed, she knew she could end this fairly easily. She'd only needed to catch him off guard. She knew he'd have to stop eventually, and that would give her an opening. The moment he flew through the clearing again, she launched a large senjutsu blast at him. It hit him and knocked him down. It was her chance now. She quickly jumped on top of him. Issei instantly leaned back and groaned as Kuroka started grinding on him. "Why don't we quit and have some fun?" she whispered in his ear. Issei sighed and spoke up. "I'm sorry, Kuroka, but I want our first time to be memorable for us," he said quickly. Kuroka pouted, then she gained a smirk. "Very well, but don't expect me to give up easily," she said slyly. Issei groaned and sat up and wrapped his arms around her, and they just sat there for a while. Kuroka instantly noticed how tired he was. Sure, their spar was just small and simple. However, Kuroka forced him to use more power than he usually did. "Come on, let's go to sleep," she said. I nodded and they both stood up and walked into the house, then to the bedroom. Scene break. Morning. Issei was downstairs getting ready for school for the day. He kept thinking about how he would train the peerage without letting them on too much about his power. He didn't want them knowing about it, just yet. No, that could wait. He also had a sneaky suspicion that he would be meeting with the student council today. He knew that his meeting with the peerage would have had gotten to the Citree's ears and she would send for him. Most likely today. He didn't even know how right he was. He waited for a bit to see if Kuroka would get up before he had to leave. However, today she was sleeping in. So Issei decided to leave already. he needed to prepare himself mentally for a lot of stuff that was going to come full circle soon. He would especially need to do damage control. Before he knew it, he was already walking through the school's halls and walking into his classroom and sitting down. He ignored the stares he got. Even as he first walked in, he knew who they were, and why they were staring at him. However, he didn't care. Not at all, so he just sat in class like any other kid and waited for the bell to ring. About 40 minutes later it did, finally. Issei quickly got up and walked out of the room and towards his next class. However, a few minutes after sitting down in his class, he felt two presences get closer to the door. They were devils. It was time. The moment the door opened, he saw two people that were unfamiliar. However, he knew they were devils and a part of the student council. "Excuse us, but Sona Shitori would like to speak to Issei Hyodo for a few minutes," one of them said. Issei nearly laughed aloud. Shitori was her alias. However, nonetheless, he knew he couldn't avoid this. So when the teacher nodded, he stood up and walked out with the devils. Issei instantly noticed they were tense and ready to defend themselves at any moment. Issei chuckled as he saw no point in scaring them. It would be detrimental to his goals. Devils were known to take threats seriously and deal accordingly, and he knew Sona's sister was the Leviathan. He hoped he didn't have to meet her soon. Sirzex was enough for a while. They eventually reached the door and walked in. Issei quickly took in his surroundings. He was a little impressed. They had the exits blocked off. They were positioned in dangerously close to him. If it turned into a fight, it could get ugly. He should have known too. This was Sona Sitri for fuck's sake. He just walked into the hornet's nest. "Ah, Issei Hyodo, a pleasure to meet you." Sona started off. Issei chuckled and spoke up. "Likewise, it's an honor to meet the heiress of the Sitri clan," he said quickly. He didn't want to be like this, but he had to play by their rules. However, if push came to shove, he would tell it to them straight. He instantly noticed some wide eyes. It seems they thought that he didn't know who Sona really was. This was starting to turn a little childish in his opinion. It was time to get to the point already. "Let's get this over with already, shall we?" Issei asked rhetorically. Sona was shocked at his straightforward tone. He changed personalities so quick. She would need to tread carefully, if she didn't want this meeting to turn out like Rias's will be short and sweet. "I have a few questions to ask," she said suddenly. Issei nodded and prepared for what was to come. "For starters, what is so powerful about you that you didn't want to tell Rias in her peerage?" she asked. Everyone instantly noticed Issei tense and the room darken. They all were on guard. He suddenly spoke in a cold, apathetic tone, not caring one bit about what he said. "Listen closely and make sure you remember it. My power is not something to be trifled with. It can destroy civilizations if I wanted. It's also the fact I don't have full control over it. At any time I could lose myself and you'd be in some serious trouble. That is if they didn't arrive in time. So when I say don't ask about it, I mean it," he said lowly. Everyone shivered as they felt his words sink in. One boy, who was one of the people to bring him here, stood up and shouted out, "Listen you, I don't give a fuck if you're some dangerous person who has abilities beyond what we think, but no one disrespects Sona," he shouted indignantly. Issei glared at him. The boy, Saji, felt the cold promising threat in his eyes. "No, you listen, I can tell you're a new one, so you don't know what it's like to wield such power. When you get your first kill, tell me what it does to you. Then you'll know a small fraction of what I feel," he said quickly. Everyone wondered what he meant by those words. Sona quickly coughed aloud to regain his attention. "You'll have to excuse my pawn. He can be a bit disrespectful at times. Now, let's continue. I understand you don't want to tell us your powers, that is fine. So, tell me, why are you in Kuo?" she asked quickly. None of them were prepared for his answer. Not one bit. A dark chuckle came from Issei's lips as he spoke. His voice was bitter, sad and anger all mixed. "Why am I here? Well, let's say this. There is a man. Don't ask who he is at all. That is for your own good. This man has taken something very precious from me. He has connections with this town, and when I find him, I'm going to cut his throat and rip his spine out. That is why I'm here," he said lowly. Everyone was shocked beyond words. His words held no lies or deceit. Whoever this man was, he was going to pay very dearly. Even Sona took his words seriously. That sentence was a promise. She knew better not to ask more about it. "Okay, my last question. I heard you're affiliated with the Shinto and Yukai factions. Is this true? She asked. Issei nodded and spoke up. Yes, Yusaka was my teacher since I was a child. I met Amaterasu and the rest of the Shinto Trinity later and trained with each of them. I side with them over any other faction. He said loudly. They were once again shocked by his tone. It was cold or apathetic. No, it was serious, and it held promise to defend that faction with everything he had. Sona had enough information now. Thank you for your time, Hyodo-san, she said quickly. Issei nodded and got up and walked swiftly out of the room, leaving a shocked group of devils in his wake. They only wonder what would happen in the near future. Issei knew it was time, that much was clear to him already. Graphia standing in front of him, impassively, only concreted that fact in his mind. It's time, right? He asked rhetorically. She nodded. He stood up and walked over to her, and looked around the house one last time. It was time to do what he needed. He turned to Graphia and spoke up. Let's go, he said. She nodded and they disappeared into a magic circle. Before they knew it, they had arrived back in the orc room, and the members of the club weren't expecting him, or happy to see him. Akeno glared at him. Issei wondered what was up with her yet again. Hopefully during this training trip, he'd get to talk to her and see what he did. What's he doing here? Rias said suddenly. Before Graphia could speak up, another magic circle appeared in the room. Sirzex appeared out of it. It seemed he knew there would be a confrontation and needed to step in. It seems that I got here just in time, he said suddenly. Rias looked to her brother and spoke up. Why is he here? She asked loudly. Rias, he is your mercenary for the raiding game. He will be accompanying your peerage on the training trip. He will help you sharpen your skills, so that you have a better chance against Riser and his peerage, he said loudly. Rias sighed and nodded. She didn't like it that much. However, her brother had made his decision, and she knew it was final, and she couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly Issei looked at Sirzex with a hardened gaze. Sirzex caught his gaze and gave a subtle nod. Instantly the people in the room knew something was up. Something they weren't being told. As Sirzex said, I am here as your mercenary in the raiding game. Now, I know we got off on the right foot last time, so I'll say this. Just listen to what I say, and you'll learn. I'm not going to go easy on you though. This is Riser Phoenix, someone who shouldn't be underestimated, Issei said suddenly. Sirzex looked at Issei. He was slightly impressed. The kid definitely matured since the incident with Kokobile. He had a sad smile as he knew Issei had to grow up quickly. Too quick. Anyone who had that happen might had given up. Rias obviously didn't like it. However, she had no choice but to accept. She nodded to her brother. He smiled and then spoke again. Well then, I'll leave you to it. And Issei, make sure you train them good for the raiding game, he said suddenly. Issei gave a subtle nod. He also looked Sirzex in the eye. Sirzex knew what that look meant, that he'd better come through on his part, or there'd be hell to pay. The others noticed it as well. They knew now that something was up. However, they knew they wouldn't get anything out of them, so they'd have to wait and see what happened. Sirzex looked at Graphia and she nodded. Well, I leave you to it. Train your hardest for the raiding game, he said suddenly. They all watched as he disappeared back in a magic circle. Soon Graphia shook her head and created another one. The whole group entered it. When they reappeared, it was some sort of resort. Issei knew with the amount of money the Grimoires had, something like this wasn't crazy expensive for them. Well, I'll leave you to it then, Issei-san, Graphia said suddenly. Issei rose an eyebrow at the honorific added to his name, but he just shrugged. Eden watched as she disappeared into another circle. He looked around the area for a bit. However, he was interrupted when he heard an impatient voice. Well, it was Rias. He turned to look at her and sighed. It was time. Okay then, let's start out with gauging your guys' strengths and weaknesses. To do this, each one of you will have a spar with me, one at a time, so that I can get a feel for what you can do. And then I can tell from there which way to go, he said suddenly. They were surprised at that, but nonetheless nodded. Issei then pointed to Kiba. You're up first, he said. Kiba nodded and walked forwards. Issei started to speak again suddenly. Now, this goes for everyone. When you spar with me, I want you to come with me with the intent to kill. If it were a real fight, and you didn't, well, you could be likely killed easily, he said suddenly. They were surprised once again. However, even they couldn't deny the validity of his claims. Kiba nodded and got into his stance. He was confused for a second as Issei started to put a barrier up. He knew now this fight could get a bit hectic. Issei motioned for Kiba to begin, and Kiba instantly vanished in a burst of speed. So he is a knight after all. Speed is his strength right off the bat. His sword could do a lot of damage as well. Issei thought. Outside the barrier a conversation was brewing. How do you think Kiba will fare? Kaneko asked her king. Rias just shrugged. I have faith in him, however, Hyodo is definitely an enigma, and I don't think we'll see too much of what he can do. She said. Everyone widened the eyes as they saw something that shocked them. Kiba's sword was caught in Issei's claws and snapped like a twig. What was Thanli? Even she couldn't fathom what she was seeing. No one had words. He watched as Kiba suddenly jumped back in alarm as he looked at his opponent. Now you get to see a bit of my power, now show me yours. Issei shouted loudly. Kiba seemed to shake out of his stupor. And suddenly several blades appeared sticking out of the ground. Issei's eyes widened as he realized the sacred gear that Kiba wielded. Sword birth, definitely fitting of his evil piece. Better watch him closely. Those swords could be a tough obstacle to get around. He quickly thought. Suddenly Kiba pulled out a sword that caught fire and charged at Issei once more. As Kiba neared him he swung downwards. However, he missed as Issei jumped backwards. Was he holding back with his speed? No, he wasn't. He was testing the waters a bit. Now he's going to fight seriously. Issei thought as he dodged another swing. Issei quickly pivoted around as Kiba took another downward swing. However, he failed to notice Issei's leg coming around and hit him directly in the ribs. Kiba skidded back from the impact of his kick. Outside the barrier, the group was shocked seeing how Issei easily avoided Kiba and countered him. He is powerful no doubt, his hand-to-hand combat is efficient as well. Those claws make it harder for Kiba to get a good hit in. Kaneko said suddenly. The other girls looked at her for a moment. Kaneko was usually quiet. So something was up with her. What got you so interested about him? You usually don't bother to speak that much. Rias asked suddenly. Kaneko narrowed her eyes and looked at her king. It's her scent, it potent on him. Like she has been with him for a while. She said. They widened their eyes. So he was lying about her? Akeno asked confused. Rias shrugged. She had no idea. I don't know, but I think it may have something to do with my brother and him. There's obviously something more going here. She said. They nodded to that statement and watched as Issei followed up on his attack and Kiba found a light sword against his neck. That was checkmate. Suddenly the barrier came down and Issei stepped back and his sword vanished. That was pretty good to be honest. As a knight, your speed is your greatest asset. Even I would have trouble focusing on you if it were a real fight. Combined with your swordsmanship, it's a deadly combo. However, knights have low defense, so if someone landed a good enough hit on you, you could be out before the fight really started. Normally there isn't much you can do for this, however, endurance training can help strengthen your body to a degree. So that you may survive against an opponent who has an advantage. He said suddenly. Kiba nodded as he stood up. Issei was right. His defense was his weakness. If he were to get hit with a powerful attack, he would be down for good. Issei looked at Kaneko and pointed to her. You're next, he said. She nodded and switched places with Kiba, and another barrier went up. Kaneko charged suddenly at Issei, but she was a lot slower than Kiba. A Rookha, high defensive with large amounts of strength. Best avoid her fists, she is definitely a close combat fighter. He quickly thought. His thoughts were proven right as he jumped back to miss her fist that crashed into the ground beneath them, causing the ground to crack and splinter outwards. He had the advantage with his speed. If he could keep dodging, she'd eventually run out of gas and need to take a breather. That was the easy way. However, he knew not to underestimate her. She was a Nekosho after all, even if she didn't have any of the features. Issei wondered about that too. Why wasn't she showing her true form? He thought as he dodged another fist. Maybe it had to do something with Kuroka. He'd have to ask her later. First, he needed to focus. He looked to her fist as it came at him again. Call him crazy, but he wanted to see her strength firsthand. However, he wasn't going to take a fist from her without any sort of protection. That would be stupid, and utterly foolish of him. So he put his arms in AX formation to block it. As her fist connected, she was surprised to see a black substance covering his arms. She instantly sensed the natural energy it was giving off, in large amounts. Issei was surprised. His Tuki was able to hold its own against her fist. However, he still felt the punch vibrate in him as she connected. Outside the barrier, the group's shock was only rising more as the spark continued. What is that is covering him? Kiba asked. Rias shook her head, she didn't know. Akeno thought for a moment about it. I remember Kaneko telling me about him being able to use senjutsu. I can feel the natural energy coming off of him in waves, however, I wonder why it's that color, and why is it covering him like that? She said suddenly. They all turned their attention. End to the fight as Issei suddenly dashed towards Kaneko. Kaneko barely avoided a powerhouse kick that came crashing down on the ground and made a small crater from the impact. It was obvious to them that his senjutsu was very powerful. Kaneko quickly put up her guard as he followed up with a punch, her block held for bit as she felt his power behind it start to grow exponentially. Suddenly a burst of energy erupted from his fist and exploded. Kaneko felt herself get knocked back into the barrier as she was hit by the blast. She looked up to Issei with wide eyes, everyone did as they watched his Tuki disappear. I think this spar is over, you definitely got tons of strength and defense. However, when I used my senjutsu, which is very destructive and chaotic, you were easily overpowered. I suggest you expand your arsenal a bit to use some energy blasts or something along those lines. He said. Suddenly the barrier went down and Kaneko's eyes went wide, she started to breath heavily. Issei looked at her for a moment. How do you use senjutsu without going crazy? Akeno asked suddenly. Everyone wanted to know that as well. Issei sighed and looked down for a moment. They wondered what was wrong. When he raised his head, they looked at his eyes and were shocked. They weren't cold or hardened like they usually saw them as. No, they were soft and filled with pain. There was something else in there as well. But it was small, but it was there. From what they could tell, it was dark and vengeful. I'll be honest, senjutsu is definitely a risk learning. It can make you go mad with power. And don't think I've had the easy road with it. No, there were times when I did go crazy, and would nearly destroy anything that came near me. This was a dark time in my life, and I had nothing more than anger in me. That was until someone helped me get over it and heal from what happened. Senjutsu is basically absorbing the natural energies around you and using it. However, when you do this, you also take in the negative and malice-filled energy as well. For me, luckily, I had someone to help me out with getting it under control, and sometimes it's pure training in mastering it, to where you can fight the malice. So that you don't go mad. He said suddenly. Everyone was shocked at hearing that, they wondered what happened. However, they didn't ignore when he said someone. What happened and who helped you? Rias asked suddenly. Issei's eyes suddenly hardened, and they thought he was about to lash out for asking him. However, they quickly softened. I'll say this, someone had stolen something very precious to me, and I wanted nothing more to spill his guts. As for who helped me, there were quite few. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, she was one of them to help me through my dark times. Yusaka helped me refine my senjutsu a bit to help avoid going mad. He lied partly. He couldn't tell them about Kuroka, not yet. Even if they were starting to catch on. If they did, he'd just cross that bridge when it came time. He looked at Akeno next. You're up now, he said suddenly. She grinned and nodded. She quickly stepped forwards and another barrier went up. Akeno released her wings suddenly and took flight. So she prefers flight, huh? Most likely the queen, magical prowess, definitely a tough matchup. He quickly thought. He needed a strategy, or this match could turn sour. Akeno was a very difficult opponent in his eyes, and he didn't want to show his shadow powers just yet, and if he continued to use senjutsu, it would be still a tough battle. How about summoning Dracula? Erebus said suddenly. Issei thought about it for a moment. It could work. However, he wasn't going to do that yet. No, he needed to get a feel for what she could do, before he decided on what to use. He quickly rolled to the side as a lightning bolt shot out. He noticed her demonic energy start to rise, and she launched an energy blast towards him. Issei wasn't expecting that, this early in the fight. It seemed she was serious and wanting to really put a number on him. He decided it was time. Akeno looked at him as he stood still. She wondered what he was doing. That's when she noticed his energy rise as a bright light started to appear in his hand. Everyone tensed when they felt the holy presence merge and he was holding a light sword. I'm sure you know what this can do, he said loudly. Akeno glared at the sword, but her eyes widened as she noticed a black flame cover it. She instantly recognized them as the black flames of Amaterasu. She knew how much damage they could do. Those flames, Rias muttered. Kiba and Kaneko looked at the sword and knew they weren't just for show. Suddenly, the flames grew at the tip of the sword and he swung it. Akeno quickly put up a magi C circle to block the fireball that was launched towards her. She widened her eyes, as the fire consumed the magic circle until there was nothing left. She quickly descended to avoid the fire. Everyone was shocked once again. As Issei released his wings, Akeno stared at the black and dragon wings that seemed to spark with a midnight blue lightning. She quickly got on her guard as Issei flew in the air. It seemed this battle was taking a turn. Akeno quickly launched another lightning bolt and was shocked when all he did was flap his wings a bit and powerful winds came towards her, completely negating her lightning. She quickly covered up as the gale force winds stormed past her. She looked to her opponent with wide eyes. This was going to be a tough battle. She knew now, not to underestimate him. He was definitely holding back a ton of power. She wondered just what else he had up his sleeve. She started to charge up an even bigger lightning bolt, and launched it with determined eyes. Issei widened his eyes as he saw it come near him. This one was one he couldn't dodge. There was only one way to counter it. He had no choice. As the lightning bolt came in contact with him, everyone was shocked to see it hit him. Then his body started to disappear. Like it was melting into complete darkness. They had no idea what was coming. They wouldn't know what to do. However, they would know now what kind of power he truly wielded. The group of devils didn't know what to think. They saw Akeno launch a large lightning bolt towards Issei, who when it hit him, seemed to literally melt into darkness. They didn't know that he did just that. It was something he didn't want to do. Granted, but he had no choice. The magical power that was in that bolt would have done a great deal of damage to him. And he didn't want that. Where did he go? Kiba asked loudly. Everyone looked around, but saw nothing. However, Kaniko's eyes widened. She couldn't see him, but his energy was still there. Her Nekosho side was subconsciously reading his energy signature, and she knew where he was. I know where he is, Kaniko said suddenly. Everyone turned to her in shock. What do you mean, Kaniko? Rias asked. Kaniko didn't reply right away. My other side, it's showing his energy to me. It's dark, but calm. Almost protective, she said lowly. Everyone widened their eyes and scanned their surroundings as they heard a loud chuckle. Suddenly the pressure increased, and before all of them, Issei stepped out of the shadows. It seems you want answers, Issei said knowingly. Everyone glared at him. Issei then sighed and began to speak up. Remember how I told you my power was very unstable? He asked loudly. Nods were seen in his vision as he looked at each one. What does that have to do with you disappearing like that? Rias screeched. Issei shook his head. It has everything to do with it. I didn't want you to find out yet. You see, my power is over the shadows. The darkness that covers the world is both my weapon and my shield. I have a lot more I can do with it, he said loudly. Everyone watched in awe, as a small black ball of darkness formed above his palm. He turned to a tree and threw it. Everyone watched as the ball of darkness soared towards the tree and exploded with a ton of pressure, thus knocking over and uprooting the tree. The shadows I manipulate are volatile, thus making me very dangerous to have as an enemy. That was the reason you weren't ready to know that, and also I just didn't want to tell you, he said with a laugh at the end. Everyone looked at him. So you're telling me that you have been holding back on all of us? Akeno asked sweetly. Issei saw her expression and chuckled darkly. Girlie, if I was using even 50% of my true power, you'd never have a chance at beating me. The only people who can stand up to my power are God-class beings, he said lowly. To add insult to injury, he flared his aura, making all of them drop to their knees and started to breath heavily. It was the truth, and they needed to accept that fact. Today was a good day. Props to you, Akeno. You were the one to push me enough to show my power. It seems you may just have a chance at beating Riser. That is if you all are willing to learn, he said loudly. Akeno turned her head away from him, while the others nodded eagerly. Issei looked at Rias. You will be the first one up tomorrow. Be warned, I will not go easy on you. You are the king of your peerage, which means you need to understand a lot of things, he said loudly. Rias glared at him. Issei just turned away and started walking. However, not before stopping to speak. You guys go do what you want. It's time for my training, he said loudly. They wondered what he meant by that. Scene break. Later that night. It was late at night, when Akeno started to stir. She awoke in her room quickly after that. She then got up and started walking around the estate they were staying at. She walked past where Issei would be sleeping. However, when she looked in his room, no one was there. She quickly walked around the estate to see if he was elsewhere, however, still nothing, and that piqued her curiosity. She wondered where he went. So, she stepped outside, and then she felt his energy. It was massive, like a beacon. It was also fluctuating, almost as if he was exerting himself. She decided to follow his energy, and started walking into the woods. Shortly after, she came upon a clearing, and saw something that shocked her. Issei was fighting something powerful. However, it seemed that whatever he was fighting was helping him with his training. Left and right Issei dodged, while the other was shooting off ice blasts crazily. It was like a dance. Issei efficiently dodged and counter-attacked, while the opponent did the same. "God damn you, Issei, you are a monster," the opponent screeched. Issei chuckled darkly. The opponent seemed to realize what was going on, and put his hands on the ground as an ice wall rose above him, just in time to block gigantic black fireball. Akino's eyes widened as she saw that. It was no normal fire, there was no doubt whatsoever in her mind. Issei had a lot more abilities than he let on, and she would find out. Her curiosity was piqued to the max, and she wouldn't stop. However, she didn't want to announce her presence, so she slowly backed away. Once she was gone, the fight was paused. "You sure that was a good idea with her watching?" one asked. Issei turned towards his training partner and smirked. "Dracula, let her try to figure out my secrets. She won't get that far, she knows a Lidver, there is still a great deal for her to find out, and if I have anything to say about it, she won't find out," he said loudly. Dracula shook his head and laughed. "Shall we continue then?" he said cheekily. Issei grinned and nodded, then they both vanished in a burst of speed. Soon their little sparring session was over, and Dracula vanished, leaving Issei alone. It was time to hit the sack, and prepare for the morning. Before he knew it, he was already asleep. The morning soon came after that, and Issei finally stirred awake. Sitting up straight he looked around, and knew what today was about. He had a surprise for everyone. Akino had already seen him. So it was time to reveal another secret, whether or not he liked it. Dracula would help train, that way, it would get done a hell of a lot faster. Before anyone knew it, everyone had eaten and was outside for training. Issei looked at Rias sharply and pointed to her. "You're up," he said loudly. Rias nodded numbly and walked forwards. She had no idea what he had in store for her, she needed a reality check. A big one. Issei didn't even move, Rias instantly formed. A magic circle that started to crackle with violent energy. The power of destruction, such a predictable thing to use. After all, that's only the real thing she can use. We will have to change that. Issei thought quickly. Instantly a blast was sent towards him, but he wasn't afraid. It didn't even hit him. Before Rias knew it, Issei vanished and she felt a hard blow to her back that sent her crashing into the ground. Issei waited for her to get up. As she got up, Issei could see the frustration in her eyes. He smirked. This was perfect. I'll be honest here, brutally honest. You are a one-trick pony. That power of destruction is dangerous, yes, but if you have the speed, you can easily dodge it. He mocked. Rias narrowed her eyes. She was getting madder. That was just what Issei needed. A one-trick pony, huh? Rias muttered. Issei smirked, and waited for what she would do. This time the same magic circle appeared, and it started crackling with violent energy once again. However, is time several bolts of that energy shot out towards Issei, who was surprised. However, he wasn't scared. Not one bit. He quickly started to dodge like it was nothing. Rias was starting to pant. She was using up a lot of magic. She needs her reserves increased as well. Issei quickly thought. Issei chuckled. Tired? Well, I'm not. He mocked her once again. That was the final straw. Rias final. Y regained her bearings and held her hands above her head and screamed. Another magic circle appeared above her. It was the same as all the others. However, this was a lot bigger. He pushed her to her limits. And she was giving a last-ditch effort. Many blasts and bolts came flying towards Issei. However, these were faster, and no doubt stronger. Issei didn't have time to dodge, so he decided to go on defensive then offensive. The area around him started to darken real quickly. Suddenly a wall of darkness towered above him as the blasts came in contact with it. Issei was surprised as he do. CKED passed a blast that managed to get through. However, the hole that was formed was quickly refilled as the darkness continued to fuel it. Everyone was shocked to see the towering mass of darkness protect Issei. They knew now. that he was starting to get serious. If Rias managed to break through his defenses a bit, he was no doubt going to show a bit more of his power. Suddenly the ground started to shake very badly, and everyone instantly fell down. Issei's aura was starting to suffocate them. They knew now that his power was something unimaginable. Cracks started to form, and darkness was erupting out of it, like lava from a volcano. Soon, the pressure died down, and the earthquake did as well. Suddenly Issei charged in a burst of speed towards Rias. However, everyone noticed what was in his hand. It was a scythe. Rias didn't know what happened. She saw the dust kick up as Issei charged towards her. However, as he got near her, she tried to launch another attack, but she was drained. So it wasn't that strong as it could have been. However, as that final blast came in contact with Issei, he didn't melt into darkness or anything like that. No, he just faded away, as if he weren't there in the first place. That's when she felt his presence behind her. Then she knew what it was. An afterimage. However, before she could speak, it was already too late. A crushing blow to her solar plexus knocked her out cold. She laid there still. However, she was still breathing. Everyone was shocked at the display of power, but they were a little angry. "Why'd you do that?" Akeno screeched. Issei looked at her dryly. She needed a lesson, a lot actually. You all do too. She needed to learn that she isn't invincible just because she has that power. She is your king, and she needs to act like it. Every time that you guys go into a fight, whether it's a stray devil or a raiding game, your lives are in the hands of her, and the decisions she decides to make. One wrong decision can mean the end of your life, he said loudly. Everyone looked astonished at that. His words had truth, and they knew it. It was just a matter of them accepting that truth. Now that I've gauged your individual strengths and weaknesses, it's time for one-on-one training, he said loudly. Akeno scoffed and spoke up. How do you plan to do that? We only have a week here, and you want to do one-on-one training? We don't have enough time, she said loudly. Issei smirked and replied, while you're halfway correct, we are low on time. So I've called in someone to help us with just that, he said. Everyone wondered what he meant. Then suddenly, a magic circle appeared beside Issei. Soon the very same person Akeno had seen had appeared out of it. She was surprised to see him. Issei, why am I here? Dracula asked surprised. Issei chuckled. Well Dracula, you're going to help me whip these kids into shape for the raiding game that is coming up, he said. Everyone was shocked. Did you just say Dracula? Akeno asked. Everyone heard of the stories. The powerful vampire himself was standing in front of them. Yes, everyone meet Dracula, my familiar. Issei dropped another bomb. That shocked them even more, and it left a question. Just how powerful was Issei, to be able to have him as a familiar? That they didn't know, and part of them didn't want to find out, and there was some good reasoning behind it. If his show of power was anything, they wondered what it was like when it was a fight to the death. So you'll take Akeno, and I'll take Kiba. Then we'll switch to the others later today, Issei said to Dracula. Dracula scoffed, but relented. Fine, he said lowly. Issei shook his head, and chuckled. He knew Dracula didn't like it, but he had no choice. Issei turned to Kiba and looked at him. Follow me Kiba, we need a quiet place to train, Issei said loudly. Kiba nodded and started to follow Issei into the woods. Soon they arrived at a clearing. It was the very same clearing that Akeno saw Issei training with Dracula. So what will we be doing? Kiba asked curiously. Issei turned around and looked at Kiba for a moment. We'll be doing a bit of different things over the next few days we're here. One is endurance training, like I said before. You're a knight, which means you have high speed, but low defense. So we need to average out your defense to give you a bit of a chance in this upcoming raiding game. We will also be doing reflex training. In the hand-to-hand combat portion of our spar, you seem to lack the ability to predict what was coming. Finally, we will master your speed and precision to make it a deadly weapon. Granted, you are almost there, but you can use some work, Issei explained. Kiba was surprised that Issei knew exactly what to do. He wondered, at kind of training he went through to be like this. Okay, so how do I start endurance training? Kiba asked curiously. Issei turned to him and smirked. I'll warn you, all will not be going easy on you whatsoever, he said loudly. Kiba looked determination and nodded. Issei grinned and started to speak up yet again. Very well then, to start, we will be doing simple exercises. Slow and steady at first. Then we will start increasing the pace later on. I want you to jog around the edge of this clearing for 10 laps, then when you start to feel fatigue, I want you to drop down and do 20 sit-ups. Then get back up and do 5 more laps. Then 20 more sit-ups. Then you'll get a break, then we'll start on reflex training. Issei explained. Kiba looked astonished and appalled at that, but when Issei rolled his eyes and sat down, Kiba knew there was nothing he could do, so he did what he was told. Issei, on the other hand, was meditating. He needed to speak to Erebus. About 10 minutes, he finally arrived in his mindscape. He looked up and saw the dragon towering over him, with a quizzical look. Issei, why are you here? It is not like you to come unannounced, so what do you need? Erebus asked curiously. Erebus knew Issei wanted something, or he wanted knowledge about something important to him. Issei looked at Erebus and began. I want to know the easiest way to unlock my balance breaker. He said simply. Erebus was taken aback, he certainly didn't expect that. He sighed and began to speak up. Like I said before, Issei, balance breakers are unlocked through extreme emotions. There is no real way to do it easy. Erebus explained. Issei sighed and thought about it for a moment. Is there any way to influence it to unlock during my rage? He asked curiously. Erebus thought about it for a moment. There is a way. When something happens where your rage builds akin to what he did, call upon every ounce of darkness near you and draw it towards you. This will start the process. He explained. Issei nodded, and that was all he needed to know. So he thanked Erebus and left the mindscape. As he came back out and looked at Kiba, he noticed him starting to sweat. That was good, it was a sign of progress. He knew they would be ready, with the right training. Riser Phoenix wouldn't know what hit him. It was obvious to Issei that Kiba alone needed work. That didn't entail the whole other part of the peerage either. Issei knew it would be a long road to train them into shape for the raiding game that was coming up. He was limited on time. Thanks to Dracula he might have actually had a chance. He looked to Kiba to see him sitting on the ground panting for breath. It was obvious to him that he did what he was told, but he still needed work. Once he was able to do it with no problem, that would be a sign to start on his next stage of his training. Issei stood up and walked over to Kiba. It seems you still have a bit to go. However, shortly in time you will get there. Now we will take a break for a good bit. Let's go back to the others and see how the others are doing. Issei said suddenly. Kiba looked up at Issei and nodded numbly. He rose to his feet and took a deep breath and started following Issei. Shortly before they knew it, they had arrived back where the others were. Issei looked at the group. Rias was watching Akino, who was sparring with Dracula. It was a big statement to them of what kind of power Issei's familiar held. Dracula just kept dodging as Akino would shoot lightning at him. Issei sighed and shook his head. He suddenly raised his hand into the air and a black orb of darkness appeared before everyone's eyes. Instantly he threw it towards the barrier that was placed. The barrier dissolved as the shadows started to consume it. Dracula looked over at Issei with an irritated groan. Really, Issei? You must ruin my fun, he said cheekily. Issei shook his head and looked at his familiar. It seems that they need a reminder of what a true battle will be like. I want you to spar with me, he said suddenly. Dracula looked at Issei sharply. His eyes were serious. Restrictions? Are we going all out? Like it would be if it were a real fight? Dracula asked seriously. Issei chuckled, then started to speak up. Yes, the raiding game will probably be the first true battle. So they need a taste of what it brings, he said loudly. Dracula nodded and paced himself away from Issei and watched as Issei raised his hand and started to form a barrier. Everyone else stepped back and started to watch as the fight started. Dracula instantly vanished from sight, however. He reappeared right before Issei and tried to get one on Issei. However, he should have known better. Dracula's elbow was caught in Issei's palm, his hand was covered in darkness. It seemed he used it to cushion the blow. Dracula quickly stepped backwards as Issei rushed forwards. Dracula needed to get some distance, or he wouldn't be able to make a move. However, Issei kept pressing on. Dracula finally managed to counter and kick Issei away a bit. He quickly followed that up and raised his hand. Issei looked at the blue sphere that was turning into ice as he stared at it. He knew what it was, and what it could do. Suddenly Dracula slammed the sphere of ice onto the ground. As soon as he did that, the sphere burst with ferocity, sending hundreds of tiny ices spike in all directions. Issei quickly willed the shadows to form a shield around him as the barrage continued its onslaught. Issei knew he had to counter somehow. Dracula's power style was based on powerful blasts and attacks. He used ranged as his advantage. He could also dish out some damage in close combat. If Issei could get in close when he was distracted, he would then be able to easily get a good hit on Dracula. He knew though that wouldn't be the end of it. Dracula was dangerous and for a good reason. A well-rounded fighter that excelled in hand-to-hand, as well as his own elemental magic. That made anyone a deadly opponent. He waited a few seconds, and when he knew the blast would be starting to calm down, he knew that would be his chance. So as he waited a few more Seiko NDS, and when he heard the rapid pelting off, his shield started to slow. He quickly went into action. He slammed his hands on the ground and suddenly the shield around him burst with ferocity, sending waves of darkness vertically coming out of the ground. They traveled outwards, making it very tough for Dracula to dodge. He knew what Issei could do with his techniques and how creative he was. He'd turn a normal situation into an advantage with some out-of-the-box thinking that most people wouldn't think about. That is what made him deadly. Unpredictability. Suddenly the darkness that enveloped the space where their fight was started to weaken and retreat back. Suddenly Issei burst forwards from the darkness, shocking everyone who was watching. Dracula didn't have enough time to dodge as Issei was already reeling back his leg for a kick to the ribs. It landed, and Dracula winced. Issei took a swing at him, however Dracula ducked to the ground just in time. Issei grunted as he knew Dracula saw it coming. It had been a while since they both fought without restrictions. Usually those fights were battles of endurance and perseverance. It was times like these when they pushed each other to the brink. As Dracula saw Issei try to grab a hold of him, his only option was leap back onto his feet and create some distance. Issei was someone who would press on and on. Issei suddenly covered himself in shadows. Dracula took that opportunity to leap backwards. At the moment, Issei was hiding out waiting for the moment to strike. However, Dracula had a way to know where he was, or at least a general direction. He couldn't really pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Dracula decided to spread out his wings and flap them a good few times. His eyes perked up when he heard something behind him. He quickly rolled out of the way when Issei slammed his scythe on the ground. Dracula looked at the crater that was formed. The scythe was a very destructive weapon that left the area scarred whenever used. Dracula knew now. Issei was serious, so it was time as well. Issei watched as Dracula took flight, and started to summon a large amount of energy in his hands. He knew this technique in at it couldn't avoid any unnecessary damage. Suddenly Dracula launched the mass of energy that he was storing at the ground, and everyone was surprised to see the whole barrier get frozen over. Ey could no longer see what was going on inside. The aftermath sent waves of chilling winds imbued with deadly frost. Issei felt his cloak weaken and wither away. This was one technique of Dracula's that could leave him in a situation. It seemed he needed to end it. However, Dracula wasn't out of steam yet, so he decided defensive wasn't the best option for now. Dracula quickly blocked as Issei paired before and trying to land a strike. He saw Issei squat to the ground, and knew what was coming. That's when he leapt in the air, and quickly launched another ice blast at the ground. However, Issei already had it covered. He quickly spread his wings and used the power of them to propel him out of the way. When Dracula noticed the wind blast from Issei's wings, he knew Issei was aiming to finish it. Basically whoever broke the barrier won the sparring match. That was usually how they did it. Issei was zoning in on him quickly. That's when Dracula felt the hard hook to his jaw that sent him higher in the air. Issei was already swooping around waiting for Dracula to start to fall. It was at the moment Dracula saw Issei coming up quickly. He needed to put enough power into his next attack to not get knocked out. He already knew this match was going to be a draw, so it was time to man up and fight. It was then the group watching was able to see the edge of the frozen barrier start to change colors. It was obvious to everyone outside that it was about to come to a close. A supercharged fistful of darkness hit Dracula's own attack, and Issei knew the reaction was going to end it. Everyone watched outside as the barrier started to crack and pulse very violently. They all backed up suddenly as it seemed to peak. Soon a massive explosion resulting in them seeing the both of get knocked back in opposite directions. As the debris cleared, everyone saw the battlefield, and couldn't believe their eyes. Half of the area was littered with craters and crevices. The rest was covered in jagged ice spikes that extended outwards quite a bit. "They are monsters," Kaneko said suddenly. The group had no words, and Kaneko seemed to hit it on the spot. As they saw Issei and Dracula walk back up, it was evident that they went hard at each other. What did that show us exactly? Rias asked suddenly. Issei turned to her and started to explain. That was to teach you to never underestimate your opponent. In the heat of battle, your opponent will do whatever it takes to finish you off. So you better be strong enough to counter it. If you don't, well, you wouldn't be able to do much against someone with the intent to kill, he said loudly. He turned to Dracula and started to speak. Dracula, you'll take Kaneko tomorrow, I'll handle Akeno and Rias. Kiba should eventually be rested enough for maybe some light exercises. We also need to recoup for what we'll do tomorrow, he said to him. Dracula looked at him and nodded. Everyone watched as he disappeared into a portal with a bit of awe. They looked to Issei as he started to speak. You guys have the rest of the night off, when start tomorrow we'll take it one step further, he said suddenly. Everyone nodded and went back inside to relax. Scene break. Outside where they were training, Issei found himself meditating. He was going to talk to Erebus. Soon he found himself deep inside his mind. Erebus, we need to talk, was all he said. As he watched the shadowy dragon himself appear before him with a questioning look, he continued. What other techniques could I learn? I'm not saying Razor would be able to stop me. However, that doesn't mean he could try to surprise me, but the main thing is that this raiding game is going to be broadcasted to most of, if not all of the devil population. So word will get out pretty quickly about my power. So I need powerful enough should an unforeseen enemy came, he said to the dragon. The dragon snorted, but nonetheless responded. I see your point, your win-o. Veer that chicken will no doubt cause ripples. However, your potential is insane. The power of Umbrakinesis is only hindered by your will. You have to truly take the wheel and learn to master your powers in your own way. It is the same way with your other abilities. It is you who is holding you back, he said slowly. Issei looked at the dragon with wide eyes. He knew his words had truth to them. He knew what it was time for. I want a favor, Issei said suddenly. Erebus looked at him a bit confused. He could only wonder what the boy wanted, but nonetheless he indulged him. That favor was his reply. Issei looked at him with determined eyes, which Erebus took notice of quickly. When I think I'm ready to give you a bit of run, I want to fight you, he said. Erebus laughed loudly after hearing that. But he knew Issei was serious. That's when he narrowed his eyes and responded. You want to fight against me? Very well. When you're ready, show me what you got, but don't think you're gonna all go easy, he said. Issei nodded and knew he would need a lot more training to get up there. He had to start somewhere though. So it was time to brainstorm. If anyone were outside they would still see him in his meditation position. But he wasn't that deep in. Just a calm feeling to help clear his thoughts. Erebus, I have a question. You're the first person who could guide me in the right direction, he asked the dragon. Go on, he replied. Is there a way to combine my senjutsu with my darkness, like I would in my forms, but as weaponry, he asked. Erebus thought about it for a moment. It's possible, no doubt. Since the two have previously combined, it would just take a large amount of practice. I suggest starting from scratch, making something and seeing what you can do with it. The senjutsu part, if used correctly, could multiply a weapon's power greatly. How you go about mixing the two without blowing yourself up is up to you, he replied. That's when Issei's eyes opened with determination. If anyone were outside, they would see him get up and walk deeper into the woods. The thoughts in his head were multiplying crazy, but they all held the same meaning. Why try to protect something, if you weren't strong enough? That was racing through his mind. It wasn't the fact of Razor. No, it was something deeper. Kuroka, to be exact. He wouldn't let the day come when he couldn't protect her. That was a fact in his mind. And it only drove him further to become the champion of his own strength. It was time to do just that. Scene break. It was finally morning. The sun was shining. The atmosphere showed not a cloud in sight. However, outside the estate was a different story. As the group walked outside, they were met with a shocking revelation. The training grounds they had used yesterday was in ruin and rubble. And there wasn't a soul in sight. What happened to this place? Kiba asked quickly. It seemed no one had an answer. Issei isn't anywhere to be found either, Akeno added. Rias looked around. Then she looked to Kaneko. Kaneko, I know what I'm about to ask is a stretch, but could you try to sense Issei so we can get some answers? She asked nicely. Kaneko looked at her for a few moments, deciding whether or not. However, she didn't have a choice. She nodded numbly and began. Everyone saw her ears come out and her tail as well. They knew this was hard for her. So they didn't say anything and let her continue. His energy points towards the woods. She said. That's when everyone started to walk into the woods, unnerved on what they would see. Soon, they were just following a trail of carnage before they knew it. It was obvious to them that it would lead to Issei. Soon they came to a clearing that had a large waterfall raining down on the river it flowed into. That was the only beautiful thing about the area. There was small craters and burned spots that littered the area. Issei was kneeling by the waterfall, breathing heavily. Hear the footsteps as they came up behind him. Once he turned around and they got a good look at his face, they were shocked. Issei was wearing a shit-eating grin as blood flowed out of his mouth, his arms and too. RSO had blotches of blood and bruises scattered around them. What did you do, Issei? Rias asked quickly. Issei looked at them for a moment. What do you mean? He replied. That's when he stumbled forwards. Everyone knew now it was serious. He didn't even have time to say anything, before he started to fall on the ground exhausted. Kiba and Kaneko was the one to help hoist him onto Akino's back. He didn't want to be the one carrying him, but it was already decided, so she had to do what was said. It was then that she was shocked by Issei. His head was right by her ear, so she could hear him very well. Thank you, was all he said. It wasn't those two words that shocked her. No, it was the fact that he wrapped his arms with whatever strength he could around her and nestled his head in her neck. Looks like you got a new fan, Akino. Kiba joked. Akino glared at him. Thankfully Issei was already asleep. However, it was her who started to feel a bit out of place when he fell asleep. It was like he was draining her energy to kickstart the healing process. However, it wasn't a lot. It was near minimal, so that made her think he was conscious on some level. That made her think even more, what exactly did he do last night? It was then when they arrived at the resort, they walked to a guest room and prepared it for him. Issei was still hoisted on Akino's back, while she didn't really have any more thoughts about it. Soon they had set him down on the bed, everyone else left, while Akino stayed on her own will. Alright, wake up, I know you're up, bastard, she said loudly. That's when she saw his eyes open, looking right at her. It was then, the million-dollar question came from Issei. Why do you hate me? He asked. She looked at him seriously. What? She replied. He then worded it a bit different. Do you hate me due to me being part fallen? He asked. She didn't like that at all. Issei quickly rolled off the bed as Akino jumped at him. He wasn't looking for a fight at this moment. He didn't want to hurt her either, know something about her pique his interests. He needed to know how he felt about her, so he started with getting down to the facts of the matter. He needed to beside that hate of hers for him to get a better picture. He sat on the bed where Akino had landed, and got her attention. She was pinned to the bed with no escape, her bonds made of darkness, made sure of just that. Let me go, she screamed. Issei shook his head, it seemed he'd have to press a bit more. That's when he sat on the bed. I know you have your right to privacy and all, but I can see your hate towards me and unjustified. I would like to remediate that, I just need you to help me out so I know what to do. He said softly. Akino glared at him. Why would you care about the way I feel? She asked. Issei sighed and looked at her with a soft look. You're not the first one to ask me that, and in truth, sometimes I don't. However, when a gorgeous girl like you has distaste for me, I feel like it is my goal to realize why and help them in any way I can. He replied seriously. Akino looked in his eyes and saw no lies. Why? She asked with tears in her eyes. Issei looked at her for a moment. He wondered what he said that caused that expression. Why what? He asked. She took a deep breath and replied. You care for a girl that you barely even know, why go through all this to try to break down walls? She asked. It was then that hit him like a train. She watched as he lowered his head. She wondered if what she said triggered some negative memories. It was then he spoke. All my life, I've known loneliness like a brother. It was then I met a girl who had similar problems, and I couldn't bear the thought of her sinking so low, like I did. That's the day a promise came about, to never let anyone feel what I felt, and to be consumed by it. That's the reason for our little meeting now, he said quickly. That's when her breath halted. When he rose his head again, she saw him wipe tears from his eyes and knew now that he was serious. Before she could speak up, he took the opportunity. Tell me, Akino, do you hate me as a person, or just the fact I've got fallen blood running through my veins? He asked seriously. It was then the wall shattered. Issei could tell she was having a breakdown. That's when he decided to release her. When he did, he felt a right hook to his jaw. I probably deserved that one, he thought suddenly. As soon as he was knocked to the ground, Akeno climbed on top of him. He couldn't tell what she was thinking, only the fact of the dangerous gleam in her eyes made him serious. He was now ready for a fight if it came down to it. She clenched her hands on his shirt, and tears were felt dripping on it. Issei knew he got through, now it was just time to seal the deal. Before Akeno could react, Issei lurched forwards and grabbed her shoulders. He knew what he was about to do would no doubt have a bit of backlash, that is until he did damage control. Akeno watched with wide eyes as Issei looked at her seriously. He quickly decided then and there to do what he was going to do. To Akeno it happened all so fast. One moment she saw him face to face with her. Soon after, she felt something, his lips against hers. To Akeno, time seemed to slow down as Issei rose his head to meet hers. As soon it happened, she instantly realized what was going on. Suddenly, Issei felt electricity run through his veins in large quantities. Before he knew it, he was thrown back and soon was met with a very angry-looking Akeno Himehime glaring at him. It seemed she didn't like that very much. She was about to continue but that's when she noticed something. Issei wasn't moving, but he was just looking at her. It was his eyes that made her quiver a bit in fear. Before they were calm, but now they were more primal. He looked hungry to be honest. It also seemed like the room they were in got darker all of a sudden. The air seemed heavier and she noticed the pressure. And realized what he was doing. He seemed to be in a trance and was subconsciously leaking a bit of his aura. Issei suddenly snapped back and the feeling she was getting went away. She looked at him as he stood up and groaned. Issei suddenly turned to her and walked forwards. That's when her previous thoughts returned and she threw a punch at Issei. However, it landed in his palm as he looked at her with a smile. I see I honestly should have waited to do that, but I needed to get you to calm down, so you could hear me out. Even more soon now, so how about I show you something? He said suddenly. Akeno blinked and looked at him sideways. Show me what? She asked skeptical. Issei sighed and began the next phase of his plan. Akeno, do you trust me? He asked slowly. His response was a scoff. He grinned when he heard that and held out his hand. Do you think I'll hurt you? He said calmly. That's when her eyes widened. His eyes show no intent of lying either. She sighed and took his hand. That's when she heard a small thank you from him. She looked at him a bit odd and that's when he spoke again. Take a deep breath, he said suddenly. She looked at him a bit, but nonetheless nodded. She was starting to trust him a bit. He didn't seem to have any ill intent with her. He was being completely honest and sincere with her, so she would see what he wanted to show her. Suddenly her eyes widened as the temperature drastically dropped and darkness enveloped her vision. However, she could still see Issei, but it was just him and her, in a pitch-black void of nothingness around them. His eyes were calm and knowing though, almost telling her it was going to be okay, and just to bear through it. Before she knew it, they reappeared out of the estate and into the woods. It was the exact area where they found him earlier, so why were they here? She asked that to him. The reason we're here is due to the fact it hence for what I want to show you. He replied. That's when she started to draw a blank. Where are you going with this? Don't be vague and beat around the bush, just tell me flat out. She said suddenly. Issei chuckled, but nodded nonetheless. She wanted the truth, and he knew he couldn't keep her waiting. Follow me, he said. As he walked towards the waterfall, she had no idea what was coming. That's when he sat down at the bank of the river that flowed outwards. She sat down next to him as he gestured for her to do so. The reason I brought you here has to do with the same question I asked you before. I see this unjustified hate and I can't understand it. I know your life was rough, even if I don't know the exact details. The reason I know you had a rough life, is because I can see it in your eyes. They looked similar to how mine were portrayed a year or so ago. He said softly. She was about to say something, but Issei beat her to the punch. No more hiding it, I'm going to use a technique that was developed for certain situations to show you the inside of my mind, my memories, he said suddenly. She was startled, but she didn't get to say anything in response yet. You'll be the first one to claim this right, so honestly you should be thankful. Hopefully, my experiences should enlighten you on what you should be really focusing on. He said. She narrowed her eyes, she had no idea what she was going to be shown. However, she had to admit she was damn curious and this opportunity wasn't going to come again, like he said she would be the first one. So if she denied him, the chance would no doubt go to someone else. For Issei, he knew Kuroka was off limits to her, in a couple senses. Firstly, Kuroka was his first and he would love her like no tomorrow, and she already told him she would share, so he was willing to see if Akeno was able to learn to like him. Also, he exposed his complete thoughts to Kuroka. She knew pretty much everything about him, spare a few small details that weren't harmless, and she would understand when it was time. It was that fact that made him okay using the technique on Akeno, since Kuroka already could get in his mind if she wanted to. So how does this work? Akeno asked suddenly. Issei looked at her and started to explain. It's a bit confusing, so I'll just show you with it simplified, he said vaguely. She saw the grin on his face when he said that, but it had excitement behind it. Before she knew it, he raised his hand up and she watched as a vibrant green energy swirled to life in his hands. She soon felt the energy it packed behind it. It radiated life and almost all of the energy that the forest had around them. That's when she realized what it was. Senjutsu, she said suddenly. He nodded, but didn't look at her. He was completely concentrating on the mass of energy in his palm. With what concentration he could spare, he spoke a few words. Yes, now grab my hand, he said suddenly. She looked at him for a moment, then relented. As soon as her hand touched his, the energy in between dissipated and they were both left with a light glow. Now just relax, Senjutsu makes it easier for me to bring you in. Once you feel the darkness cover you, which you'll know when it happens, don't panic. Just embrace it and you'll see what happens, he said suddenly. She nodded numbly and started to breathe deeply. Before she knew it, she started to feel a little out of tune. She could still feel Issei, but it was only him. It was like she was isolated. It was a few seconds later and that's when she felt something. It was stronger than the feeling she got when she traveled with him. This feeling almost knocked the wind out of her, just by how fast it hit her. She was drifting and she knew it. That's when Issei let go, and she opened her eyes. She was met with a blinding light, which could only be what she thought was sunlight. She looked down to avoid the glare in her eyes and was met with another revelation. Sand and water entered her vision shortly. She turned around and was shocked yet again. What she saw wasn't what she was expecting. They were on an island with an active volcano. It wasn't close to them at all though, it was a bit in the distance. The volcano definitely gave her the chills. The setting was just right to make it hard to not notice that it was there, looming in the background. This is the part of my mind that houses my memories. It's a little weird how it forms, but it's symbolic. Some parts are more direct on their meaning, but everything you see has a meaning, even down to the small details, so you may need to think a bit on just what it means, Issei said suddenly. As she looked at him, she asked what she needed. So what does this island mean? She asked. Issei looked at her and started to explain. It's like a hope for better days, but with a dangerous obstacle on the horizon, he said. She wanted to say something else, but Issei spoke first. We're at the end of my memories, the most recent ones to be exact. So in order to show you what I want, we must go back through the whole thing, he said. That's when he started walking towards the edge of the beach. That's when Akeno noticed something on the horizon. It was a city. Issei suddenly shot his hand out forwards and a few tendrils of darkness came to life. Akeno watched with a bit of curiosity and fear as they grabbed the both of them and started to carry them towards the city on the horizon. This is my mind, so I have complete control over it. Thankfully that helps out quite a bit so that we won't be here forever, he said quickly. Before they knew it, they were set down on the streets. As Akeno looked around the area, she wasn't expecting it to look like it did. The city was in ruins, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Windows with broken glass was all around her. The concrete that they walked on was cracked and had weeds growing through them. The building themselves were starting to crumble. It looked like no one had been there in ages. It was a ghost town. What all this? She asked. Issei looked up to the sky and sighed. He kept on walking forwards while he answered. Akeno knew to follow him. It's a part of my life. A time when I wasn't who I was now. Something to be explained a little later, he replied. Suddenly, he stopped. Akeno looked at him for a second. His expression was serious. I should warn you, we are getting to the darker parts of my memories. These parts have tormented me before, so my mind will reflect it. Don't be surprised if you hallucinate a bit. She heard. She tilted her head as what he exactly meant by that, but nonetheless, she knew some of the stuff she would see wouldn't be good. What do you mean exactly? she obviously asked. Issei looked at her with a bit of an annoyed face. He wasn't about to just come out with it. You'll see soon enough, it won't be too much longer now, he said quickly. He wasn't saying anything else. Akeno followed him yet again for about another 10 minutes until she hears something. It was thunder. As it started to rain, Issei's shadows hung above them, keeping them dry. A storm in here? She asked. Issei turned to her and nodded. We're almost there, that's the sign of it. This is what I wanted to show you, you will see soon, he said. Before they knew it, they turned around a block, and Issei eventually stopped before a house. She could tell he was very uncomfortable being there. But why? She wanted to know why, but before she could ask, Issei beat her to the punch. Go inside, trust me, it would be better for me to stay out of it. She wasn't expecting that either. But the look in his eyes was enough to get her to walk up to the door alone. As she touched the door knob, it opened without even needed to be twisted. The house was very dark and gloomy, and the first thing she noticed was the stench of iron hitting her nose. Blood, she wondered. It got stronger the farther she walked in. Sure enough, she felt it on her shoes as she stepped in a puddle. When she reached down and saw the dark liquid splattered across the floor, her eyes widened. She needed some light. Suddenly a small crackle of lightning flowed through her fingers, pulsing a light blue, giving her just enough light to see correctly, and boy was she horrified. It wasn't just on the floor, the walls were covered as well. Whose blood is this? She kept asking herself. As she walked a little further on, there was no traces of any other amounts of blood, it was just in the one area. That's when she turned around and saw something. It was a vision of a woman and man getting stabbed with a light spear. Suddenly it got very dark yet again as she could feel an enormous pressure build up that sent her to her knees. Her vision darkened as she was affected. The power that was affecting her definitely was filled with hatred and rage. A few seconds later, it stopped, and her vision returned slowly. As she peered back at where the blood puddles were, she saw a body. She knew now this was definitely a hallucination, but her eyes were glued to the body nonetheless. She noticed a few details soon. Firstly, the amount of wounds he had was definitely uncountable. His body was obviously thrashed around heavily. She then noticed his wings, and she didn't know what to think. She knew what she was seeing wasn't her own thoughts toying with her. But she didn't think she would see something like this. The fallen's wings were battered and slashed beyond the point of return. It was a very dark scene indeed. As she drew closer, hoping that it wasn't true, realization hit her like a train. Whatever or whoever caused all the pressure did the act. Only person could pop up in her mind now. That's when she stood up and walked towards the door. She was going to get some answers. And quite a bit, whether she liked it or not. As soon as she marched up to Issei, he rose his hand up. Before we talk about this, let's get out of here, shall we? Akeno blinked, then took his hand. Before they knew it, they were back to reality. Akeno stood up quickly. Suddenly Issei grabbed her and pulled her back down to his side. I will explain here. Just believe me, this is tough, and a part of me doesn't know why I am going to tell you. However, I feel like that this is a way to help both of us, he said softly. His tone suddenly got her attention as he wasn't really looking at her. A few quick glances here and there, maybe to gauge her reaction or something along those lines. He mainly just had his eyes on the water, staring at his reflection. So what did you see? He asked suddenly. She tilted her head, like he should have known already. However, he sighed and spoke again. A friend of mine theorized that whoever came in to see it, that my mind wouldn't show everything, but it would show enough, he said. She looked at him for a moment, then finally relented and told him what she saw. When he heard, he was startled. He didn't expect her to describe what she did, however. There was no going back now. He let her in, so he'd have to tell. The man you saw was a grunt, who was ordered by his superior to put an end to my family. I suspect he would have tried to kill me if I didn't already have my powers at the time. My parents were dead before me, and a darker and more violent side of me took over in a fit of rage. She was about to speak up, but Issei looked at her sharply. So if that happened to me, why do you think I'd be the same as other fallen? He asked, annoyed. She knew now. Issei looked down, but suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Peering over, the first thing he saw a lock of hair right up against him. Akeno had laid her head on his shoulder. Before Issei knew it, she fired off a question. So how did you end up as the person you are now? Issei widened his eyes. He'd have to tell white lie here. She'd eventually met Kuroka, so it wouldn't be that bad once the truth was known. A very close friend of mine. Akeno tilted her head. Was it a girl? Am I not your first? Issei made no obvious expression, but he was cursing himself in his head. He shouldn't have put it past Akeno to ask something like that. Akeno quickly smirked. Oh well, it's not like I don't mind. In fact I would love to be a mistress. Akeno whispered the last part. Issei didn't know what to think yet, but he definitely was smiling. He knew it was also time to go back. So when he stood, so did she. Scene break. Morning. As it was technically the last day he was going to give them all a surprise, though afterwards, he needed to give them tomorrow off to rest up. Before everyone knew it, they stood in front of them. So what are we doing today? Kiba asked suddenly. Issei looked at all of them as he spoke. Since tomorrow is our last day, I figured I'd do something today and you guys will have tomorrow off to rest up for the rating game. I want you all to come at me with everything you got. I want you to pull out the stops and come at me with killer intent. He started. That shocked the group. Akeno was the one to speak up. Really Issei? It's against you. Isn't that a bit unfair? She pouted. Her response was a chuckle. Don't worry, I'll hold back on you guys, but I won't give it up, trust me. No, that is why you have tomorrow off. Akeno looked at him a bit. Suddenly the group noticed the friendly banter between the two of them. Their thoughts were cut off as Issei spoke again. If there is anything in the world, that is your secret weapon against a serious person who has the strength to kill you, that would be teamwork. It can be like a honed dagger, like they say it's up to you. You put that dagger in the hands of experienced person who has the skill with that weapon, and they can be a force to be reckoned with. The analogy might be a bit weird, but it has the same concepts. A team who knows each of the members' strengths and weakness can overpower quite a bit of foes. He said. Everyone took his words to heart for a moment. Still no one spoke up. It was then Kiba and Kaneko charged in suddenly. Right off the bat, a swordsman and a tank, definitely the right choice between the group for close combat. Akeno and Rias will most likely be support when they feel the time is right. There, waiting for a chance to strike. Smart, he thought as he dodged a swipe from Kiba. I quickly backflipped as Akeno launched a lightning bolt at him. It seemed they were all starting. Once again, Kiba and Kaneko were on his tail. He grabbed Kaneko's fist as it came near him, and swung her around like a bat, slamming her into Kiba and sending them skidding backwards. They weren't done though. Kiba got back up along with Kaneko. Kiba's endurance was a little stronger now, and Kaneko had the power of the rook on her side. With determined eyes, they charged yet again. This time, Kiba leapt over Issei while Kaneko was closing in quickly by using Kiba as cover. Kiba found his sword against Issei's as he slammed it down. Kaneko's fist met Issei's shadow as it formed a barrier where her fist was. Suddenly the skies darkened as Issei looked overhead to see Akeno in the air, and a storm above her. Several lightning strikes were sent down towards him. There was only one thing to do. Kiba suddenly fell on top of Kaneko as Issei melted away. Akeno felt him materialize behind her. She looked over her shoulders to see him with his wings out. He had a smile on his face. Akeno knew he wouldn't do anything serious. Suddenly she felt a presence behind her, and Issei wasn't in front of her. When she turned he was gone again. Come on Akeno, give me a good fight. She heard from behind. Akeno suddenly whipped around and launched yet another lightning bolt, but to no avail. Yet again it missed. It was a game of cat and mouse, and the others knew it. Suddenly Issei reappeared a distance away from Akeno and launched a wave of darkness that soared at her with great intent, with no hesitation. Akeno leapt cleanly out of the way. Suddenly all of Issei's most primal instincts kicked in, and his wings were curled around his body to shield him from the incoming blast. As Issei regained his bearings, he looked down to see Rias. Suddenly he looked over his shoulder to see Kibangs outstretched, hovering in the air. Issei decided a fight in the air wasn't a good matchup currently. As everyone witnessed him start to fall at an incredible pace, they had no choice but to dive downwards to keep up. He was baiting this fight back on the ground, and they had no choice but to take it. The pace was still on as it seemed the moment Kiba and Kaneko landed they didn't hesitate and jumped right into action. Kaneko's fist hit Issei's elbow this time as he put up a guard. That was his meant and he was going to take it forcefully. Kaneko barely had time to react as she was grabbed yet again. This time she was swung high into the air. That wouldn't damage her that much, it was more of a divide and conquer tactic. Issei quickly ducked as Kiba missed with a horizontal slash, but Kiba followed it up with a downward slash, but Issei just knew it was coming and rolled right under it. Standing quickly right behind his opponent, Issei delivered a quick elbow to his back. Kiba was sent tumbling forwards, quickly burying his sword in the ground to break his fall. Kaneko and Kiba were taken care of momentarily. Kiba would be first to come back at him, and he knew that. Issei wasted no time and dashed towards Rias. Rias quickly launched several blasts of her power of destruction towards Issei, who seemingly dodged them all. The afterimages were proof that it didn't hit. Issei suddenly decided he was going to up it a bit and go on the offensive. When Issei's shadow suddenly transformed into tendrils that were homing in on Rias, she quickly took to the air and fired a few crimson blasts that destroyed a few of the tendrils on contact. Suddenly one of the tendrils grabbed Rias's leg, who felt it yank her back down to the ground. Everyone looked at the crater that she was currently in. Issei knew she would be fine, he didn't put really any power in that at all. Suddenly, Issei jumped backwards to avoid a large lightning bolt that was aimed with a ton of precision. As he looked to the culprit, Issei grinned. This time, Issei appeared behind Akeno and grabbed her and put her in a hold. Akeno wasn't going to go out with a fight, and Issei knew that. It seemed their personalities were definitely fit for each other. Issei felt electricity run through his veins, and was forced to let go of the girl. Akeno had a dark smile as Issei felt several more lightning strikes enter his nervous system. He couldn't process anything besides the amount of power that was going through his system. It wasn't fatal, but it still did hurt like all hell. Issei realized then and there that this group had what it took, if they learned and continued to employ teamwork like they were showing. So, he decided he would give them the test. Suddenly Issei disappeared and reappeared in the middle of the training ground. Soon, he was surrounded. That was what he wanted. For now, you guys have surprised me yet again. So, think of this next part as a test. I don't think you'll be able to win, but if you can make it through the next part, then you definitely are ready. They all heard suddenly. As he finished, they all felt the temperature drop in large amounts. The chill of the winds that were sent out from Issei's aura was enough to make their instincts kick in. Suddenly the skies darkened, but it was still day. So that didn't really make sense to them. When they saw a glow around Issei, they were shocked to see him using a sacred gear. As they got a look at it, they nodded. It wasn't like your normal sacred gear. It was a full piece of chest armor, specifically the shoulder pads and the gauntlets. As the onyx gems started to glow brightly, they were shocked to see it produce a blast of energy. Then the whole area around them turned to darkness. They all felt their senses dull considerably. Nothing could be seen. Now and they could only feel their feet on the ground and hear a bit of background noise. Issei's sacred gear was definitely something else. They definitely weren't expecting that, but in hindsight, they should have thought it could have helped them. Akeno W. As the first one to let go off all of her senses except for sound, somehow she could feel his aura a bit. It was foggy and hidden. Like it was masked and it was using a decoy on her. Issei quickly sidestepped as she burst past him. He didn't expect her to come close to him yet, taking leave of all senses, and allowing for a single one to take over completely. Such a technique that can be a double-edged sword, when mastered, is very useful. For Akeno, that might have been a emotional or a magical response, or not. Either way, in times of crisis, most magical energies can impede mental functions. He thought to himself. Suddenly to his right, Issei felt a small spark of energy and saw a barely visible flame. It was just a small spark, however, it was still a flame. Even if it was weakened by Issei's area of effect, it still gave the user a small amount of light to see just what was nearby. Issei knew the user would benefit from it a lot as well. Kiba was a swordsman after all, and if he had a single piece of light around him to help him in what close combat he could deal with, he would definitely fare a lot better than most who are smart and charge blindly. For Kiba, it was another story altogether. He could see literal waves of darkness that were split in between his sword as he trudged forwards. The pressure was quite intense, as he definitely slowed down more the closer he got to Issei. Kiba knew he wasn't going to be able to get close, his stamina wouldn't last forever. So that's when he decided to roll over and let it continue without him. As Issei watched Kiba stop, he realized he was done. So when Kiba felt shadows pull him out of the match, Issei hoped he didn't get scared. Kiba did well enough, and knowing when to give up and let your teammates do the rest was a big thing as well. Issei was honestly bored a bit now, so he decided to end it. Suddenly the group felt a large amount of pressure and they were shocked to see something incredible happen. All the darkness that Issei put out was suddenly sweeping around him like a tornado. With the visibility back in the area, they were witnessing something they weren't told off, they knew it too. Akano was CKED to see the all-too-familiar green energy of life start to mix with the darkness. As they watched the wisps of green and black energy come off of his semi-humanoid form, they didn't move. It was weird, the form definitely radiated power and authority in every direction, backed by a monumental amount of force, but it was calm and patient. The very energy of life it gave off was warm and had a very potent presence. It was that feeling they got that drew them in. Suddenly the energy started to fade and retreat back to wherever it came from, and Issei was left standing with smirk. He was a bit impressed, most of them fought hard, so it was good enough for him. As he told them to stand down, he told them simply to rest up and prepare, and they followed him when he started walking towards the estate. For Issei, he was deep in converse with Erebus. The dragon had said something that needed his attention, so the moment in when Erebus spoke, after he got his attention was one to not forget. Issei, listen to me when I say this. I have a piece of advice for you. In the past I've said your trigger for the balance breaker would be rage, but it seems I could be wrong, and you might just have the potential to prove me wrong. Issei stopped, due to the fact he wasn't expecting that. The others quickly noticed something was up, but he just waved them off. What do you mean? The dragon was silent for a moment. If you're going to do this, we aren't going to do this the easy way. No, when the time comes, I'll give you a push and we'll see if you can do it. After that the dragon was silent, and Issei knew he wasn't getting anything out of him. So he sighed and walked into the estate and started to prepare mentally for what was to come. After Razor lost, thanks for watching, was void of life, a single pin drop.